Pass Interference. Written by Christine Kersey. Narration by 11 Labs. Produced by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2017 by Christine Kersey. Chapter 1. Taking the day off had been a mistake. Autumn saw that now. She'd thought working today would be difficult, but having nothing to distract her from her memories was worse. Today was April 4th. It would have been, was, her 4th wedding anniversary. Except that she was no longer married because her husband had been killed 10 months earlier. Mitch had only been 26, and she'd been 24. Much too young to become a widow. Much too young to lose the love of her life. Mitch had been taking their dog, a yellow lab named Sasha, for a walk along a road near their house when a distracted driver named Glenn Richmond had run him down. Mitch had died instantly. At least, that's what the coroner had told Autumn. She hoped it was true. The thought of him suffering for even a second made her heart wrench with unspeakable anguish. At least Sasha had been untouched. Small mercy. Now, as Autumn used the flat iron to straighten her long, auburn hair, she studied her reflection in the mirror. A 25-year-old widow. It just wasn't right. She knew she wasn't the first young woman to be widowed, and she certainly wouldn't be the last, but that didn't make it any easier to deal with. Glancing at her bare left finger, Autumn felt her stomach tighten. It had been 2 months since she'd removed her wedding ring. At the time, she'd felt ready, but today, of all days, she wasn't sure if she really was. Still, she knew it was time to move forward with her life. Mitch would want her to. She would leave her finger bare. As a compromise, she would wear the earrings he'd given her on their honeymoon. Amethyst teardrops with silver inlays. Smiling in remembrance of that idyllic week they'd spent driving up the coast of California, stopping in Carmel and staying at a bed and breakfast, shopping in the adorable boutiques in town, Autumn put the earrings in her ears and let the warmth of her memories wash over her. Retail therapy. That's what she needed. She would go to the mall and browse her favorite shoe store, maybe even buy a new pair of boots. But they had to be comfortable. That was the most important thing. As a hairdresser, she was on her feet for hours at a time. Comfortable shoes were a must. She stepped from the bathroom into her bedroom and found Sasha lying on the carpet. At Autumn's approach, Sasha stood. "There's my sweet girl," Autumn said as she stroked Sasha's head. The yellow lab's tongue lolled out, and her tail wagged with enthusiasm. "I'll be back in a few hours, okay?" Autumn grabbed her purse from the dresser, then walked through the living room and out the front door. 15 minutes later, she pulled into a parking space and made her way into the mall. It felt strange to be shopping when she should be working, but Cassie and Haley, her employees at the cutting-edge salon, had encouraged her to take the day off, and they'd been happy to cover for her. As she picked out several pairs of boots to try on, she realized she wasn't feeling as melancholy as she'd feared. Relieved, she carried the boxes to a bench and tried on each pair, admiring them in a mirror. On impulse, she bought 2 pairs of shoes, cute low-heeled black boots and a strappy pair of heels, then left the store. An hour later, she'd added 3 new blouses, they were on clearance, and a new pair of jeans. Strolling down the mall as she balanced all of the bags in her arms, Autumn smelled the heavenly scent of cinnamon rolls. A sweet treat would be just the thing to top off her retail therapy. She looked toward the food court, searching for the cinnamon roll shop. And then she walked right into a massive barrier. The impact knocked her onto her rear end, and her bags scattered on the floor. Looking up, she realized she hadn't run into a barrier at all. No. She'd run into a huge man, a mountain of a man whose back had been turned, but a man who was now staring at her, his eyes wide with surprise. Mortified, Autumn felt blood rush to her face as she sat on the polished wood floor. But at the same time, she felt an unexpected spark of attraction to this man, an attraction that scared her senseless. She couldn't be attracted to someone else. Not yet. Not on this day. Struggling to slow her suddenly pounding heart, she appraised the man. Tall and well-built, he had short brown hair and a neatly trimmed beard. And his eyes. They were the most striking shade of blue she had ever seen. No, she shouldn't be noticing those things. It wasn't right.
Jax stared at the woman sitting on the ground. She was looking up at him, and he could see embarrassment written in her green eyes. Eyes filled with such depth that they completely captured his attention. Her long hair, a beautiful shade of reddish-brown, hung down her back, and the blush on her cheeks emphasized the soft curve of her jaw, the fullness of her lips, and the slender shape of her nose. She was nothing like the women he was usually drawn to, but there was something about her, something vulnerable and innocent, something sad, something that made him want to take her in his arms and tell her everything was going to be all right. But it was more than that. The way she stared at him, like she was a doe and he was a big, bad wolf. It filled him with the overwhelming desire to convince her that he was a good guy, that she had nothing to fear from him. Something about her brought out a tender side of himself that he didn't even know he had. As a pass rusher for the NFL's Sacramento Vipers, Jax was paid to be aggressive, and he was, both on the field and off. But something about this woman made him put that aggressiveness on hold. When she turned away from him to gather her bags, he knelt beside her and scooped up the bags before she had a chance to. Then he stood and held out his hand to her.
"I am so sorry,"
she said, her face flushed and her voice barely above a whisper. But she took his hand and let him help her to her feet. Her skin was soft, and her hand was swallowed up in his. "Don't worry about it," he said. "I get hit much worse, all the time." He waited for her to ask him to explain so he could tell her he played in the NFL, in case she didn't recognize him, which she didn't seem to. But she didn't take the bait. Slightly disappointed, he kept a smile on his face, the smile that made women swoon. But she didn't swoon. In fact, she barely seemed to notice him. What was up with that? Kind of desperate for her to pay attention to him, he asked, "Do you need help carrying your bags?" She barely met his eyes, instead looking to the side like she was eager to escape. Finally, she faced him, her smile appearing forced, although it made her no less stunning.
"No, I've got it."
She hefted the bags into her arms as if to prove she didn't need his help.
"Again, I'm sorry I ran into you."
She was about to leave. He couldn't let her walk away without at least getting her name. "You can make it up to me," he said, putting on his most charming smile. Her forehead puckered. "By letting me buy you lunch," he added. She immediately shook her head as if the idea of spending one more second with him would be the worst torture in the world.
"No,"
she added as if to emphasize her refusal. Stung, Jax couldn't stop himself from pushing a little harder. "Do you already have lunch plans?" She glanced away, her gaze shooting in all directions like she didn't know the right answer. Then she turned back to him.
No."
Her tone was hesitant. Maybe she was married. He glanced at her left ring finger, but there was nothing there. Okay, not married. Then why did she seem conflicted? Maybe she had a boyfriend. A woman as pretty as she was? That had to be it. Jax had to know. "Are you single?" A pained expression crossed her face, and she nibbled on her lower lip as she looked at the smooth wood floor.
Chapter 2. Autumn asked herself why she was still standing there. It was time to go. This incredibly attractive man was showing way too much interest in her, interest that sent a mixture of feelings careening through her. Excitement, guilt at being excited, more excitement, more guilt. Okay, time to go. She began, looking behind her as she pointed in that general direction. "I'd better get going." She took a step backwards, but when she turned to leave and the man said,
"Wait."
Autumn stopped and looked at him, her forehead creased in question.
"What's your name?"
She couldn't tell him that. It would feel way too much like she was, well, looking for love, which she most definitely was not. How could she take a chance at love when losing the one you love was so painful? She studied his handsome face and felt a fresh burst of guilt, this time for ignoring his question. But she held strong, giving him a small smile as if to say, "Sorry for my rudeness. It's not you, it's me." She turned and walked away, certain that he was watching her. Suppressing the urge to turn and check, she kept going and didn't stop until she reached her car. Heaving a sigh of relief, she tossed her bags inside, then climbed in and drove to the sanctuary of her home.
Jax watched the mystery woman walk away, tempted to chase her down like she was a quarterback holding the football after the snap. Of course, he wouldn't actually tackle her, but he'd gotten the sense that going after her would be a mistake. A big one. Instead, he let her go. But that felt like a mistake, too. Sighing audibly, he decided he'd had enough time at the mall, a place he normally avoided like the plague. He wouldn't have come at all except that he'd wanted to get a gag gift for a teammate's birthday. Fortunately, it hadn't taken long to find something that would work. He'd been trying to decide if he wanted to grab a snack when the mystery woman had plowed into him. Now, the only thing he could think about was the mystery woman and how he could find her. Remembering the way she'd looked so vulnerable when she'd been on the floor, Jax let his gaze slide to the spot where she'd been sitting. A small object caught his eye, and he leaned closer to see what it was. An earring. He picked it up and examined it. A purple teardrop. He thought the stone was an amethyst. Did this belong to the mystery woman? Squinting, he tried to remember if she'd been wearing these earrings. Yes, he thought she had been. Maybe this would be a way to find out who she was. After placing the earring in the front pocket of his jeans, Jax found the guest services desk, and when he stopped at the counter, the woman sitting behind it smiled up at him. Her name tag said Lucy.
"Can I help you?"
He guessed she was in her early 20s, and just to reassure himself that his smile still held some power despite the mystery woman seeming to be unaffected, he turned it on full wattage. "Yes, you can, Lucy," he said, his tone confident. Her smile seemed to blossom, and he knew there was nothing wrong with his magnetism. Reassured, he said, "I found an earring on the ground, and I'd like to leave a message for the owner in case she checks here for it." Lucy's forehead creased.
"Oh, well, you can leave the earring with me and I can make sure it gets to the owner."
That didn't fit his plan at all, so he shook his head as he smiled. "That's very kind of you, Lucy, but I'm going to hang on to the earring and leave a message for the owner." He gazed at her steadily. "If I leave a message for her, can I count on you to give it to her? I would be forever grateful for your help."
Okay. I suppose I can do that.
"Thank you. I really appreciate it."
What's the message?
Jax picked up a pen and a scrap of paper from the counter and wrote his cell number and his first name. Then he handed the paper to Lucy. "If the woman who lost the earring contacts you, please ask her to text me and I'll make sure she gets it back. All right?" Lucy looked at the paper, then turned to Jax.
Okay.
He gave her his best smile again. "Thank you, Lucy. You're the best." Her eyes lit up.
Of course.
Tossing one last smile her way, he turned and strode away, hopeful that the mystery woman would contact him soon.
Chapter 3. "I just wanted to die," Autumn said to Haley and Cassie the next morning as the three of them got ready to open the salon. She'd just finished telling them about running into the man at the mall.
"What did he look like?"
Haley asked as she tidied up her workstation.
"Was he hot?"
Cassie asked at the same time. Autumn laughed, but she hesitated to answer their questions. Somehow it felt wrong to find a man attractive if that man wasn't Mitch.
Come on, Autumn.
Haley said as she dropped into the chair at her station.
Tell us.
But it wasn't wrong, was it? Mitch had been gone for nearly a year. He would want me to move on, she thought, as a sharp pain pierced her chest. She took a deep breath and focused on her friends.
Well?
Cassie prompted. Yes, Autumn finally said as she pictured the man she'd run into. He was hot. Her heart did a little lurch at the admission, but it also felt good to take the baby step of admitting that she found another man attractive.
And?
Haley pressed.
What did he look like?
Like I told you before, he was tall.
How tall?
I don't know. She'd been too dismayed about running into him to notice his exact height, but she had noticed that he was quite a bit taller than her own 5 feet 7 inches.
Over 6 feet?
Cassie asked. Autumn nodded. Definitely. She knew her friends wanted more information, much more, so she did her best to accommodate them. Maybe 6'5"?
6'5"?
Cassie said.
Whoa, that is tall.
Haley laughed.
Especially to someone as short as you, Cass. Hey, I'm almost 5'3".
Autumn laughed along with Haley. Haley turned to Autumn.
What else?
Starting to feel more comfortable talking about a man who wasn't Mitch, Autumn said he had short brown hair and a trimmed beard.
What about his eyes?
Cassie asked.
What color were they?
Blue. An image of those incredible eyes filled her mind. They'd captivated her. At the memory, her face heated.
And you wouldn't even tell him your name?
Haley asked, her head tilted in question. Lifting her shoulders in a shrug, Autumn shook her head. It didn't feel right. Not on that day.
It's okay,
Haley said.
He's probably a jerk anyway.
Autumn didn't think that was true. After all, the man had been nothing but sweet to her, but she appreciated Haley trying to make her feel better. She went to the door of the salon to unlock it, then turned back to her friends. I didn't tell you the worst part, though. Haley's eyes widened.
There's more?
Autumn nodded, then her throat tightened with sadness. I lost one of my earrings yesterday. It's one that Mitch bought for me on our honeymoon.
Oh no,
Cassie said.
Do you think you lost it at the mall?
I think so.
You should check with their lost and found,
Haley said. Lost and found?
Yeah, maybe someone found it and turned it in.
The thought of getting her earring back brought a sense of relief. That's a great idea. I'll call them and see if anyone turned it in. 5 minutes later, she disconnected the call and turned to her friends.
What is it?
Cassie asked. Evidently, the man's name is Jax. Autumn rolled the name around in her mind. The name fit him somehow, and although she'd felt a spark of attraction to him, she wasn't happy with what he'd done. He found my earring all right, but he didn't leave it at the lost and found. Instead, he left a number for me to text. Frustrated that she couldn't just get her treasured earring back, she frowned.
Told you he was a jerk.
She had to agree, but she wasn't about to fall into his trap. Studying the slip of paper where she'd written his cell number, she knew what she needed to do. She held it out to Haley. You do it.
Do what?
You text him and get my earring back for me. A smile slowly pulled up the corners of Haley's mouth, and she snatched the paper from Autumn's hand.
Gladly.
Jax was proud of himself. His plan had worked. Not only did he have the mystery woman's cell number, but she'd told him her name was Haley, and she would be meeting him in front of the mall at 1 o'clock, 10 minutes from now. Pacing near the entrance, he pictured Haley's reddish-brown hair and sparkling green eyes. Maybe she'd been having a bad day yesterday. Maybe today his smile would work on her like it worked on all women. Well, most women. Excited to have a second chance, Jax scanned the parking lot for Haley.
Are you Jax?
A woman, who was not the mystery woman, asked him. This woman had blue-tinted hair and her face was coated with makeup. Yeah, he said with confidence, curious who she was. Her gaze raked him from head to toe and back again, stopping at his face. Obviously, she liked what she saw. At least that's what Jax thought her expression conveyed. Wait, how did this woman know his name? Was she a fan? No, not a fan, because if she was, she wouldn't have had to ask if he was Jax. She would know. What was going on here? "Can I help you?" he asked. She softly chuckled, then a smirk curved her lips.
Yeah, you can give me my earring.
Jax's forehead creased. "It's not yours." Evidently, she was ready for this because she whipped out an earring that perfectly matched the one in his pocket.
I'm picking it up for the owner.
This wasn't going at all the way he'd imagined. Well, he could change his game plan as fast as the next person. He was in the NFL, after all. Game plans were his stock in trade. "How can I be sure you know her?" he asked, then added, "What's her name?" Clearly, her name wasn't Haley.
Her name is none of your business.
"Then you must be Haley, the one who texted me." She grinned.
That's right.
Her attitude seemed to say that this was all his fault. "Look, she ran into me yesterday, not the other way around."
What's your point?
He didn't really have one, so instead of answering her question, he decided to strike a bargain. "I'll give you the earring if you tell me something about her." Her eyes narrowed.
Like what?
A million questions flew through his mind, but he got the feeling she would only allow him one. He had to make it good. "Is she single?" Haley made a scoffing sound.
That's for her to decide.
What did that mean? He asked himself. She held out her hand. Knowing he wasn't going to win this, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the earring, then set it in her open palm. So much for his plan, and so much for tracking down the woman who had intrigued him. Haley tucked both earrings into her purse, then she stared at him like she was trying to decide something. Finally, she said,
You look like you need a haircut.
Offended, Jax frowned. His hair was fine. In fact, he'd had it cut less than 3 weeks before.
Come to Cutting Edge Salon. They'll fix you up.
Scowling, Jax said, I go to a barber. One eyebrow quirked up.
Suit yourself.
Then she turned and walked away.
Chapter 4. Trimming her customer's hair, Autumn tried to focus on the story the woman was telling her, but her thoughts were on Jax. When she'd learned his name after calling the malls lost and found, an image of his face had filled her mind, and she'd been unable to stop thinking about him. Was that okay? Had enough time passed since Mitch's death for her to find another man attractive? It had been 10 months, so intellectually she knew it was fine, but she couldn't shake the layer of guilt that always followed right behind any thoughts she had about Jax. What would he do when Haley showed up instead of her? Would he be angry? Disappointed? How did Autumn want him to feel? Would he give Haley the earring? When Haley walked into the salon half an hour later, wearing a smug look, Autumn knew she'd managed to get her earring back, but Autumn was desperate to know how the meeting had gone. Forcing herself to take her time with her customer the moment the woman left, Autumn dragged Haley into the back room. What happened? Haley's lips curved upward.
I think you understated how hot Jax is.
Autumn knew exactly how hot he was, but that didn't mean she had to say it out loud. Wanting to deflect, she replied, Jax, huh? Is he your friend now? Haley tilted her head.
That is his name.
Kind of jealous that Haley had gone to the meeting, but knowing that was ridiculous, Autumn didn't comment.
You were right about his height, though.
Haley's eyes twinkled.
And the man is ripped. You didn't mention that.
Maybe I didn't notice. That wasn't true. She'd noticed right away. Haley's lips twisted into a smirk.
Uh-huh.
Did you get my earring? That was the most important thing. Haley handed both earrings to her.
Of course I did.
Taking them from her, Autumn smiled. Thank you so much. She carefully placed the earrings in her purse, which was in a desk drawer. What did he say when he realized I wasn't coming?
He seemed pretty disappointed.
Autumn's heart did a little happy dance, but she kept her expression neutral. At least, she thought it was neutral. "What makes you think he was disappointed?" Haley grinned.
You're interested in him, aren't you?
"No." The word flew from her mouth, maybe a little too quickly. "I mean, come on, I met him at the mall, and I didn't actually even meet him. I ran into him." Haley laughed.
All right, deny it all you want, but I see a little spark of interest glowing in your eyes.
Autumn shook her head as she laughed. "We'd better get back to work." As the afternoon wore on, she kept busy talking to her clients as she worked. But when there were lulls in the conversation, she wondered if she should have gone to the meeting herself. What would have happened if she had? What would Jax have done? An image of him filled her mind, and she realized she didn't even feel guilty for thinking about him. It didn't matter anyway. Jax didn't even know her name, let alone where to find her. She would never see him again. Surprised to discover that that made her kind of sad, Autumn knew she'd taken an important step in moving on with her life. Too bad Jax had only been a brief stepping stone in her journey.
Jax drove past Cutting Edge Salon, twice. When it had finally dawned on him that Haley had given him a way to find the mystery woman, he hadn't had to think about what to do. It was a foregone conclusion that he would go there. He had to see her again, had to discover her name. Now, as he looked toward the glass-fronted shop while trying to stay in his lane, he attempted to see if the mystery woman was in there, but the tint on the salon windows made it impossible to tell. He would have to go inside to find out. He just hoped he hadn't misunderstood what Haley had been trying to tell him. He found a parking space before making his way to the entrance. Then he stopped before going in. What was he doing at a salon? Was this legit? Or was Haley playing a trick on him as payback for making her come to the mall to claim the mystery woman's earring? Even if he deserved to have a joke played on him, he would be annoyed if that's what this was. But maybe this was legit. Only one way to find out. Inhaling deeply before blowing out a breath, he wrapped his fingers around the handle and pulled the door open. The smell of hairspray and some other chemical assaulted him as he entered the small salon. This was nothing like the barber shop where he normally got his hair cut. He counted 4 women, not a man in sight. He almost turned around and left, but when he saw Haley's blue-tinted hair, he stopped where he was, his gaze probing the small space, on the lookout for the mystery woman. She wasn't there. Maybe this was a joke after all. Looking back at Haley, who was completely focused on brushing something into a woman's hair, he frowned. Another woman who was standing closer to Jax than Haley was looked over at him with a smile.
"Someone will be with you in a moment."
Feeling distinctly uncomfortable, he nodded, then sat in a chair near the door. Moments later, he saw her, the mystery woman. She was walking out of a back room. She hadn't seen him yet. Sitting up straighter, he took advantage of the moment to study her. Her beautiful reddish-brown hair flowed around her shoulders in gentle waves, her skin was smooth, and her lips were rosy. Then she saw him, and when her green eyes widened in stunned surprise, Jax couldn't tell if she was happy to see him or upset. He stood.
Chapter 5. How was it possible that Jax was here, in Cutting Edge Salon? Had he followed Haley? What kind of a creep was he? Unsure what to think, Autumn looked at Haley, whose eyes were shifting between Autumn and Jax. Autumn couldn't miss the guilt broadcasting from her friend's face. So Jax wasn't a creep. Haley had told him where to find her. Though relieved at the same time, Autumn felt a mix of other emotions, excitement and fear strongest among them. After thinking that she would never see him again, to see him right there in her salon was a bit shocking. Pushing down the nervousness that fluttered in her belly, she walked toward him. Yeah, he was really tall and built, strong, handsome. He looked nothing like Mitch, the complete opposite, in fact. Maybe that was a good thing. Not that Mitch wasn't handsome, but he was average height. Nothing like this mountain of a man. It was better that nothing about him reminded her of Mitch. "Are you," she began, "here for a haircut?" His gaze went to Cassie and Haley and their clients. Then he turned to Autumn, uncertainty clear in his eyes.
Yeah.
He seemed as nervous as she felt, which somehow calmed her. She would treat him as a client, nothing more, and as such, she needed him to feel comfortable and welcome. "Right this way," she said briskly. She motioned to her station, which was smack dab between Cassie's and Haley's. Positive her friends would be listening to every word she and Jax uttered, Autumn almost cringed. Didn't matter. He was a client. That was all. He stepped around the counter and followed her. She could feel him behind her. Knowing he was there, that he had come to see her, made her heart soar in a way it hadn't soared for a very long time. She pointed to the empty chair at her station. "Have a seat." She watched as he settled into the chair, then she focused on his hair, light brown and thick. Placing the smock around his shoulders, she avoided looking at him in the mirror, but then reminded herself that he was just a haircut, a client, nothing more. She met his gaze in the mirror and was taken aback by the intensity she saw in his eyes. Forcing away her nerves, she focused on the job at hand. "How much do you want me to take off?" His eyes never wavered from hers.
How much do you suggest?
Pretending to examine his hair, while in reality she was trying to calm the butterflies that beat against her ribs, Autumn took a moment to gather herself. "I think half an inch would be about right."
Works for me.
She got started, not sure if she wanted to do this fast and get him on his way, or whether she wanted to draw this out and keep him in her chair for as long as possible.
How long have you worked here?
"About 2 years." She said this while keeping her focus glued to his head and her scissors in motion.
What made you want to do hair?
With a quick glance at his blue eyes that reminded her of the sky on a perfect summer day, she said, "Even as a little girl, I loved to play with hair. It just seemed a natural direction for me to go." He was quiet for several seconds, then,
Will you tell me your name?
her gaze flew to the mirror where she saw him watching her. It seemed silly not to tell him. She told any of her other clients who asked, and that's all he was, a client. "Yes," she said, her voice soft. "It's Autumn." Crinkles formed around his eyes as he smiled.
Nice to meet you, Autumn. I'm Jax.
She already knew that, of course, but she liked that he'd introduced himself. She decided to turn the tables on him a bit. "What made you come to Cutting Edge Salon, Jax?" His smile grew, and Autumn found herself drawn to him in a way that took her by surprise. Tearing her gaze away from his, she focused on cutting his hair, slowly.
I came to find you.
His voice was deep and soft. Her heart skipped a beat, and her hands stilled as she forced herself to keep her attention locked on his hair. That's when she noticed the salon was absolutely silent. Sneaking a peek at Cassie and Haley, she saw that both of them, as well as their clients, were watching her and Jax. Then she dared to meet Jax's eyes in the mirror, but she didn't speak. Instead, she began trimming his hair again.
I'd love to take you to lunch tomorrow.
Autumn's heart beat harder, and she could feel everyone's attention on her.
"We can cover for you,"
Haley helpfully tossed in. She knew her friends were eager for her to begin dating again, and truth be told, she wanted to as well. But no one had come along who had interested her enough to try. Not until today. She could do it. She should do it. "All right," she heard herself say. Wait, had she really agreed to a date? Anticipation and excitement and trepidation shot through her all at the same time, and when she glanced at Haley, her friend was beaming.
Great,
Jax said, and Autumn met his eyes in the mirror once again. His smile was nothing short of amazing, those perfect lips revealing straight white teeth and the crinkles around his eyes sending warmth cascading through her.
What time is your lunch break tomorrow?
About 11:30. That smile again.
Perfect.
They sat in silence while she finished cutting his hair. She wanted to know more about him, but she wasn't about to go there with an audience. She could ask him her questions tomorrow, on their date. The thought made her smile. When she'd finished cutting his hair, she looked at him in the mirror and saw him watching her. Self-conscious to have his attention on her, she said, "I'm all done." His gaze shifted to his reflection.
Looks great.
She removed the smock, and when he stood, she realized that she felt petite next to him. At 5 feet 7 inches, that wasn't something that happened often. He turned to face her.
Thanks for the haircut.
He chuckled.
I have to admit, it's the first time I've had my hair cut in a salon.
One side of his mouth tugged up.
Except maybe when I was a kid and my mom took me.
"I'm glad it wasn't too traumatic for you," she said with a laugh. His gaze didn't waver from hers.
Thanks to you, there was no trauma at all.
The way he looked into her eyes, like he could see into her soul, made Autumn uncomfortable. She didn't want him looking into her soul. Not yet, at least. She glanced toward the register. "You can pay over here." She went to the register, and he walked around to the other side, and after he paid, he said,
Until tomorrow, Autumn.
Moments later, he was gone.
Oh my goodness.
Haley breathed out. Autumn turned around to see her 2 friends and the women who sat at their stations, watching her with grins on their faces. "Stop it," she said, but she realized she was grinning too.
Chapter 6. Jax parked his car and walked toward the salon. When he'd come the day before, he'd been slightly on edge, but now he had a lunch date with the mystery woman, Autumn. Then again, he wasn't too surprised. When he wanted something, he went after it. That's how his life worked. That's why he was in the NFL, something he had yet to reveal to Autumn. He pictured her expression when he told her what he did for a living, smiling as he imagined how impressed she would be. He pulled the door to the salon open with complete confidence. He was here to pick Autumn up for their date, a date where he would win her over and she would see what an awesome man he was. Then he would decide if he wanted to go on a second date with her.
The moment Jax walked in, Autumn noticed. She was finishing a haircut, and when Jax smiled at her, her heart did a little flip. He sat in the waiting area, and after Autumn's customer paid for her haircut and left, Autumn approached Jax. Body singing with a mixture of excitement and nerves, she tried to be subtle as she inhaled softly to calm herself. He stood, and she stopped several feet in front of him. "Hello." His lips lifted into a smile, and his attention was fixed on her.
How are you, Autumn?
"I'm doing okay." That was mostly true. She hadn't slept well the night before, as spasms of fear kept assaulting her. She had tried to analyze what was scaring her, but it hadn't taken long to figure out. She was afraid of getting romantically involved with someone and then having that someone leave her. She'd been crazy in love with Mitch, and he'd left her. Yes, it had been through no fault of his own, but that didn't change the outcome. He was no longer in her life. She was terrified of suffering another loss, yet she wanted to find love. 2 competing desires that canceled each other out. She would simply have to take great care as she dipped her toe in the dating pool.
Only okay?
What a way to start a date. She didn't want to be a downer, so she smiled and amended her earlier answer. "I'm doing great. What about you?" He grinned.
I'm about to have lunch with you, so I'm doing fantastic.
Despite knowing his line was cheesy, she was flattered, and she softly laughed.
Are you ready to get some lunch?
The butterflies had filled her belly, erasing any hunger she would normally feel at that time of day, but she wasn't about to admit that. "I sure am."
All right.
He gestured toward the door, and she led the way, stopping to let him open it for her. She was pleased when he didn't hesitate to hold it for her. They stepped out the door, and he pointed to a low-slung black sports car.
There's my ride.
The car was very fancy, and Autumn wondered what Jax did for a living. "What kind of car is this?" Grinning, he said.
It's a Lamborghini.
Autumn didn't know much about cars, but she knew Lamborghinis were expensive. "I like it." He pressed a button on his key fob, and the doors swung upward. Impressed, Autumn turned to Jax and could see he was proud of his car. With good reason. The way the doors opened was pretty cool. He helped her into the passenger seat, then walked around to the driver's side and got in.
What kind of food are you in the mood for?
"How about sushi?" He kind of grimaced.
How'd you know I love sushi?
She laughed. "No, you don't." He grinned.
No, I don't, but I'll eat it.
Still smiling, he turned on the engine and they left the parking lot. "Do you know of a good sushi place?"
I only know of one sushi place.
He glanced at her with a smile.
Do you have a place you want to go?
"Not really. Let's go to the place you know of."
Sounds good.
They were quiet for a bit. Then Autumn turned to him. "Your hair looks good."
Thanks. I have a great hairdresser.
A blush rose on Autumn's cheeks. "I wasn't fishing for a compliment." She was so out of practice with flirting.
That's okay. You got a compliment anyway. Well deserved.
"Thanks." They pulled into the parking lot of the sushi place, and when they walked into the restaurant, Autumn saw that it wasn't too busy yet.
How much time do you have for lunch?
Jax asked after they'd been seated. 45 minutes or so.
I'll get you back in time. I wouldn't want to get you in trouble with the boss.
Autumn smiled. "That won't be a problem."
Oh yeah? Is Haley the boss?
Autumn laughed out loud at that. "No, she's not.
Why is that funny?
I love Haley, don't get me wrong, but I'm not sure she's boss material."
Okay then, who is the boss?
Pride swelled within Autumn's chest. "I am. I own the salon."
Really?
"Yep."
That's fantastic.
"Thanks." She paused. "What about you? What do you do?"
Jax was impressed that Autumn was a business owner. Beautiful, smart, ambitious. What wasn't to like? Now it was his turn to impress her. I play for the Sacramento Vipers. Her eyes widened. Just the reaction he'd hoped for.
"The football team?"
He chuckled. Those are the only Sacramento Vipers I know of. She frowned.
"Sorry, dumb question. It wasn't what I expected."
She was impressed, he could tell. What did you expect? He asked with a smile. She shifted in her seat as her eyes narrowed.
"Do you know Glenn Richmond?"
Why was she asking about his former teammate? Yeah. When Autumn stayed silent, he added, It's not like we're buddies, but he's a stand-up guy. The color drained from her face, then her lips flattened.
"I think I'd better get back to the salon."
What was happening here? Confused, Jax asked, What's going on?
Autumn shook her head. Jax was friends with the man who had killed her husband. She couldn't deal with that right now. It brought back all the memories of that awful night. It was so unexpected. Any bit of appetite she had regained had been lost. "I can't do this right now." Embarrassed but too upset to care, she stood. "Please take me back." Jax stood as well.
Right, of course.
She could see the absolute confusion on his face, but she couldn't explain. Not now. Not unless she was willing to have him see her burst into tears, which she definitely was not willing to do. They drove back to the salon in silence, and when they got there, she turned to Jax with a frown. "I'm sorry, Jax."
Can we do this another time?
She bit her lip, looking toward the salon before facing him again. "I don't know."
Jax nodded like he understood, although he was still in the dark about what Glenn Richmond had to do with anything. Glenn didn't even play for the Vipers anymore. He was in prison for involuntary manslaughter for texting while driving and then killing a guy. Autumn got out of his car before he had a chance to open the door for her, but Jax hurried to her side anyway. This date had fallen apart so fast that Jax's head was spinning. Instead of being impressed that he played for the NFL, Autumn had seemed to be repulsed by the idea. I hope we can try this again sometime. She gave him a tight smile, then she turned and hurried into the salon. He watched her go, desperate for a second chance.
Chapter 7.
Why are you back already?
Haley asked when Autumn bustled into the salon without looking toward Jax, who was most likely still standing on the sidewalk wondering what the heck had happened. Autumn shook her head and went into the back, not in the mood to spill her feelings in front of Haley's customer. 15 minutes later, Haley sat in the empty chair near Autumn's desk.
What's going on?
Haley frowned.
He turned out to be a jerk, didn't he?
Autumn shook her head. She'd managed to gather herself since she'd returned from her failed date. No, that's not what happened. Tilting her head, Haley said,
Okay, what did happen?
Turns out Jax plays for the Vipers. Haley's eyes widened.
No kidding.
Her eyes settled back to normal as a grin pulled up the corners of her mouth.
That just makes him hotter.
Then her eyebrows tugged together.
Wait, what does that have to do with ending your date?
Autumn looked at Haley as if to ask, Don't you get it? He knows Glenn Richmond. Haley looked perplexed.
And?
No one knew what it was like, what memories this triggered, and right when she'd thought she was starting to move on. She closed her eyes for a moment. I can't date someone who knows the man who killed Mitch. Lips pursed in obvious disapproval, Haley shook her head.
So you're gonna let Jax get away? After all that trouble I went through to help him find you?
Autumn sighed. I don't know. Maybe I just need some time.
You're assuming he'll give you time.
That rubbed her the wrong way. If he won't, he's not worth it anyway. Haley smiled.
That's what I like to hear.
What do you mean?
Don't waste your time with a guy who's not worth it.
Was this some kind of reverse psychology? If so, it was working, because now Autumn was beginning to think she'd been a little hasty in ending her date.
Jax ate a protein-filled meal, then worked out hard in his home gym. He wasn't used to women behaving the way Autumn did. First, refusing to tell him so much as her name at the mall. Then, sending Haley to pick up her earring. And finally, ending their date before it had even had a chance to get going. And that was right after he'd told her that he played in the NFL, usually a surefire way to win a woman's affection. Why was Autumn different? He didn't know, but he was more intrigued than ever. After his workout, he showered, then settled into his favorite chair and used his phone to research exactly what had happened with Glenn Richmond. It didn't take long to figure out why Autumn had had such a visceral reaction to him knowing Glenn. According to the articles he'd read, Glenn had killed Mitch Foster, and Mitch Foster had been Autumn's husband. She was a widow, a very young widow. Only 24 when her husband had been killed 10 months earlier. No wonder she'd been reluctant to tell him anything about herself, to even give him her name when she'd run into him at the mall. And no wonder it bothered her that he knew the man who had killed her husband. Now he understood. But it wasn't right that she should shun him because his former teammate had killed her husband. That had nothing to do with him. Nothing at all. Jax was interested in Autumn. Very interested. He had to win her over. He had to convince her to give him a chance.
Who are they from? Autumn asked the delivery person when he handed her a massive bouquet of flowers the next morning, right when the salon opened. The man shrugged and pointed to a small white envelope.
There's a card.
Right. Thanks. Before the delivery man was even out the door, Haley and Cassie were next to Autumn at the counter, admiring the colorful bouquet.
I bet I know who they're from.
Haley said, a wide smile on her face. Autumn had a good idea, too. Knowing she had an audience, she plucked the envelope from the bouquet and slid the small card out. She read it out loud. Autumn, I'm so sorry about all you've been through, but I'd love the chance to get to know you better. Jax.
I think I'm in love.
Cassie said, her voice dreamy.
He's so hot. And look how sweet he is. Plus, he's a professional football player.
She fanned herself. Autumn laughed. She had to admit that Jax's thoughtful gesture touched her and made her regret even more her impulsive decision to end their date the day before. Then she remembered the trial and the way Glenn Richmond hadn't shown any remorse, how he'd acted like it was Mitch's fault for walking too close to the road. His arrogant attitude had made everything worse. Were all NFL players like that? Thinking the rules didn't apply to them? Was Jax like that? The idea that he was made her chest tighten. Was it worth getting to know him only to have him turn out to be just like the man who had taken away her husband? Could she deal with that?
What are you gonna do?
Haley asked. Autumn was torn. On the one hand, this felt like a setback and she wanted to retreat to the comfortable world of not dating. On the other hand, she was ready to get out there again, to find love again. Was Jax the man to start with? Or would being around him be too much of a reminder of all that she had been through? All that she had lost? Their first customer walked through the door, stopping their conversation. Cassie took the woman to her station, and then the salon got so busy that before Autumn knew it, it was time for her lunch break. Her mind went to the day before, to Jax walking through the door and how excited and nervous she had been all at the same time. She wanted that again, that feeling of anticipation, that feeling of hope that something good could be coming. She wanted another chance.
Chapter 8. Jax hoped he wasn't making a mistake. He'd confirmed with the florist shop that Autumn had received the flowers he'd sent, but she hadn't reached out to him. He knew she had his cell number from the whole earring incident, unless she'd lost his number. Or maybe she'd been too busy to text him, or maybe she wanted nothing to do with him. He shook his head as he got out of his car and walked toward the salon. He had to give this one more try. If she rejected him, he would walk away and never look back. But he wasn't ready to do that just yet. Smiling as he realized this was the third day in a row he'd come to Cutting Edge Salon, Jax reminded himself that he was a great catch, that any woman would be thrilled to have his attention. That if Autumn didn't want anything to do with him, it was her loss. Somehow he wasn't convinced. She wasn't like the other women he'd dated, ready to fall all over themselves to please him, ready to do his bidding. The fact that he was in the NFL didn't impress her. In fact, it seemed like less of an asset and more like a liability. To his surprise, he found he liked that, because if she liked him, it would be for him and not for his job. Reaching for the handle on the door to the salon, he was shocked to realize his heart was pounding. What was this, high school? He was a grown man, a very successful man. Why should he be nervous to show up without calling? What was the worst that could happen? It wasn't like she would call the police on him, right? Softly laughing at himself, when someone from inside the salon pulled the door open, he jumped back, startled. But when he saw Autumn standing in the doorway, her green eyes wide, her mouth opened in surprise, he smiled. She didn't look angry to see him. He even thought he saw a flash of happiness in her eyes.
Seeing Jax standing on the sidewalk in front of her salon was completely unexpected. It was true that Autumn had wanted to see him, and after he'd sent the flowers, her hopes that he would call had grown. But she hadn't expected him to drop by. "Hi," she said with a slow blink. "What are you doing here?"
I came to see if we could have a do-over.
A do-over?
Yeah, you know, like when you were a kid and you made a mistake and wanted to try again.
She tilted her head and pursed her lips, but inside she was smiling. I know what a do-over is. He laughed.
Good, so can we have one?
Was that what she wanted? Would she be able to get past the fact that he was in the NFL? Did she want to risk her heart only to have him turn out to be an egomaniac like Glenn Richmond? Then again, maybe he was different. Maybe he didn't think he was all that. She studied his face, gazed into his earnest blue eyes, and made a decision. Okay, yeah, I'm willing to have a do-over. The smile on his face made her glad she'd accepted.
Were you on your way to lunch?
She smiled. Yeah, I was.
May I join you?
His smile grew.
Or maybe take you somewhere?
Then his smile faltered.
Unless you have plans.
The only plans Autumn had were to grab a quick sandwich at a nearby deli. Should she admit that? Would that make her look desperate? She was so out of practice with dating. No, she said, and when his face fell, she quickly added, I don't have plans. His lips tilted upward.
Great.
His reaction boosted her confidence tremendously. Then she asked herself why a world-famous NFL player would be interested in her. Why? Caution signs lit up in her head as walls went up around her heart.
Sushi?
She hesitated, but only for a moment. Why not her? I'm more in the mood for a sandwich.
Sounds good.
He glanced toward his Lamborghini.
Do you want me to drive?
What if things went south again? She didn't want to rely on him to bring her back. I'll drive. He nodded.
All right.
She pointed to an older, dark green Honda Accord parked in a distant section of the parking lot. That's mine. Not waiting for his acknowledgement, because if he didn't want to come with her, that was fine, she walked toward her car. Half a beat later, he was by her side. Pleased, Autumn felt her heart lifting, but the walls stayed firmly in place. When they reached her car, she stuck her key in the lock, then looked at him with a grin. I don't have fancy doors. He laughed.
As long as they open and close, they'll be perfect.
She appreciated his sense of humor because now that they were about to climb into her car, which sported quite a bit of Sasha's dog hair, she was slightly embarrassed that her car was not so fancy. She opened her door and pressed the button to unlock the passenger door, then cringed as she watched him lift several pieces of paper and an empty water bottle from the passenger seat. You can toss that in back, she said before sliding inside. Moments later, he was belted in.
Do you have a dog?
The hair, she thought. Great. Yeah, Sasha's a yellow lab.
Nice.
She backed out of her space. Do you have a dog?
I did when I was a kid, but I'm on the road too much now.
Oh. She pulled into traffic and headed toward the deli, which was several blocks away. What kind of dog did you have? He shrugged.
Just a mutt, but I loved that dog.
He smiled.
His name was Buster.
Autumn liked that Jax was a dog lover. She would have to see what Sasha thought about Jax. Hold on. No reason to get ahead of herself. They hadn't even finished one date yet. It wasn't a good idea to think about future dates until this one had actually completed. Thank you for the flowers, she said, and when she looked Jax's way, he smiled.
You're welcome.
As they sat across from each other in a booth a short time later, their sandwiches in front of them, Autumn thought she ought to say something about abruptly ending their lunch date the day before. I'm sorry about yesterday. He shook his head as he finished chewing. Then he set his sandwich down.
No need to apologize.
Really? She thought. He was going to let her off the hook that easily?
After I left, I dug deeper into the details of what happened with Glenn.
Nearly cringing at the casual use of the man's name, she said, Okay. Did Jax know the whole story? Did he know that she was a widow? Did she want him to know? The last thing she wanted was his, or anyone's, pity.
I had no idea you were
A muscle worked in his jaw.
affected by what he did.
He paused.
I'm so sorry about what happened.
So, He did know the whole story. Thanks. I appreciate that. What else was there to say? An awkward silence followed. Not wanting their date to be about her loss, after all, she was finally ready to move on. She said, "Now that the football season is over, what do you do all day?" Jax straightened in his seat.
Actually, next week I have off-season training, but even when I don't have any required workouts, I still spend a lot of my time in the gym. Gotta stay in shape.
Autumn liked that he was so devoted to his career. Then again, anyone at his level would have to be. She thought about the way they'd met. "I have to be honest, Jax. You don't seem like the type of guy who usually hangs out at the mall." He laughed.
Believe me, I'm not. I only went because I had to get a last-minute gift. Jax was glad Autumn hadn't wanted to talk more about losing her husband. Not that he would mind listening, but he didn't want to talk about another man. He wanted to talk about her.
"What would you have done if Haley hadn't told you where I work?"
Lifting his shoulders in a shrug, he said, "Not much more I could have done." He grinned. "Besides texting her over and over until she either told me where to find you or had a restraining order put on me." Autumn laughed.
"For the record, I'm glad you didn't have to go to that extreme."
"For the record, huh?" Autumn's gaze slid to her lap, and Jax found her shyness charming. Now that he knew she was a widow, he could only assume she hadn't been on many dates recently. Maybe she hadn't been on any until today. "Is this your first date? I mean, since losing your husband?" A blush colored her cheeks, and sadness filled her eyes. Jax wished he hadn't asked such a dumb question. What did it matter if this was her first date or her 21st? "Never mind," he said. Then he took a bite of his sandwich. She shook her head.
"No, it's okay, and yes, this is my first date."
He was sure she must have had other opportunities. Yet her first date was with him. "I'm honored."
"Uh-huh."
"Really?" She smiled, her green eyes sparkling.
"Right, because you have such a difficult time finding women to go out with you."
He knew what she was saying, and yes, he'd never had trouble finding a date, but he meant it. She was nothing like the women he usually went out with. He liked that. Deciding it would be best to let the matter lie, he asked, "How's your sandwich?" She smiled in a way that let him know she knew he was trying to change the subject.
"It's delicious."
She paused, a thoughtful look on her face.
"How many women have you dated, Jax? And why are you still single?"
Her eyes narrowed.
"Are you a player?"
He laughed. "Isn't that a bit personal to ask on a first date?" Color flooded her cheeks, but she didn't look away.
"I don't want to waste my time with you if you see me as just another potential notch on your belt loop."
Now Jax felt his face heat. The woman was direct, no doubt about it. Now he had to figure out how to answer her question without scaring her away.
What had gotten into her? Autumn couldn't believe the words that had come out of her mouth, and based on the way Jax shifted in his seat, he couldn't believe it either. But it was out there now, and she wasn't going to take it back. Besides, she really wanted to know. "Be honest with me," she said when he stayed silent. "That's all I ask."
Of course.
Then he took a swallow of his soda.
"I've dated quite a few women over the years, but I've never found anyone I wanted to marry."
She nodded. That wasn't unreasonable, but he hadn't answered her other question. "Are you a player?" she asked. He cleared his throat.
"What do you mean exactly?"
That pretty much answered her question, but she decided to play along. "I mean, do you date lots of different women at the same time? Are you just looking for a good time? Do you have a fear of commitment?"
Wow.
He was clearly uncomfortable with her direct questions.
This might be the most intense first date conversation I've ever had.
"So," she said, "that's a yes."
Chapter 9. Jax didn't want to admit that, yes, he had some player tendencies, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized that hadn't been the case lately. Not for quite a while. And he really wanted to convince Autumn that he wasn't a player. He studied her face. She clearly had no problem with commitment. She'd been married, after all. But he wasn't ready to settle down. Not yet. Not until he found the right woman. He thought about some of the guys on the team. Josh Weisner, Brock Remington, Hank Parson. All three of them had found the woman that was right for them. What was wrong with him? Why hadn't he found anyone? Autumn avoided his eyes as she wrapped her sandwich in the paper it came in, evidently ready to end their date. Wait. She looked at him, her eyes questioning. I'm not a player. Her head tilted to the side.
Are you sure? It took you an awful long time to come up with that answer.
Why was he so desperate to convince her? I'm sure.
So, you're not dating anyone right now?
He'd gone out with a woman named Kelly Judd several times recently, but it had been over a week since he'd spoken to her, and he hadn't been dating anyone else. No reason, really. Just the way things had worked out. No, I'm not. She stared at him.
Huh. Okay.
Did that mean she was convinced? Hope shot through him. This was crazy. He was never one to be set back on his heels. What was going on here? She unwrapped her sandwich and lifted it to take a small bite.
Why was she giving him such a hard time? This was so not like her, but she didn't seem able to stop herself. Maybe she was trying to push him away. Maybe she wasn't ready to date yet. Maybe all these questions, this probing, would scare him off. Was that what she wanted? She looked at Jax's handsome face. He was watching her, almost like he was on edge, waiting to see what she would ask him next. He didn't need to worry. She was done with those questions. For now. What position do you play? He straightened, like this new line of questioning had been unexpected. She kind of liked keeping him off balance. It made her feel more in control.
Defensive end.
Mitch had watched football whenever he could, but she hadn't paid much attention. What does a defensive end do? He settled back in his seat, like this was a subject he was comfortable with, and Autumn continued eating.
I'm a pass rusher, which means I disrupt the play by either sacking the quarterback, making him hurry the throw, or making him scramble. Basically, anything that will make the quarterback fail in moving the ball.
To Autumn's surprise, she found this kind of interesting. Are you any good? Jax burst out laughing, then he nodded.
Yeah.
His tone was confident. At that moment, a group of teenage boys approached them.
Mr. Cordova,
One of the kids said.
can I get a selfie with you?
Sure.
He said as he glanced at Autumn. Watching him with the boys brought a smile to her face. When they were done taking pictures, she turned to the boys with a grin. Is he a good football player? Their eyes widened and they nodded vigorously.
He's awesome!
Autumn's focus went to Jax, and she could see the pride on his face. How big was his ego?
Jax couldn't have planned this better if he'd tried. Those kids had perfect timing. Do you want me to autograph anything? He asked one of the boys. It was a bit of overkill, but he wanted to impress Autumn. He glanced her way and saw a tiny frown on her mouth.
Yeah!
One of the boys said before taking a notebook and pen out of his backpack and holding them out to Jax. Jax scrawled his signature across the page, and after giving each of the other boys an autograph, he and Autumn were alone. When he looked at her again, she was focused on finishing her sandwich. She did not look impressed. Wow. This was so beyond what he was used to with women that he didn't know what to do. Had he overdone it with offering to give them an autograph? Sorry about the interruption, he said in a lame attempt to see what was going on in her mind. She wadded up the paper wrapper from her sandwich and wiped her fingers on a napkin.
Does that happen a lot?
Only when I'm out in public. He chuckled, and when her lips curved into a half smile like she wasn't annoyed, relief flooded him.
Does it bother you to be interrupted like that when you're eating lunch or shopping or doing whatever it is you're doing?
Not really. It comes with the job, and I love my job. He paused. Did it bother you?
Chapter 10. Autumn took a moment to think about it. She didn't mind, per se. The thing she was worried about was Jax's attitude. Did he feel entitled to that kind of attention? Did it feed his ego? He'd sure seemed to like it. Not that she faulted him. But if he was anything like Glenn Richmond, blaming others for his mistakes, feeling like the world owed him, he was not the man for her. I guess it would depend on who's doing the interrupting, she finally said. Those were just kids, so it didn't really bother me. Jax nodded.
But it would bother you if it was adults?
I think it would get old. Her eyebrows scrunched together. Does it ever get old to you?
Of course. I mean, I like having fans, but yeah, there are definitely times when I'd rather not have them approach me.
That sounded promising. And despite her concerns, she liked him. He'd gone to some trouble to track her down and ask her out, and when she'd cut their date short the day before, he hadn't let that deter him. He wasn't one to give up easily. Maybe that's what she needed, because it wouldn't take much for her to retreat to her comfort zone of spending evenings home alone. "Thank you for lunch," she said with a smile. He grinned.
Thank you for the do-over.
Softly chuckling, Autumn put her purse over her shoulder. "I'm glad you suggested it," she said, because if he hadn't, that would have been the end of things.
I have another suggestion for you. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I suggest that we have dinner together.
Dinner? That seemed so much more formal than lunch, so much more like a real date. I don't know if that will work. She hated the fear that constricted her chest. Fear of getting too close to someone only to have him leave her.
What about earlier tomorrow, or do you have to work?
She usually did work on Saturdays, but she was determined to take at least a baby step in the right direction. "I'll be done by 11. His face lit up.
Perfect. Do you want me to pick you up from the salon?
That was a great idea. If he didn't know where she lived, she could hold on to the illusion that this was less like a date and more like friends getting together. It was ridiculous, she knew, but whatever helped her take those steps. "Yeah," she replied. "That would work." When they got back to the salon and he said he would see her the next afternoon, Autumn couldn't stop the feeling of anticipation that swept over her. And when she walked into the salon, she couldn't hide the smile that blossomed on her mouth.
Did you have a good lunch?
Haley asked, and Autumn realized her friends had no idea she'd had lunch with Jax. "Yes, I did," she said, not able to disguise her excitement. Haley squinted in Autumn's direction, although her hands never stopped moving as she styled her client's hair.
What was so good about it?
Autumn smiled. "I may have had lunch with a certain man." Haley's eyes widened and her hands stopped moving. Then she met her client's gaze in the mirror.
You wouldn't believe how hot this guy is, Trish.
Trish laughed, then turned to Autumn.
"We all want to hear about this."
Autumn grinned. Then she told them how Jax had shown up, asked for another chance, and how they'd gone to lunch.
And?
Cassie asked.
When are you going out again?
Autumn straightened her station in preparation for her next appointment, then turned to face Cassie. "We might be getting together tomorrow."
Might be?
Haley asked. A woman in her late 20s walked through the door of the salon. "Okay," Autumn said. "We are getting together. He's picking me up tomorrow at 11. She couldn't wipe the smile from her lips as she turned to her appointment. "Hi there, Natalie. How are you?" Natalie sat in the chair at Autumn's station, and Autumn wrapped the smock around her shoulders.
I'm doing fine. What about you?
"I'm doing awesome." Natalie met Autumn's eyes in the mirror.
Oh, yeah? What's going on?
Autumn paused. Natalie had worked with Mitch. She only knew Natalie through Mitch. Would it be weird for Autumn to tell her about Jax? But Natalie had been nothing but supportive since Mitch had died. She would want to know Autumn's good news. Bending toward Natalie's ear, Autumn murmured, "I met someone." Natalie tilted her head in clear interest.
Really?
Autumn nodded, her face lighting up as she straightened. "Yes."
That's great. I'm thrilled for you.
Autumn was pretty thrilled for herself. "Thanks." She started trimming Natalie's shoulder-length hair.
Tell me about him.
Feeling like she was back in high school, she had to hold back a giggle. "He's tall and handsome and seems really sweet."
When did you meet him?
Autumn's lips stretched into a smile. "Tuesday." Surprise registered on Natalie's face.
3 days ago?
"Uh-huh."
What does he do?
Natalie was well aware of who had killed Mitch. Did Autumn want to reveal this bit? He plays for the Vipers."
Oh my gosh, Autumn.
There was no doubting Natalie's disapproval.
How do you think Mitch would feel about that?
Autumn's hands froze mid-snip, and she noticed the salon had gone quiet.
I think he would be happy Autumn's moving on.
Haley said, nearly glaring at Natalie. Autumn looked at Haley with gratitude, although Natalie's comment made her doubt herself all over again. She continued cutting Natalie's hair, her heart pounding in rhythm with the snipping of the scissors.
It's hard to know how he would feel since he's dead,
Natalie said, her voice so soft that Autumn wasn't sure she'd heard her right. "What did you say?" Autumn asked.
Nothing.
She must have misunderstood. Uncertain what to believe, she decided to change the subject. "What's new with you, Natalie? Any special man in your life?" A scowl flashed across Natalie's face before she replaced it with a smile.
Nope. Guess I'm not as lucky as you.
Autumn didn't feel lucky. If she were lucky, she wouldn't have lost her husband. Even so, she was grateful that she'd managed to pull herself out of the deep trench of grief and had taken a step toward moving on. "Don't give up hope," Autumn said. "The right man will come along." Then she glanced at Natalie in the mirror and noticed her wearing a pinched expression. What was going on with Natalie today? She was usually in a better mood. Maybe she was stressed from work. Autumn remembered how stressed Mitch would get. Working in a law office was all about stress. "How are things at the office?" Natalie seemed to brighten at that.
Really good. I love my job.
Huh. Not stressed from work? Then why the strange reaction to hearing about Jax? Autumn chalked it up to Natalie secretly, maybe not so secretly, thinking it was too soon for Autumn to move on. Well, Autumn couldn't let other people dictate the way she lived her life. She finished styling Natalie's hair, scheduled her next appointment, then told her goodbye. Autumn forgot about Natalie's comments until she received a text from her that evening apologizing for her behavior. From Natalie, "I recently broke up with my boyfriend. I know it's no excuse, but I'm sorry for what I said. Forgive me?" From Autumn, "Of course, and if you want to talk, I'm here for you." From Natalie, "Thanks, Autumn. You're the best, and you deserve all the happiness in the world." Autumn tucked her phone away and got ready for bed, her mind on Jax and their date the next day.
Chapter 11. Jax wanted to impress Autumn, but he was at a loss at how to do that. So far, his attempts had fallen flat, but today would be a new chance. He parked his car and strode to the door of the salon, softly chuckling that a women's hair salon had become his favorite place to go. When he walked in, all eyes swiveled in his direction, including Autumn's. She was doing a woman's hair, but with everyone looking at him, he felt self-conscious in a way he wasn't used to. Normally, when everyone's attention was on him, it was because he'd been recognized as a player for the Vipers. No question that wasn't the case here. He said, as he pointed to a chair in the waiting area. "I'll wait here." He picked up a magazine, but the moment he started thumbing through it, he felt all eyes on him. That's when he realized the magazine was all about women's fashion. Lifting his eyes, he looked in Autumn's direction. Her lips were mashed together like she was trying not to laugh, but Haley had no such compunction. Her grin was wide as she shook her head. Face burning, Jax tossed the magazine onto the low table next to his chair and took out his phone. Everyone went back to what they'd been doing, and after several minutes, Jax looked toward Autumn, who appeared to be putting the finishing touches on her customer's hair using a combination of her fingers and a brush to make the woman's hair just so, and then adding hairspray. Autumn chatted and smiled, completely focused on her customer. When she was done, she walked the woman to the register, and after the woman paid, Autumn pointed to a basket of muffins on the counter and said,
Help yourself.
The woman took one with a smile, then left. When Autumn approached Jax, he stood to greet her, captivated by her smile and the sparkle in her eyes.
Hello.
He smiled down at her. She wasn't short, but he was still a good 10 inches taller than she was. Ready to go? Her smile grew.
Yes, I am.
She said with enthusiasm. Then her eyebrows rose in question.
What do you have planned?
Was she in a mood to be impressed? He hoped so. That depends.
On what?
He laughed and pulled out a single dice. On what number you roll? This seemed to pique her interest.
Okay.
He handed her the small white cube, and she cupped it in her hands and shook it. Then, with a sidelong glance at Jax, she blew on it once before rolling it right on the laminate wood floor. She looked at the dice before turning to him.
3.
Well, that's interesting. She looked intrigued.
What's interesting about a 3?
Because a 3 means we take a horseback ride. She tilted her head as if impressed. Jax was thrilled.
Autumn was delighted. What a fun way to choose an activity, and how creative. Let me just grab some sunscreen.
Good idea.
Moments later, she was back. He smiled before opening the salon door for her.
Shall we?
Yes. As they walked toward his car, she turned to him. What were the activities for the other numbers? He chuckled.
I can't tell you.
Why not? He pressed a button on his key fob, and the doors of his Lamborghini opened upward.
I'm saving them for the next time you roll the dice,
he said with a chuckle. She climbed into the passenger seat and smiled up at him with one eyebrow arched. Or maybe you would have said horseback riding no matter which number I rolled. He threw his head back and laughed.
Guess you'll have to roll the dice again and see.
As she watched him walk around to the driver's side, she decided she would like that opportunity.
Have you ever ridden a horse?
He asked as they drove. Yes, but only a couple of times, and it's been a while. What about you?
I've been a few times, but you couldn't exactly call me a cowboy.
Autumn laughed. Well, I'm no cowgirl, so who's going to help us survive this horse ride?
No need to worry about that. I've got it covered.
Autumn glanced his way, glad to know he had everything under control. Ever since Mitch had died, she'd had to be responsible for every little thing in her life. It was refreshing to have someone else take charge for a change. A short time later, they arrived at a ranch and turned onto a dirt road. Your car's going to need a bath after this, Autumn said as she looked out the window at the clouds of dust that followed in their wake. Jax glanced in his rearview mirror.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to get it detailed.
Or you could wash it yourself. Autumn was a do-it-yourself kind of girl. Jax turned to her with a grin.
Only if you help me.
That depended on how this date went, she thought. We'll see, she said. Jax parked, then helped her from the car before leading the way to a corral where 3 horses stood ready, saddled up and waiting. Autumn reached out and gently stroked the nose of the closest horse, a light brown mare with big brown eyes. Hi there, beauty, she murmured. The horse blew out a breath, then lifted its muzzle. Autumn laughed. You like that, huh? Wish I had something to feed you, but you're probably not supposed to eat before a ride.
Jax watched Autumn interact with the horse and was pleased with himself for coming up with this idea for a date. Autumn was right that no matter which number she'd rolled on the dice, This was the activity he would have said, but it had been a fun concept. He'd just have to come up with more ideas for future dates. He paused in his thoughts. He didn't usually think about future dates with a woman when the current date had barely begun, but there was something about Autumn that made him want to spend as much time with her as she would allow. It was rather disconcerting, but in a strange way he liked being off-kilter when it came to her. He liked that he couldn't predict what she would do, what she would say, what would impress her.
Mr. Cordova!
A man in a cowboy hat, jeans, and a long-sleeved shirt said as he approached them.
Welcome to the El Camino Ranch. I'm Steve.
Jax held out his hand. Hi, Steve. Call me Jax, and this is Autumn. Steve shook Autumn's hand.
Welcome, Miss Autumn.
Thank you,
She said with a smile that Jax thought showed real pleasure. He wondered how much pleasure she'd had since losing her husband. A sudden urge to make up for the sadness and grief she'd experienced swept over him. He would do whatever he could to make that happen.
Autumn was excited, something she hadn't felt in ages, since before Mitch had died. Stealing a glance at Jax, she was grateful for the bit of happiness he was bringing into her day.
Autumn, you'll be on Drifter.
Steve said. Then he helped her onto the horse she'd been petting earlier, showing her how to hold the reins. She stroked Drifter's mane as she got comfortable.
Jax, you'll be on Banjo.
Autumn watched Jax climb on the back of the horse. Jax was a large man, but the horse looked like he could handle him. Steve climbed onto a horse named Neptune. Once they were all on their horses, Autumn realized it was just the three of them. Was that typical? The other times she'd gone on horseback rides, there had been 10 or so people in the group. Duh, she thought with a start. Jax had arranged it this way. Smiling to herself, she followed Steve as he led them on their ride. Jax was behind her, and she was very aware that he was there, and she wondered what other surprises he had planned. Chapter 12. Autumn enjoyed the horseback ride through the trees. The April afternoon was clear and sunny, the breeze gentle, the temperature perfect. She and Jax didn't talk much, but since they were riding single file, it wasn't exactly conducive to conversation. After about 45 minutes, they reached a meadow. Steve stopped and turned his horse so that he was facing them.
I'll leave you here.
He said to Jax.
You should have cell service, so give me a holler if you need me to guide you back.
Jax pulled his phone out of his pocket and looked at the screen, then smiled at Steve.
Will do.
Steve tipped his hat to Autumn, then, after handing Jax the basket that had been stored in one of Neptune's saddlebags, he galloped back the way they'd come. Not sure what was happening, Autumn turned to Jax. What's going on? Jax chuckled and held up the basket.
Lunch.
He slid off his horse, wrapped the reins around a nearby tree, set the basket on the ground, then strode to Autumn and held out his hands.
Are you hungry?
Yes. Then, to her surprise, he lifted her right off the horse and lowered her to the ground like a dancer. The man was strong, no doubt about it, and with him by her side, she felt completely safe out here in the wilderness. Lunch, huh? You're full of surprises, Jax. He grinned.
I hope that's a good thing.
She laughed. Oh yeah, it is. He looked toward the meadow, then turned to her.
Do you prefer shade or sun?
She touched her cheek. I think I've had enough sun for now. She'd put on sunscreen earlier, but with her fair skin, she tended to burn easily.
All right.
He opened the basket, took out a blanket, and spread it on the grass under a tree. Perfect, Autumn said before settling on the blanket.
Jax spread out the food Steve had prepared for them, glad he'd found out about this place from a friend. Knowing they wouldn't have any interruptions, he'd put his phone on mute. Jax looked forward to getting to know Autumn without all the distractions they would normally face on a date. I hope you don't mind turkey and avocado again, he said, as he set their sandwiches on paper plates before adding bunches of grapes and bags of chips. Since that's what you had yesterday.
I love turkey and avocado.
They began eating, and Jax admired the soft curve of Autumn's jaw, her long lashes, the striking green of her eyes, the perfect fullness of her lips. Then he noticed she'd stopped eating. What's wrong? Her lips tugged upward in what appeared to be a barely suppressed smile.
You're staring.
He laughed. I can't help it. She shook her head like she'd heard that one before.
Right.
He meant it. Everything about her intrigued him, made him want to be with her, get to know her. He had no doubt that she had an inner strength that most women her age hadn't developed, and he admired that. Losing a husband at such a young age had to be beyond difficult, but he didn't want to focus on that. What do you like to do for fun? She set her sandwich on her paper plate as a thoughtful look came over her.
Fun. I seem to spend most of my time at the salon, but when I'm trying to unwind, I like to bake.
Oh yeah? What do you bake?
The usual. Cookies, cakes, brownies. Sometimes I bake banana bread or zucchini bread. I also love to bake muffins.
How often do you bake those delicious-sounding treats? She smiled.
A couple times a week.
Jax appraised her slender body, stopping at her face. What do you do with all that food? You don't look like you eat any of it. A soft blush colored her cheeks.
I bring it to the salon and feed it to my customers.
Jax nodded as he remembered the woman taking a muffin before she'd left the salon. That's why you're always so busy. Maybe you should open a bakery. She shook her head.
That would take all the fun out of it.
After eating a bite of sandwich, she said,
What about you? Do you do anything besides play football?
To his surprise, he didn't want to talk about himself, a subject he usually loved. He would rather know more about her. Still, he wouldn't ignore her question. I like outdoor stuff, hiking, riding my ATV. He laughed. Sometimes horseback riding.
Those sound like fun.
Do you like to hike?
Sure, I used to as a kid, but I haven't gone hiking in years.
Jax knew what one of their next dates would be. Wait, now he was thinking multiple dates ahead? What had gotten into him? Pushing aside the question, he focused on Autumn. Did you grow up in Sacramento? She nodded as she chewed, then she set her sandwich on her plate.
Yep. I like it here. Can't really imagine living anywhere else. What about you?
I'm from Chicago originally, but I'll stay in Sacramento as long as the Vipers will have me.
Pleased with how much she was enjoying her time with Jax, Autumn studied his face as he spoke. His blue eyes captivated her, and the easy way he spoke about himself, like he was comfortable in his skin, relaxed her. Being with him was effortless. She hadn't felt this way with a man since Mitch. The thought took her by surprise. It was quickly followed by a twinge of guilt. But there was no reason to feel guilty. She was only 25. She was allowed to move on with her life, to find happiness again. How does that work? She asked. Is your job secure? He chuckled.
As long as I'm healthy and I perform, it'll be secure.
Do you ever worry about getting hurt? When Mitch had watched football, she'd never sat down and watched it with him, but she'd seen enough of the action to know injuries were common.
I can't let myself worry about that. If I did, I wouldn't be able to do my job.
He looked thoughtful.
Do you ever worry about slicing your skin open with your scissors when you're cutting someone's hair?
No! Her tone of voice showed how ridiculous that was. He grinned.
Yet you're wielding sharp blades right by your fingers.
Slowly nodding, she said, Okay, I get it. There's danger in many jobs, but if you worried about it, you would never get anything done.
Exactly.
She shook her head. I don't know how you do it, though. Crashing into other huge men and then slamming to the ground? That's got to hurt. He laughed.
It's not like falling on a mattress, that's for sure. But when I make a good hit, especially if I sack the quarterback, that feels great.
Autumn could see the passion for the game in Jax's eyes, and she found her attraction to him growing. What would it feel like to kiss him? The thought was so unexpected that she had to look away as heat burned her face. Maybe I should do it just to get it out of the way. What was going on with her? This wasn't how her mind worked. Lifting her gaze to Jax's face, she knew she really wanted him to kiss her. Maybe it was because it had been so long since she'd been kissed, or maybe it was because she'd learned that things could change in the blink of an eye and she didn't want to have any regrets. Or maybe it was just because she was so attracted to him. Whatever it was, the urge was powerful.
What are you thinking?
Should she tell him? Could she be that bold? It was only their second date. No, she couldn't tell him. That would make her just like the groupies who surely threw themselves at him all the time. No, he would have to approach her first. What a beautiful day it is, she said in answer to his question. His eyes were steady on her.
Yes, it is beautiful.
The way he looked at her and the intensity of his eyes sent a thrill of excitement charging through her.
Chapter 13. Jax couldn't get enough of Autumn Foster. Just sitting under a tree with her filled a need he hadn't even realized he had. Those rosy lips were begging to be kissed, but he held back. She wasn't like the other women he dated, eager to throw themselves into his arms. She was different, and he would treat her differently. They finished eating, and Jax began to clean up from the meal. "Do you want to go for a walk?" Autumn smiled.
Sure.
She got to her feet, and after Jax put their trash in the basket and grabbed a pair of water bottles, he stood as well. Looking toward the line of trees in the distance, he saw a trail leading away from them and beyond. "Let's check out that trail." Autumn looked in that direction, then turned to him with a bright smile.
Let's do it.
Glad she was up for it, he gestured toward the trail, and after she began walking, he fell into step beside her.
It feels great to get out here and walk,
she said, as she lifted her face to the blue sky before turning to him.
I spend so much time in the salon that it feels like I hardly ever get to see the sun.
He had every intention of changing that, but he wasn't sure he should tell her that just yet. No reason to take a chance on scaring her off.
Maybe,
she said, then she bit her lip.
Maybe you can take me on one of your hikes.
Elated that she was suggesting it, he nodded. Absolutely. In fact, I'm going on a hike tomorrow afternoon. Do you want to come along?
I'd like that.
Without a second thought, he took her hand in his. Her hand was so small compared to his, but it still fit perfectly within his grasp.
Was she moving too fast? She'd only met Jax 4 days earlier, but not only was she already scheduling another date, they were holding hands as they walked under the trees on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Even if things were moving faster than she would have thought she could handle, it felt good, and she wasn't going to do anything to stop it. Movement to Autumn's right caught her eye. Look, she whispered. A deer. They stopped and watched as the deer lifted its head and looked at them for a moment before it continued grazing. Excited to see wildlife on this most perfect of dates, Autumn's heart soared with happiness, and when she turned to Jax with a smile, she saw that he wasn't looking at the deer. He was looking at her with an expression that made Autumn's pulse race. Suddenly terrified that he was going to kiss her, she swallowed hard before saying, "Shall we go on?" Disappointment flashed across his face before he nodded.
Yeah.
Her hand was still in his, and she felt a mixture of dismay and relief. Maybe she wasn't ready to kiss him, even though she desperately wanted to. Kissing him would take their fledgling relationship to another level, a level that could lead to her falling for him, which could lead to her heart getting broken. She definitely wasn't ready for that. She would never be ready for that. Still, she knew at some point she would have to take a chance. They walked in silence, the only sound the whisper of the wind as it ruffled the pine needles in the trees that surrounded them. After another 10 minutes, Jax asked if she was ready to go back. In a way she was, but the beauty that surrounded them was so peaceful, and she so enjoyed the easy silence between them that she didn't want to leave. "Yeah," she said reluctantly. "We should probably get back." Jax chuckled.
And then you can help me wash my car.
They turned around and started walking back the way they'd come. Autumn had washed her own car many times. Could he say the same? She rather doubted it, and as she looked at him out of the corner of her eye, she asked, "Have you ever washed your car yourself?" He grinned.
I've washed my cars myself before, but you've got me. I've never washed that car myself.
Autumn laughed. "Thought so."
There's always a first time.
His voice softened.
For everything.
There was a double meaning there, but she wasn't sure where he was going with it. "What do you mean?"
I mean, I've never dated a widow, and, well, like you told me before, I'm the first man you've dated in a while.
He stopped and faced her. Autumn's heart began to pound.
You're so beautiful, Autumn.
Now the pounding of her heart was joined by a flock of butterflies battling to get out of her chest. "Thank you." Her voice was barely above a whisper. She gazed up at him, overwhelmed by his sheer size, by his powerful masculinity, by how attracted she was to him. She wanted him to kiss her. So bad. But she was also terrified to open up her heart.
Her lips were so full, her eyes so wide with vulnerability, her body so close. Jax couldn't tear his gaze away. He wanted her, more than he'd wanted any woman before. The moment felt right, and before he could talk himself out of it, he placed 2 fingers under her chin, forcing her eyes to meet his. Autumn, I'm going to kiss you now. She didn't say a word, and her eyes never wavered from his. Taking that to mean that she wanted him to kiss her, he lowered his mouth toward hers, and when their lips met, he felt her softly inhale. He moved one of his hands to the back of her neck, while the other slid around her waist, and when her arms wound around his neck, he knew he'd read her right. She wanted this as much as he did.
A kaleidoscope of emotions pummeled Autumn. The sensation of being held and kissed was something she had missed desperately, and she clung to Jax as he enveloped her in his arms. Her attraction to him was powerful enough to keep her there a moment longer, but as the fear of loss she'd been suppressing swelled within her, she broke their embrace, gently pushing against his chest as she took a step back. Nearly out of breath, she stared at him, unsure how to explain what she was feeling.
Are you okay?
Not sure. She lifted her shoulders in a shrug. Yes? It came out as a question. One side of his mouth quirked up.
Okay.
I am. Wow. Way to ruin the moment, she thought. Irritated with herself, she pushed a smile onto her mouth.
Clearly, she was not okay, and Jax kind of regretted kissing her. Except that he really liked it. He really liked her. He reminded himself that she was a widow, that he was the first man she'd dated since becoming a widow. Certain that played a large part in her reaction, he decided to not make a big deal about it. If we're going to have time to wash my car, he said, we should get back to the horses. Relief filled her eyes.
I agree.
With a nod, Jax took her hand and they reached the horses a short time later.
Should we call Steve?
We can do this on our own.
You think so?
Yeah. He wasn't 100% sure, but he wasn't about to show any doubts. Let me help you onto your horse. Jax put his hands on Autumn's waist and steadied her as she put her foot in the stirrup and swung her leg over Drifter's back. See? No problem. Now you just need to get Drifter onto the trail. I'll bet he knows how to get home. He unwrapped Drifter's reins from the tree and handed them to Autumn. Then he unwrapped Banjo's reins from the tree and climbed onto his back. Do you want me to lead?
Yes.
Now that he was on the horse, his confidence wavered, but he pushed down his hesitation and pretended like he knew what he was doing as he made a clicking sound with his mouth and tugged the reins to the side to guide Banjo onto the trail. To Jax's delight, Banjo did as Jax wanted, and after making sure Autumn was right behind him, they headed off. "Everything okay back there?" he asked a few minutes later, looking behind him.
Yeah, this is pretty fun with just the two of us.
He agreed. They were able to go a little faster than when Steve had led them, and soon they were back at the corral.
Glad you made it okay.
Steve said as he met them, taking the reins of Banjo while Jax climbed down. "Piece of cake," Jax said with a self-satisfied grin. Then he helped Autumn down.
That was a lot of fun,
She said to Steve.
Thanks for everything.
Steve laughed.
Thank the gentleman here. It was all his doing.
Autumn glanced at Jax, her eyes sparkling.
I already thanked him.
Their kiss filled Jax's mind, and he was eager for more. He only hoped Autumn felt the same.
Chapter 14. As they drove back to Sacramento, Autumn felt relaxed and calm. We should stop by my place so you can meet Sasha.
Meeting the dog? Are we to that step already?
Autumn laughed. Yes, if Sasha doesn't like you, I won't be able to help you wash your car.
Now that would be tragic, because I'm actually kind of out of practice.
Uh-huh. That's what I figured. Do you even have a bucket and sponge?
I'm sure I do. Somewhere.
Okay, we'll wash it at my place. I know exactly where my bucket and sponge are. Jax laughed.
Sounds like a plan. You'll just need to tell me where you live.
To Autumn's surprise, the idea of Jax knowing where she lived felt right. She told him her address and how to get there, and as they drove, they chatted comfortably. When they reached Autumn's house, a modest one-story in a subdivision, Autumn told him to park in the middle of her driveway. It will be easier to wash your car that way, she added with a smirk. He laughed.
I do remember that much.
He helped her out of his car and she heard barking coming from behind the fence. That's Sasha.
Is that her "I'm happy to see you" bark or her "who did you bring home" bark?
Autumn laughed. Maybe a little of both, but I promise she's friendly. Jax pinched the skin at his throat.
I guess we'll see.
His tone broadcast reluctance. Are you afraid of dogs? He chuckled, but it sounded like he was not at ease.
Only of the ones that bite me.
Surprised by his obvious discomfort, she shook her head as she smiled. Slamming grown men to the ground on the football field week after week doesn't bother you, but a soft little puppy dog does.
I thought Sasha was full grown.
Autumn's smile grew. Oh, she is.
Jax grunted, then looked toward the fence. It had been years since he'd been bitten, and he'd thought he'd put it behind him. But hearing Sasha's aggressive barks brought the memory right back. He'd been a teenager hanging out in his friend's backyard, throwing a football back and forth, when his friend's dog had snagged the ball. Jax had tried to get the ball away from the dog, but the dog hadn't wanted to give it up. The dog had bit him on the arm, and Jax had needed 8 stitches. Looking at the scar on his arm, Jax reminded himself that that incident had been kind of a freak thing, and that it was unlikely to happen again. Still, as he followed Autumn into her house, he had to take a few slow, deep breaths to calm his racing heart.
Come here, sweet girl.
Autumn called as she approached a large doggy door that led to the backyard. A yellow lab burst through the doggy door, its tail wagging furiously and its tongue lolling out. It ran right past Autumn and directly toward Jax. Holding himself steady, Jax pretended Sasha was an offensive lineman headed his way. He held his ground, and seconds later, Sasha was vigorously sniffing his pants. At least she hadn't bitten him. Relieved, Jax held his hand toward her nose. She sniffed his skin, then licked his hand twice.
I think she likes you.
Almost giddy with relief, Jax stroked Sasha's head. You're right about one thing. She is soft.
Glad that Sasha approved of Jax, Autumn smiled as he pet Sasha's head. Come here, girl. Sasha immediately came to Autumn's side. Do you like the big football player? Throwing a smile at Jax, Autumn scratched Sasha's chin. I think she wants to help us wash your car. Jax laughed.
Using her tongue? Or should we soap up her fur and have her rub against the car?
Whichever you prefer. Although she does tend to shed, so her tongue might be the better option. Jax laughed harder. Actually, her favorite part is when I squirt the hose and she tries to catch the water in her mouth.
Might as well get started then.
Autumn got 2 sponges and a bucket from the garage, squirted dish soap into the bucket, then headed out front with Jax and Sasha. As she filled the bucket with water from the hose, she marveled at how comfortable she felt with Jax and how natural it felt to be in her driveway, about to wash his Lamborghini. Okay, maybe the Lamborghini part didn't seem natural, but despite having such a fancy car, Jax seemed down to earth. "Soap's ready," she called out. Then she handed him the hose. He sprayed water all over his car, stopping to squirt Sasha, who loved the attention. Then they each took a soapy sponge and began washing the dust from his car. It didn't take long to complete the job, and after grabbing a pair of towels from the house, they began drying the car.
I should probably wash my car by hand more often,
Jax said as he wiped down the hood. Autumn was drying off the passenger side of the car. Why's that?
Regular car washes don't clean it as thoroughly.
That's right. Plus, they don't do this. Then she dropped the towel, picked up the hose, and squirted him. He jumped back, but not before she'd soaked his shirt.
Hey!
The smile on his face showed he didn't mind what she'd done, but when he looked at the hose in her hand, she knew he was thinking of retaliation. "Oh, no!" she shouted, running toward the faucet while keeping hold of the hose. But he was much faster than her, and he caught up to her before she reached the faucet.
Oh, yes!
He said, easily taking the hose from her. Sasha was barking. And when Autumn saw the indecision on Jax's face as he looked at Sasha, she took advantage of the moment to snatch the hose back and dash the last few feet to the faucet.
Where are you going?
Jax called out, leaping to her side before she could turn the faucet off. Startled, she screamed, but the smile never left her face. Sasha was right there, barking with enthusiasm. "It's okay," she told Sasha with a laugh. Then she held the hose out in front of her with the idea that she would keep it out of Jax's reach. His arms went around her from behind as he easily took the hose from her hands. The feel of his body pressed against hers made her forget why she was standing there in the first place.
I got it,
he murmured beside her ear. Jax's wet shirt soaked into her back, but she hardly noticed. So caught up was she in having him standing so close to her. The memory of their kiss in the mountains swept over her, and she relaxed against his chest. His arms tightened around her, and she leaned back, savoring the feeling of being embraced. Sasha continued to bark, and Autumn absently reached out and placed a calming hand on Sasha's head, which settled the dog down.
Jax loved the way it felt to hold Autumn in his arms, and with her neck so close to his lips, he couldn't stop himself from leaning down and pressing his mouth against her tender skin. She gasped, and he smiled as he kissed her neck again.
"We should,"
she began, her voice slightly breathless.
"We should finish drying your car before you end up with water spots."
He didn't want to push her beyond what she was ready to handle. Good idea. He dropped the hose to the ground, then reached around her and turned the faucet off. Her back was still to him. Taking her hand in his, he said, "Are you going to help me finish?" She turned around and met his gaze, her green eyes uncertain.
I'll get some window cleaner and paper towels."
All right. He watched her walk toward the front door, his mind racing with how wildly attracted he was to her.
Chapter 15. The moment Autumn closed the front door, she inhaled deeply before slowly breathing out. This attraction she had to Jax kind of blew her mind. A week earlier, she hadn't known if she would ever be ready to date again, yet here she was, on her third date, with a man she'd only recently met. She could feel her heart reaching out to him, wanting to fall for him, but holding back. After losing Mitch, she'd learned that her life could change in an instant, but she'd never thought it could change for the better so quickly. Yet that's the direction it seemed to be headed. Was it too good to be true? Was she moving too fast? As she gathered the glass cleaner and paper towels, she tried to talk herself down, to convince herself that there was no right speed she had to go. She just needed to listen to her heart. Cheered by the thought, she walked back out front to find Jax kneeling beside Sasha, petting her and talking to her. "What are you two discussing?" she asked with a smile as she approached them. Jax stood and faced her.
Sasha told me you need to go to dinner with me tonight.
Laughter burst from her mouth, and she looked at her yellow lab before meeting Jax's eyes. She did?
Yep.
Tilting his head, Jax said,
What does that mean?
"It means..." What did it mean? Autumn had no idea. Was this too much all at once? Should she pump the brakes? They were already going on a hike the next day. Then she asked herself, what was the worst that could happen if she agreed to dinner? The only thing that came to mind was that her attraction to him might deepen. No, it would deepen. But was that such a bad thing? "It means," she began again, "that Sasha might be right this time." Jax's face lit up.
Is that a yes?
Nodding, Autumn smiled. "It is." His face brightened even more.
All right. Let's get this bad boy done, and then you'll have time to clean up.
"What do you mean?" she asked playfully. "What's wrong with the way I look now?" Autumn swept her hands outward, encompassing her wet shirt, dusty jeans, and messy hair. Jax's gaze lasered in on her face.
Not a thing.
Heat rushed through Autumn's body. Tearing her eyes from his, she walked toward his car and murmured, "I'll start on the windows."
Liking the way he'd unsettled her, Jax watched Autumn spray glass cleaner onto his windshield. He'd been surprised when she'd agreed to dinner after her reluctance the day before. Then again, they'd been having a great time all afternoon. Why not extend it into the evening? His phone vibrated in his pocket, and when he took it out, he saw a text from Kelly Judd, the woman he'd gone out with a few times recently. Not wanting to read her text while he was with Autumn, he tucked his phone back in his pocket and helped Autumn wash the windows.
"Your car looks great,"
Autumn said as she scrutinized his Lamborghini. Then she tossed him a smile.
"We're good at this. Maybe we should wash mine."
Not in any hurry to leave, he looked toward her car parked in the carport. "I'm up for it if you are." She shook her head.
"I'm kidding. I just washed it the other day."
He laughed. "Okay, maybe when it needs it."
"We'll see."
There she goes again, he thought. She wasn't at all like the women he typically dated. Those women would be pulling out their phones and getting him to commit to a date they would get together. Not Autumn. Instead, she had him on edge. He almost wanted to pull out his phone and get her to commit to a future car washing date. Not sure if he liked this borderline interest/disinterest she displayed, Jax held on to the fact that she had committed to going out with him that night.
"Do you have any dice we can roll for where we'll go to dinner?"
she asked as she gathered up the discarded paper towels. Chuckling, he shook his head. "I only use the dice to decide on activities." Sasha sat on the concrete in front of Jax, then leaned against his leg. Autumn half smiled and half frowned.
"Huh.
What?" She shook her head.
Nothing. I guess she just wants you to give her attention."
Jax was happy to comply, giving Sasha a vigorous back scratch. She pressed harder against his leg, and he had to brace himself to keep from getting pushed backwards. Though he would have preferred to stay at Autumn's until they went to dinner, he knew she probably wanted to get ready for their date, and he needed a shower. "I'll come back at 6.
"I'll be ready."
"Thank you for helping me wash my car."
"You're welcome."
He thought she would say anytime, or something along those lines. Nope. He just hoped she wasn't getting sick of him. Maybe after their date that night, she would change her mind about going hiking with him the next day. That would be a big disappointment. As Jax drove home, he remembered the text from Kelly. When he got home, he pulled out his phone and read her message. From Kelly. Hi, gorgeous. Let's go out tonight. I'll make it worth your while. Frowning, Jax sent a quick reply. From Jax. Busy tonight. Should he say more than that? It had been a week since he'd gone out with her, and at the end of that date, when she'd pressed him for another, he'd been vague when he'd basically brushed her off. Evidently, she hadn't taken the hint that he wasn't interested. He hated when he had to flat out tell a woman to stop contacting him. It was something he'd had to do a lot, and it never got any more comfortable. Would he have to do that with Autumn? Shaking his head as he smiled, he figured it would be the other way around.
Chapter 16.
Did he kiss you?
Autumn grinned as she pressed her phone against her ear. After Jax had left, she'd called Haley to tell her about their date. He may have.
Stop being vague and tell me everything.
Laughing, Autumn used her free hand to look through her closet for the perfect blouse, one that would set off her auburn hair and green eyes. Yes, he kissed me, and before he did, he said, "I'm going to kiss you now, Autumn." Grinning like an idiot, she heard Haley sigh.
You owe me so big.
She chose a sapphire blue blouse that would make the color of her hair look rich. "Why do I owe you?" she asked. Taking the blouse out of the closet and laying it on her bed, she pictured how it would look paired with her favorite form-fitting jeans. In a word, fabulous.
Because if it hadn't been for me, your dream man would never have found you.
Was Jax her dream man? She didn't know yet, but she was grateful to Haley. I suppose. She set the jeans on her bed beside the blouse. What do you want in payment? An extra day off? Autumn smirked. A new curling iron? Haley laughed.
No, I just want you to be happy.
Aw, thanks, Haley. You're the best.
I know. Now, you'd better hurry up and get ready. Call me tomorrow and tell me everything.
I will, loves.
Loves to you, too.
Taking her highest-heeled boots out of her closet, Autumn smiled. Even with these on, she would be a good 6 inches shorter than Jax, one of the benefits of dating such a tall man. An image of Mitch filled her mind. He hadn't been tall, just average height. But he'd been a good man, a man she'd loved with all her heart. Melancholy washed over her. After letting it sink into her heart, she took a deep breath, held it for a moment, then slowly exhaled, expelling her sadness along with her breath. It was all right to miss Mitch, to still love him, while at the same time giving herself a second chance at love. Feeling better, she continued getting ready, and as she showered, her thoughts wandered. An image of Sasha leaning against Jax's leg filled her mind, and the same jolt she'd felt when she'd first seen it jolted her again. She'd only ever seen Sasha do that with one other person. Mitch. Did that mean anything, or was it just a crazy coincidence?
Jax knocked on Autumn's door, then smoothed down his shirt. Coming to her house to pick her up seemed to take their dating to a different level, a more legit level. He liked it. Remembering their day together, the horseback ride, the picnic, their walk in the woods, washing his car together, their kiss. Jax grinned. He could only hope this evening went as well as the rest of the day had gone. The door swung open, and when Jax saw Autumn standing there in a blue shirt that made her emerald green eyes glow and a pair of jeans that hugged her curves in all the right places, his smile grew. You look lovely. A soft blush colored her cheeks.
Thank you.
Sasha pushed through the space between Autumn and the doorframe, then bumped Jax's hand with her nose. Laughing, Jax knelt and scratched under her chin with one hand while rubbing the top of her head with the other. Hi there, Sasha. Surprised at how much he liked this dog after meeting her only hours before, Jax gave her one last scratch before standing to face Autumn. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
When they arrived at the restaurant, an Italian place he'd gone to several times before, They were seated in a booth in a rear corner of the restaurant, one where they were less likely to be disturbed by fans. Autumn had made it clear the other day that though she didn't mind an occasional interruption, she wasn't too keen on them either.
This place is nice.
She said as she looked around the dimly lit space. Then she perused the menu.
And everything sounds delicious.
Glad she approved. He gave her a few suggestions of entrees he'd gotten before, and after they'd placed their orders, he leaned forward. I have to admit, I like your dog.
Does that surprise you?
Kind of.
Why?
Did he want to confess that dogs sometimes made him nervous? When I was a kid, a dog bit me on the arm. He held up his arm to show her the scar. Ever since, I usually approach dogs with caution.
That's awful, Jax.
She touched the scar on his arm, sending a zing of energy right to his chest.
I'm glad you and Sasha are friends, though.
He rested his arm on the table. Have you ever been bitten by a dog? She shook her head.
No, never. I imagine it would be pretty scary, though.
One side of his mouth lifted in a wry smile. It's not something I want to repeat, that's for sure. Their food arrived, and as they ate, they traded stories from their childhoods.
Jax?
A woman said as she stopped beside their table.
What a surprise.
Jax jerked his head in her direction. Kelly, what are you doing here? Like usual, Kelly wore a revealing blouse with her skin-tight jeans. With a quick glance at Autumn, who looked none too thrilled to be interrupted by a woman who obviously knew him, Jax frowned at Kelly. When she'd texted earlier, he'd specifically told her he was busy tonight. How was it that she was at the same restaurant as him? He'd never brought her to this place.
I'm here with friends.
Kelly said to his unasked questions, vaguely pointing to the main part of the restaurant. Jax peered in the direction she indicated, but didn't see a table where she might have been sitting. All of the tables had couples or pairs of couples. One had a group of women, but there were no empty seats. He looked back at Kelly.
Aren't you going to introduce me?
She looked between him and Autumn. He didn't want to, but saying that would sound rude. This is Autumn. He gave Autumn an apologetic smile. Autumn, this is Kelly. Kelly stared at Autumn, a smirk forming on her lips.
Jax and I are dating.
Dumbstruck, Jax's gaze shot to Autumn, whose eyes had widened in clear surprise. Autumn turned to him and blinked rapidly. Then her chin went up.
Excuse me.
Without giving him a chance to respond, she grabbed her purse, jumped up from her seat, and walked toward the ladies' room. Kelly slid into Autumn's seat and grinned at Jax.
What's her problem?
Flabbergasted, Jax didn't know what to say. Then his words came tumbling out. What do you think you're doing? Lips twisting into a smug smile, she looked in the direction Autumn had gone, then turned to Jax.
Saving your evening, apparently.
Screwing his eyes closed in disbelief, he shook his head. What?
She doesn't seem like much fun. You should have gone out with me instead.
Stunned by her audacity, he stared at her. I will never go out with you again, Kelly. Now leave. Her lips pursed as she slowly stood.
How wrong you are, Jax, baby. You and me.
She pointed back and forth between them.
We're perfect for each other. You know it and I know it.
Then, with a wink, she turned and sashayed away. Jax had no idea what was going on. He'd gone out with Kelly a total of 3 times. They'd had fun, but they'd never done more than exchange a few kisses, and he'd never promised that there was a future for them. So, what was she doing? Confused and dismayed, he considered going after Autumn, but decided to give her the space she needed. They would talk when she returned to the table.
Autumn stared at her reflection in the mirror. What had just happened? Who was that woman? Jax had told her he wasn't dating anyone. Had he been lying? Clearly the answer was yes. The proof was right there. The woman had said she and Jax were dating, and he hadn't denied it. She'd known he was too good to be true. All the warm feelings she'd experienced that day washed away, more like flooded away. Then, not able to stop herself, she catalogued all of her flaws in comparison to that woman, Kelly. Where Autumn's hair could sometimes be unmanageable, Kelly's was sleek and smooth and sophisticated, pulled up in a twist of perfect blondness. Yes, the color looked dyed, but it was done well, only noticeable to Autumn because she worked on hair all day. And that figure, curvy and lush in all the right places. Autumn frowned at her reflection. Her build was more athletic. She liked her body, yes, but sometimes she wished she had more curves here and there. Didn't matter anyway. Jax was not the man for her. Not if he was a player, something she'd specifically asked him. Huffing out a breath, she took her phone out of her purse and typed a text to Haley asking her to pick her up. Finger hovering over the send button, Autumn reconsidered. She wanted to confront Jax. She erased the message, dropped her phone back into her purse, and walked out of the bathroom. As she approached Jax, first she made sure the woman wasn't still with him, then she studied his profile. Jaw clenched, back ramrod straight, eyes staring straight ahead, he didn't look happy. Was that because the woman's appearance had shone a light on his lie? Autumn was about to find out.
Chapter 17. When Autumn slid into the seat across from him, Jax began to relax. He'd been certain she would leave without telling him, and he would never see her again. Dismay had pounded through him at the notion. He really liked Autumn, and he didn't want a misunderstanding to screw things up. Autumn's lips were flat and her body was rigid. Okay, maybe the fact that she'd returned to the table didn't mean all was well. "I'm not dating that woman," he said. Autumn frowned.
You can date whomever you want. You can even date 10 women at once. That's fine.
That wasn't what Jax had expected her to say. His eyes widened, but before he had a chance to respond, Autumn went on.
What I have an issue with is you lying about it.
Did she think he was lying? Frustrated, he audibly exhaled. When I told you I wasn't dating anyone, I was telling the truth. A look of disbelief settled on her face. Then her shoulders slumped.
You don't have to explain yourself to me, Jax. We've known each other for less than a week. You don't owe me anything.
She pushed her chair back like she was going to stand. But Jax leapt to his feet first. Wait, Autumn. She paused, looked at him, then settled back in her seat. He sat back down, appraising her. I'm not ready to end things. He softly sighed. I never lied to you. Yes, I went on a few dates with Kelly, but I'm no longer dating her. That's the truth.
Autumn desperately wanted to believe him, but she didn't know him well enough to know if he was telling her the truth. A new layer of steel went up around her heart. If you're not dating her, why did she say you are?
I don't know.
He grimaced slightly.
Well, maybe I do know.
Holding back a sigh, Autumn tilted her head. Why?
The last time we went out, I didn't tell her I was no longer interested, so I guess she could have thought I still was. But tonight I made it clear that I won't be going out with her again.
When did you last go out with her? Autumn threw her hand up. Wait, never mind. It's none of my business. Even so, she was curious.
A week ago.
A week ago? She thought. That meant the same thing could happen to her. By the following Saturday, he could be off with another woman, totally uninterested in Autumn, yet Autumn believing he was. Nice. Maybe Jax read her mind because he added,
I never felt a spark with her. Not like I do with you, Autumn. He paused. I wouldn't do that to you.
How could she know that for sure? She couldn't, but she wasn't ready to give him up. Not yet. Suppressing a frown, she said, All right, so now what? He seemed to relax.
Now we enjoy the rest of our evening, and tomorrow we go on our hike.
Autumn wanted this to work, so she nodded. Then she picked up her fork and continued eating her meal. By the time they were done eating, the easiness they'd felt before had mostly returned. But there was a difference, because now there was this thing between them, this small wedge of distrust that would take time to overcome.
When they reached Autumn's house, Jax was uncertain if he should try to kiss her. After the whole Kelly debacle, he sensed that they'd taken a step back in their budding relationship. The thought fueled fresh anger at Kelly, but he shoved that down and focused on Autumn, helping her out of his car and walking her to her front door. She unlocked the door and was greeted by Sasha. Jax took a moment to give Sasha some attention, hopeful that if he could keep Sasha on his side, then maybe that would loosen up any residual distrust Autumn might have toward him. "We should bring Sasha on our hike tomorrow," he said as he stood. A smile lit Autumn's face.
That's a great idea. She would love it.
Glad he'd hit upon an idea she liked, he smiled, then reached toward her face, and after pausing a moment, he ran a finger along the smooth skin of her jaw, stopping under her chin. Her eyes locked on his, but as much as he wanted to kiss her, he held back, dropping his hand to his side. "I'll be here by 1 tomorrow afternoon." That would give him time to have a thorough workout, plus study some game film before coming over.
Okay.
He squatted in front of Sasha. "See you tomorrow, girl." Sasha's tongue lolled out, and Jax could have sworn she was smiling.
Once Jax left, Autumn called Haley and told her everything.
You're kidding me!
Haley said, her voice radiating stunned disbelief. Nope.
Waltzing over to the table like that and saying she's dating him? Right to your face?
Haley snorted a laugh.
Either the woman is really confident in her relationship with Jax or she's nuts.
Autumn wasn't sure which was worse.
Then again,
Haley added,
if she's in a relationship with him, shouldn't she have been mad he was out with you? Did she seem mad?
No, not at all.
Huh.
What? Haley's voice lowered.
Maybe she's nuts.
Was that better than Jax lying? Maybe, but it still wasn't great.
What are you gonna do?
Autumn held back a sigh. Tomorrow, we're going on a hike. I'll just have to see how that goes.
All right, I'll want a full report.
Autumn laughed. You know I'll give you one. That night, as Autumn drifted off to sleep, she couldn't help but worry that she was taking the first step on the road to heartbreak. Even so, she couldn't seem to stop herself. Chapter 18. He'll be here any minute, Autumn said to Sasha as she tucked Sasha's water dish into a backpack. In the light of day, her worries over the woman who had interrupted her date with Jax had diminished. Confident she would never see her again, Autumn felt light and happy, excited for this new chance to be with Jax, to discover how she felt about him, to know if he was worth taking a chance on. The doorbell rang. It's him, she whispered to Sasha, who raced to the door and began whining. Softly laughing, Autumn opened the door, and when she saw Jax standing on her porch wearing a pair of shorts and a snug-fitting t-shirt, her lips curved into a smile of appreciation. Fit and handsome, Jax was a feast for the eyes.
"Hello,"
he said. Then when Sasha insisted on his attention, he squatted in front of her and scratched her head.
"I think someone's ready to go on a hike."
Autumn smiled. Do you mean her or me? Jax stood and faced Autumn.
"I meant her, but you look like you're ready too."
She'd been looking forward to this hike the entire morning. I am.
"Great.
He glanced at the backpack she held in one hand.
What are you bringing?"
A couple of water bottles, a water dish for Sasha, and some snacks.
"That'll work."
Autumn tilted her head in question. What about you? Are you bringing anything?
"Of course."
And?
"And what?"
Quirking an eyebrow, she didn't reply. He laughed.
"You'll just have to wait and see what I'm bringing."
Aha, she said. You're bringing dice so we can figure out where to hike. Grinning, he shook his head.
"Nope.
Then he cocked his head.
You can keep guessing, or we can just go."
All right. Pleased that her flirting skills were coming back, Autumn followed Jax out the front door, locking it behind her. Her eyes went to the driveway where a black SUV was parked. "Where's your car?" He laughed.
That is my car. I could have brought the Lamborghini, but then you would have had to hold Sasha on your lap.
A smirk tugged up the corner of her mouth. "Plus, we just washed it." He opened the rear door for Sasha to jump in.
Exactly.
Once they were all inside, they set off, and when they reached the trailhead, Autumn clipped a leash to Sasha's collar.
This trail's usually not too busy, so maybe you can let her off her leash later.
"I don't know. She's never been on a hike, and I wouldn't want her to chase after a squirrel and get lost."
Good point.
They hoisted their packs onto their backs, then faced the trail. It was too narrow for them to walk side by side, so Jax suggested that Autumn go first. He laughed.
Otherwise, all you'll see is my back.
"I certainly don't want that," she said with a chuckle. She began walking, self-conscious that Jax had a clear view of her backside. The thought of him judging the fitness of her body sent a mix of embarrassment and excitement through her. In reasonably good shape, Autumn was confident that he wouldn't find too many flaws, but she forced herself to not worry about that. He would like her for who she was, or he wouldn't, but she really hoped he would.
Sasha seems to like being outside,
He said from behind her. Autumn watched Sasha as she trotted along. She loves walks. That simple statement reminded her that Mitch had been taking Sasha on a walk when he'd been killed. A knife of sorrow sliced into her heart, nearly making her gasp. She hated those unexpected moments of grief. Glad that Jax couldn't see her face, she took a few slow, deep breaths until her emotions were under control. Wanting to think about something else, she spun around and faced Jax while walking slowly backwards. "You never told me what's in your pack." Twirling his finger at her, he said,
You'd better not walk backwards. You might trip.
She laughed, but she turned around to face the front. "You'd better have something good in there."
Depends on what you think is good.
"Chocolate's always a winner," she tossed over her shoulder. He laughed.
I hope you brought one of those treats you like to bake.
Actually, she had. After the way he'd acted like he wanted some, she'd decided to bring a few muffins she'd recently made. "I thought you athlete types didn't eat that kind of thing."
She was right. Eating healthy was encouraged, and Jax was serious about what he fueled his body with. But if it was something she'd baked, he would make an exception. Does that mean you didn't bring anything? Looking over her shoulder, she said,
"Guess you'll have to wait to find out."
He laughed. Okay. They walked along, only passing a couple of other hikers. Jax let his gaze sweep over Autumn's body, admiring the view. He liked a woman who kept herself in shape. Being fit was such a huge part of his life that he couldn't see himself with someone who didn't find it important as well. Smiling as he silently acknowledged how much he was growing to like her, Jax remembered the kiss they'd shared the day before. Eager to kiss her again, he wondered if she would be okay with it. Then he remembered their date at the restaurant the previous night. Kelly showing up had thrown a wrench into the smooth progression of their day. Holding back a frown, he hoped that was the last of Kelly he would see. After a while, Autumn stopped and took her backpack off her shoulders. What's wrong? She smiled at him, her face relaxed and calm.
"Just getting some water for Sasha."
Nodding, he watched as she set Sasha's water bowl on the ground and poured some water inside before straightening. Sasha began lapping it up. Jax studied Autumn as she watched Sasha. Her auburn hair was in a ponytail, which made her face easy to see. Wanting to reach out and touch her, he held back, enjoying the anticipation of knowing he would kiss her later.
Autumn could sense Jax watching her. Self-conscious yet thrilled by his rapt attention, she focused on Sasha. Even so, she couldn't stop the craving to have his arms around her, holding her in his strong embrace. There were many things she missed since Mitch had died, the companionship of her best friend, and the encouragement he always gave her highest on that list, but she also missed physical touch. The day before, when Jax had pulled her into his arms, she'd nearly melted. She wanted that again. Badly. Did she want it enough to make the first move? Not sure. She picked up Sasha's empty bowl, shook out the drops of water inside, then put the bowl in her pack. As she tossed the pack onto her shoulders, she turned to Jax. "Thank you for inviting us on this hike. It feels wonderful to get outside and walk in this beautiful weather." His lips curved upward, and her gaze slid to their fullness as she remembered the way it had felt to have them pressed against her mouth. After a moment, she realized she was staring, and she jerked her gaze to his eyes. The look on his face and his slight smirk told her that he knew she'd been staring. Warmth flooded her cheeks, and she turned to the side. In half a heartbeat, he was beside her, mere inches separating them. The heat of his body radiated toward her, and his powerful masculinity made her want to sway against him. He leaned down so that his mouth was next to her ear.
"I'm glad you came.
His voice was soft and low.
It's much more fun to hike with you than by myself."
All she had to do was turn her head, and her mouth would be millimeters from his. Desire surged through her. She should do it. She should turn her head and invite him to kiss her. Then an image of the woman from the night before telling her that she and Jax were dating filled her mind. Doubts swarmed in, and she stayed where she was. Then Sasha nudged her leg. Autumn reached out to her sweet lab. The moment was broken. Did she want that woman to destroy her chances with Jax? No, of course not. She had to take this by the reins and put a stop to her doubts. But that would only happen if she was convinced that the woman was a non-issue. Taking a step back to put some space between them, she faced him. Have you heard from that woman?" Watching his reaction closely, Autumn noticed irritation bracketing his mouth as a muscle moved in his jaw, and his blue eyes turned icy. Was he annoyed with her for asking, or with the woman for showing up? Desperately hoping it was the latter, she waited for his reply.
"No."
The single syllable was bold, determined, angry. Still uncertain where his anger lay, she pushed for more. "Do you expect to?" His mouth compressed into a straight line, and a huff of air escaped his nose. Then he cocked his head.
"I told you, she's not in my life, and I'm no longer dating her."
So, he was annoyed with her for asking. Okay, she thought. Good to know. Feeling a bit annoyed herself, Autumn pursed her lips, nodded once, then turned and continued walking.
Chapter 19. What had he just done? Clearly, Autumn thought he was angry with her. Not true at all. He was an idiot. First, for not making a clean break with Kelly when he'd decided he didn't want to see her anymore, and just now when he hadn't explained himself to Autumn. "Wait up," he said as he jogged to Autumn's side. He wasn't going to blow this. When she completely ignored him and continued walking, he had to hold back a grin. Another reminder that she was not enamored by the fact that he was the great Jax Cordova from the Sacramento Vipers. Not one bit. He loved that. The trail was wider here, so Jax was able to walk next to her. She kept a brisk pace, but he had no trouble keeping up with her.
Sorry I asked about that woman.
Her voice had an edge to it, like she wasn't happy about the way he'd reacted or about the whole situation. He had to clear this up right away. Stopping, he gently caught hold of her arm so she would stop too. She faced him, her brows pulling in, then she looked at Sasha. "Hey," he said, his voice quiet. When she continued to avoid his eyes, he took her hand that wasn't holding the leash and rubbed his thumb over the back of it. "Autumn." She lifted her gaze to his, her eyes wary. "I'm the one who's sorry," he said. What happened isn't your fault. Her forehead creased and then a fire ignited in her eyes.
I know it's not my fault.
Her nostrils flared.
So don't act like you're mad at me.
Either he wasn't making himself clear, or she wasn't hearing him. Didn't matter. It was up to him to fix this. He reached up to stroke her cheek, but she turned away. Now he was getting frustrated. Swallowing his pride, he took a small step back. No reason for her to feel like he was invading her space. The only one I'm mad at is myself. That got her attention, her expression softening as she looked at him.
Why are you mad at yourself?
Softly laughing, he said, "Where should I begin?" Then he held up his hand and pointed to one finger after another. For the way I responded to your question, for letting Kelly ruin our date last night, and for ever dating her in the first place.
That made Autumn feel better. She'd obviously misread his reaction earlier, but instead of feeling dumb about that, she decided to move past it. Thank you, she said. Jax smiled.
For what?
For explaining. Sasha jerked on the leash, pulling Autumn off balance. She wobbled on one foot, but before she could fall, Jax reached out and wrapped an arm around her waist, steadying her. The strength of his grasp and the nearness of his body brought the simmering heat in her belly to a low boil. Turning her head in his direction, she met his gaze and saw her longing reflected in his eyes. Knowing he was as attracted to her as she was to him brought that low boil to a full boil, and when Jax shifted so that he was facing her, she kept her gaze locked on his.
Autumn,
he murmured, his eyes as blue as the sky. She didn't speak, and when Sasha yanked on the leash, she gave it some slack, not about to let her dog move her. Not when Jax was going to kiss her. Jax studied Autumn. Then he stroked her cheek with the back of one finger. Desperate to feel his mouth on hers, to feel his arms holding her, Autumn's lips parted in an unconscious invitation.
Do you know how beautiful you are?
His voice was low and sexy as he slid a thumb under her chin. Was she supposed to answer that? The idea made her lips turn up. Jax smiled in return, and then slowly, so very slowly, he lowered his mouth to hers. When his lips finally pressed against hers and his arms went around her waist, she sank against him. Then Sasha yanked the leash right out of her hand. Autumn jumped out of Jax's arms, and when she looked in Sasha's direction, she saw her running into the trees. "Sasha! Sasha! Come back!" Not even pausing to look in Autumn's direction, Sasha continued running.
I'll get her,
Jax said before dashing after her.
Sasha! Sasha, stop!
Worried about her sweet dog getting lost or hurt, Autumn took off after them.
Irritated that Autumn's dog had interrupted their kiss, but knowing how important it was to Autumn that Sasha not get lost, Jax sped up as he chased the yellow lab. She was a lot faster than the football players he normally chased. Smiling at the thought, he leapt over a downed tree, and then he pictured himself walking back to Autumn with Sasha's leash in hand, triumphant in his capture. To Autumn, he was sure, that would be better than a touchdown. Calling Sasha didn't seem to make a difference. What had caught her attention? This dog needed to be better trained. She was zigging and zagging all over the place. What in the world was she chasing? With tall pine trees everywhere and thick ground cover sprouting up in between, Jax struggled to keep up. He'd never gone off trail like this before. To say the least, it was a bit unsettling.
"Jax!"
He heard Autumn calling from behind him. Slowing, he glanced over his shoulder. Though quite a ways behind him, Autumn was running as well. He looked in the direction Sasha had gone, but she was out of sight. It was no contest. He stopped and waited for Autumn to catch up.
"Do you know where she is?"
Autumn asked, her eyes carved with worry. They stood beside another towering pine tree. the only sound the soft soughing of the wind in the pine needles. Pointing in the direction Sasha had gone, Jax said, "Last I saw, she was heading that way." Autumn frowned.
That darn dog.
Then tears filled her eyes.
I can't lose her.
"All right, let's keep going." She nodded, and they set off at a jog.
Touched that Jax was willing to chase after her dog, Autumn's attraction to him deepened. They continued searching, but she couldn't see Sasha anywhere. All Autumn saw were trees, and more trees, plus thick bunches of green leaves and wild grass covering the ground. Though beautiful, it made it impossible to go very fast. All they needed was for one of them to fall and get hurt. Where is she? Autumn couldn't hide her worry.
"She's got to be around here somewhere."
Autumn noticed Jax wasn't even breathing hard, but her stamina was flagging. I need to stop for a minute, catch my breath.
"Of course."
They stood side by side, Autumn panting and Jax looking around. Once she'd slowed her breathing to a near normal rate, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted Sasha's name over and over. Where was she? If something happened to her sweet dog, Autumn didn't know what she would do. "Sasha!" she called again. "Sasha, come back!" The sound of something running through the brush grabbed her attention. And to her enormous relief, Sasha came bounding toward them, her leash trailing behind her, as she appeared to have a huge smile on her face. "Sasha!" Autumn cried out, pure relief flooding her, as she fell to her knees and wrapped her arms around her wayward dog. Oh, Sasha, you naughty, naughty girl. Taking a firm hold of Sasha's leash, Autumn stroked her back, wiping away the leaves and brush that were stuck to her fur. Satisfied that Sasha was unhurt, Autumn stood and faced Jax, a broad smile on her face. She came back. He laughed.
"I can see that."
Warmth and appreciation for Jax's willingness to search for her beloved dog washed over her, and on impulse, she threw her arms around him. "Thank you so much." His strong arms went around her waist, and she savored the sense of safety and security he brought. That, combined with the pure relief she felt at getting Sasha back, brought tears to her eyes.
"You're welcome,"
he murmured beside her ear. Taking a step back, Autumn wiped the moisture from her eyes as she smiled at Jax. "I don't think I'll be letting her off her leash anytime soon." Jax laughed.
"Good idea. One run on this hike is enough."
Still giddy with relief, Autumn chuckled as she looked around. Especially in this terrain.
"Definitely."
Autumn scanned the area. Surrounded by wilderness, she couldn't see any clear path to follow. Do you know which way we need to go to get back on the trail?" Jax looked back the way they'd come.
"Not really, but we came from that way, so."
That didn't garner a lot of confidence, but Autumn didn't have a better idea. "All right." Then, to Autumn's delight, Jax took her hand in his as they began retracing their steps. If she was going to be lost in the woods, at least she was with a man she enjoyed being with. A man whose kisses filled her with a longing she hadn't even known she'd had. Well, there'd only been 2 kisses so far, and one had been abruptly interrupted by Sasha running off. Still, as Autumn walked along with her hand enveloped by Jax's, she couldn't think of any place she would rather be.
Chapter 20. Jax was thrilled that Sasha had returned. Spending the afternoon searching the woods for a dog hadn't been part of his plans for this date, but the payoff had been pretty sweet. Autumn was beyond grateful, and now as they walked side by side, fingers entwined, he couldn't think of a better way for their date to be going. Especially after their little misunderstanding regarding Kelly. He was glad they'd cleared that up, and he was even more glad that Autumn had been willing to let him kiss her. That kiss had been so brief with Sasha, tearing off the way she had, that Jax had every intention of creating another opportunity to show Autumn how attracted he was to her. And attracted to her he was. It wasn't only her beauty that drew him in. it was also that she wasn't at all enamored of his celebrity and success, that she knew how to put him in his place, that she was successful in her own right, that she was so sweet and gentle with her dog. So many things about her intrigued him. He thought about the first moment he'd seen her sitting on the floor at the mall with her packages spilled around her. She'd looked so vulnerable, so alone, so stunning with those green eyes and that auburn hair. His attraction to her had been instant.
What are you thinking about?
She asked as they stepped around a large bush. He couldn't stop his smile as he turned to her. That I want a do-over on that kiss. She burst into laughter. What's so funny about that? Looking at him out of the corner of her eye, she grinned.
What if I don't want a do-over?
Was she serious? Then I guess I'm out of luck. He glanced at their interlaced hands. But if you have no interest in kissing me, why are you holding my hand? Arching an eyebrow, she said,
Who said I have no interest in kissing you?
My mistake. She laughed. Jax was enjoying their flirtation, but he had no intention of letting her off that easily. Stopping dead in his tracks, he held on to her hand, forcing her to stop as well. Autumn faced him, a question in her eyes.
What? Autumn's gaze was captured by his, but when he tried to take the leash from her, she resisted. What are you doing? His lips tugged upward.
Making sure Sasha stays right where we want her.
Trusting him, she let him take the leash. He put the loop around his wrist, then he gripped the leash as well.
Now,
he said, taking both of her hands in his as his smile grew.
No one's going anywhere.
Excitement surged through her. Oh, yeah? Why's that?
Not until I get what I want.
His voice was low and sexy as his eyes bored into hers. Autumn's pulse skyrocketed, and when she spoke, she was nearly breathless. What is it you want? Keeping her hands in his, he slid his arms behind her back, locking her in place.
I want the kiss that was so rudely interrupted.
Not able to hold back her smile, Autumn tilted her head so that her lips aligned with his. He smiled in return, then as his mouth descended toward hers, he released her hands and enfolded her in his embrace, and when his lips met hers, she wound her arms around his neck. Pressing herself against him, she shocked herself with how much she wanted this, how much she wanted him. Though they'd known each other for such a short time, it seemed as if they'd known each other for ages, like they'd been waiting to find each other. How could she think that when her husband was cold in the ground? Guilt seared her chest. Unwinding her arms from Jax's neck, she pulled away, her heart pounding.
What's wrong?
He asked, clearly confused. It's just... How could she explain this without confessing her powerful attraction to him?
You're not ready.
Wasn't she? She'd thought she was, but every time the petals of her heart started to open, guilt flooded in. I don't know. He was trying to be patient, and she was grateful for that.
She may have said she didn't know if she was ready, but it was clear to Jax what the answer was. Strangely, he was willing to give her time. With any other woman, he'd move on, and fast. But Autumn wasn't any other woman, so it was a no-brainer that he would bide his time, wait for her to come around. What if she didn't? Nope. He wasn't willing to consider that.
I'm sorry, Jax.
She lowered her gaze as a blush stained her cheeks. Hey. His voice was quiet. She looked at him and he could see worry clouding her eyes. It's okay. He brushed a finger across her jaw. I'm not in a hurry. A small smile lifted the corners of her mouth. Then she nodded. She glanced at Sasha.
Do you want me to take her leash?
He wanted to show her he was willing to help. I've got her. Unless... Jax's eyebrows rose as a smile lifted his lips. You don't think I can handle her? Autumn laughed, the sound light and airy, and Jax knew she was okay.
No,
she said with a smile.
I think you can handle her. Beyond relieved that Jax hadn't rejected her the moment she'd stepped away, Autumn walked beside him as they tried to find the trail. He hadn't taken her hand, so she took the initiative and twined her fingers with his. His head swiveled in her direction, and when he smiled at her, she smiled back. She wanted him to know that she liked him even if she had broken their kiss. How many chances would he give her? No doubt he had women lining up to go out with him. For example, that woman from the night before, Kelly. Who else was waiting in the wings if things with her didn't work out? Slight panic swelled inside her. She had to get it together, or she would lose any chance she had with him. But she couldn't force herself to move faster than she was ready, could she?
What are you thinking?
He asked as they paused to let Sasha take care of business. Maybe she should be honest about her feelings. Tell him what was on her mind. Tell him she was having trouble moving on from losing her husband. What was the worst that would happen? Jax would lose patience with her and move on. That's what. Not willing to go there just yet. She patted his backpack. You never told me what's in there. He laughed. Then, after handing Sasha's leash to her, he took the pack off his back and unzipped it. He held it open for her to take a peek.
There's actually nothing interesting in there.
Autumn peered inside. A few water bottles, several protein bars, 4 red apples, a folded blanket, and a small first aid kit. She straightened to face him. Yep. Then she grinned. Good thing my pack does have something interesting.
Really, I'd like to see.
Her smile grew. When we reach our destination. Sasha trotted back to their side, and the 3 of them continued walking.
You're assuming we'll eventually reach it.
Do you think we won't? He scanned the forest ahead.
Not if we don't find that trail.
A sliver of worry tickled the back of Autumn's mind. Were they well and truly lost? It's going to get cold later.
We've got a few hours before it gets dark. I'm sure we'll be back before then.
She liked the confidence in his voice, and she tried to convince herself that he could somehow see into the future. I hope so. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze.
I'll take care of you, Autumn. Don't worry.
On a gut level, she knew that was true. He wouldn't let anything happen to her. Comforted, she relaxed. How far off the trail do you think we went?
About a mile?
A mile? Alarmed, Autumn looked around them. Nothing but trees and brush and rocks and dirt. No sign of other people or the trail. Getting an idea, she pulled her hand from Jax's, took her phone out of her pocket and took it off of airplane mode. Staring at the screen, she waited to see the icon to show she had service. It didn't appear. Jax watched her.
Service is spotty up here.
She left the phone off of airplane mode and tucked it in her pocket. Are you saying that sometimes you get service?
Yeah. When I come up here, I don't always bring my phone, but there was one time when I had it with me and I got a text while I was hiking.
That sounded promising. Kind of. Autumn took her phone out again and turned the volume up so that if she received an email or a text, she would hear the sound of the notification, which would mean she had service at that moment. Sasha was panting, so Autumn stopped. I'd better give her some water.
Good idea. We need to make sure and stay hydrated, too.
With a glance at Jax, Autumn poured some water into Sasha's bowl, and while the dog lapped it up, Autumn took a deep swig out of her water bottle. Once Sasha was done, and they were ready to keep going, Autumn turned to Jax. If we're lost, shouldn't we stay where we are? Isn't that the rule? He ran his fingers through his hair as he glanced around. Then he faced her.
Technically, yes, but no one knows we're missing, right? And they won't until, what, tomorrow? If we keep going, maybe we'll get a signal on our phones. If we stay here, we'll definitely not have a signal.
She couldn't argue with that. He'd taken his out when they'd stopped and made sure it was ready to receive a signal when they were in range of a tower. Did you tell anyone where we were going? She'd only told Haley that they were going for a hike, but since she'd had no idea where, that's all she'd told her. Releasing a heavy sigh, Jax frowned.
Nope.
Pushing down the panic that tried to swim to the surface, Autumn attempted to lighten the mood. At least you have that first aid kit, in case one of us, gets a splinter or something. Loud laughter burst from Jax's mouth.
You're one of a kind, Autumn.
Smiling, she placed her hands on her hips as her gaze probed all directions. Then she looked at the sky. It's getting cloudy, which meant it was going to cool down. The high had only been 71, so it wouldn't take much for it to get chilly.
Let's keep going. Maybe we'll get lucky and find the trail. We might be nearly there and don't even know it.
Trusting him to keep them safe, Autumn agreed, and they set off again.
Chapter 21. They were screwed. Jax had no idea where they were, and no idea where the stupid trail was. And now the sun was covered by clouds, and there was a definite chill in the air. He'd failed Autumn and put her in danger. Furious with himself, he tried to put on a positive front. Maybe we should, call out to people, see if anyone's around. She was holding Sasha's leash now, and she turned to him with a smile that said she had complete faith in him.
Good idea.
Knowing her faith was misplaced, he forced a smile, then cupped his hands around his mouth before shouting, "Hey! Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me?" They stopped to listen, but the only sound was pine needles swaying in the breeze. A breeze that was picking up. Was it going to rain? Jax hadn't paid attention to the forecast, which he now realized had been a mistake. Besides the picnic blanket, he had nothing to protect them from the weather. Could he build a shelter if he had to? Digging deep into his memory, he vaguely remembered watching a reality show about a group of people who were dropped off in the middle of nowhere, all in separate spots, and given cameras to film themselves as they tried to survive. He'd been fascinated by the whole thing and remembered a few of the shelters they'd built. Of course, they'd been given some basic supplies. All he had was a pair of tweezers in the first aid kit. Not exactly the right tool with which to cut down a tree. Holding back a sigh, he called out again, and again there was no response. Sasha danced around a bit, and Jax wondered if she could help them find civilization. "Sasha," he said as he knelt beside her, "you're the one who led us out here. Can you lead us back?" Autumn said with a slight grimace.
I don't think she knows what we're trying to do.
Jax straightened and faced Autumn, the weight of his responsibility for her safety settling on his shoulders. How much of a loser would he be if he was the cause of her spending the night in the wilderness, freezing her butt off? Okay, maybe it was more Sasha's fault for taking off. But she'd only gotten away because he'd been distracting Autumn with a kiss. The memory of the few kisses they'd shared made him smile, despite the fact that Autumn had backed away after the last one.
Why are you smiling?
His lips tugged upward as his gaze slid to her mouth, then he met her eyes. Just remembering an enjoyable moment. A sparkle flashed in her eyes, but then she looked away. Yeah, she knew what he was talking about, and she liked it too. No question. "Come on," he said as he took her hand. "Let's keep going."
Autumn couldn't explain the way her emotions kept bouncing between desperation to have Jax kiss her and guilt at enjoying it. Frustrated that she couldn't just give in to what she wanted, couldn't just let her guilt go, she nearly sighed. But with her hand held securely in his, she wasn't even distressed about being lost. "This is kind of an adventure," she said, realizing that despite a niggling worry that they might not find the trail anytime soon, at a certain level, she was enjoying herself. Jax laughed.
"I like your attitude."
Warmed by his opinion of her, she smiled. A moment later, she felt a drop of water on her arm. "I think it's starting to rain." Jax looked skyward, then turned to her with an obviously forced smile.
"Still think this is an adventure?"
Trying to stay positive, she chuckled. "Who's afraid of a little rain?" He grinned.
"Someone without a coat."
That made her laugh. "Maybe we'll just get a few sprinkles."
"So, you're an optimist?"
She smiled. Yeah, I am. They stepped around a huge tree.
Good. Because I'm beginning to think we might end up spending the night out here.
That's not a very optimistic thing to say. He laughed.
I'm more of a realist.
Then we make a good team because we balance each other out. Did she just say that out loud? Her face heated, but her cheeks were already red from the cold air, so she was sure Jax wouldn't notice her embarrassment. He stopped, bringing her to a halt, then he faced her.
I like being on your team, Autumn.
His voice was low, his gaze direct. Heart racing, Autumn stared into his sky-blue eyes. He was so hot, so strong, so masculine, so desirable. Convincing herself to ignore the guilt she was sure would intrude, she stepped into Jax's personal space, then reached up and stroked his face with her hands. I like being on your team, Jax. Powerful waves of desire slammed into her, and as Jax captured her mouth with his, Autumn focused on the strength of him, the taste of him, and the sweet feelings swirling inside her. This man made her feel things she hadn't felt in a long time, things that made her want to give her heart to him. After several long moments, he released her, and she was delighted to realize that all she felt was joy. She was falling for Jax Cordova, and she was happy.
Chapter 22. Thrilled that Autumn had taken the initiative and that she hadn't pulled away during their kiss, Jax grinned. The rain picked up, but he didn't care. Then he noticed Autumn shiver. He took the picnic blanket out of his pack and wrapped it around her shoulders.
Thank you,
she said as she pulled it tight around her. She looked at Sasha, who was getting wetter by the minute.
We need to find shelter.
Jax agreed. He scanned the area. Thick pine trees surrounded them. No obvious place for shelter, unless they wanted to crowd into a pine tree. Not ideal. Then he noticed a rock outcropping. There. He pointed toward the outcropping before taking Autumn's hand and hurrying with her to the small bit of shelter. The space was wide enough for all three of them, but only Sasha could stand comfortably. Jax and Autumn had to crouch or sit. But it was dry. Are you hungry?
Yeah.
He shrugged his backpack off of his shoulders, sat on the dirt, then took out a protein bar for each of them. He handed one to Autumn, who had sat beside him. Then he tore the wrapper off of his and downed it in 3 bites. His stomach rumbled. Sasha had lain down, resting her head on her paws.
I have something for you.
Jax smiled. Ah, finally I get to see what you brought. Smiling, Autumn reached into her pack and brought out a plastic container that held 6 muffins. Anticipation tore through Jax's stomach, making his mouth water. You must be some kind of angel. Autumn laughed.
Yes, just call me the Muffin Angel.
I prefer Angel Muffin. She gently shoved his arm.
You'd better not.
The touch of her hand on his skin made him want to drag her into his arms, but he gained control over his impulse. He didn't want to rush her. His gaze went to Sasha, who was watching them closely. Can Sasha have one?
Autumn had begun to worry about Sasha getting hungry. She usually ate in the early evening, so she would be getting hungry soon. And Autumn hadn't brought any dog food. Touched that Jax had thought of her, Autumn's attraction to him deepened. These are banana muffins, no nuts, so I think they'll be okay for her.
Good thing, because she's looking mighty interested in them.
Autumn looked at Sasha, her love for her sweet dog washing over her. Then she opened the container, took out a muffin, removed the paper, and set it in front of Sasha. It was gone in a flash. Laughing, Autumn turned to Jax. Guess they taste okay.
I don't think she actually tasted it.
No, probably not, she said with a chuckle. After holding the container out to Jax, who took one muffin, Autumn took one out as well and slowly began eating. Rain fell in a steady beat, drumming the ground outside their cozy shelter. Glancing at Jax out of the corner of her eye, Autumn felt protected. Though she knew Jax couldn't control everything, she had no doubt that he would do whatever he could to keep her safe. He was a good man, a man she could see herself with, a man she could easily fall in love with. Surprised at herself for thinking that, when all she felt was peace and warmth, she leaned against him. His arms went around her, and she closed her eyes, savoring the feeling of being cared for. She felt him shiver. Straightening, she took the blanket off of her shoulders.
What are you doing?
She held it out to him. We can share. Nodding, he put it around his shoulders, then held it out to one side so she could snuggle under it with him. Eagerly, she took advantage of the invitation, and when he tucked her against his side with the blanket around her, her whole body relaxed, and before long she felt herself drifting off. Autumn startled awake. Disoriented, she couldn't figure out where she was or what she was doing there. Then it all came back. The hike, Sasha running off, getting lost, snuggling with Jax while it rained. Softly sighing, she felt warm and cozy. Jax had his arms around her, and his body heat radiated from him, keeping the space inside the blanket toasty. Sasha was pressed against Autumn's side, partially under the blanket.
Are you awake?
Jax asked. How long was I asleep? Autumn's voice was sleep-filled.
About half an hour.
Her eyes went to the space outside their shelter. The rain stopped.
Yeah, we should probably get going.
As much as Autumn wanted to stay in the circle of Jax's arms, she would prefer to do so someplace that didn't involve being lost in the wilderness. Let's eat something first, for energy. He chuckled.
Do you want a protein bar or a muffin?
A protein bar.
Good choice, although I may ask you for a muffin soon.
He paused.
Angel muffin.
Smiling despite herself, Autumn said, That's Muffin Angel to you. He laughed, then he opened the blanket so he could get to his backpack. Chilly air replaced the pocket of warmth. Autumn shivered. Jax took out a pair of protein bars, handed one to Autumn, then, after setting his pack aside, he wrapped the blanket back around them. Heat began to overtake the chill. I have to admit, Autumn said around a bite of protein bar, I'm not looking forward to hiking in this cold air.
Yeah, but we'll warm up while we walk.
She hoped so. They finished their snack, drank some water, then stood. The sun peeked through the clouds, and Autumn soaked up the rays in an attempt to stave off the chill in the air. Jax handed her the blanket, which she wrapped around her shoulders and tied on like a shawl.
Which way should we go?
Alarmed, Autumn stared at him. I thought you knew which way to go.
Not really.
Looking from side to side, she asked, Which way did we come from before we stopped? Jax pointed to the right.
That way.
Are you sure? He chuckled.
Yeah, I am sure about that.
Then I guess we go that way. She pointed to the left.
Sounds good to me.
Completely unsure if that was the way back to the trail, Autumn began walking, Sasha's leash in one hand and Jax's hand in the other. Chapter 23. They walked and walked until Autumn's feet were sore. She wanted to stop, but she didn't want to be a baby. They needed to find that trail. She had to push herself.
How about another muffin?
Glad for an excuse to rest, she stopped, found a downed tree trunk, then sat on the rough bark. Jax joined her, and Sasha flopped to the forest floor. Here you go, she said, as she took out the container of muffins. There were only 3 left. Jax took one, Autumn gave one to Sasha, then she had the last one. Do you have any more protein bars? Jax shook his head.
No, and our water's nearly gone.
Fresh worry swept over her. It was one thing to be hungry, but they needed water. Autumn looked at Sasha, who was panting. She poured some water into Sasha's bowl and set it in front of her. Sasha lapped up every drop. Jax poured some of his water into Sasha's bowl. Sasha lapped up most of it, but lay back down when there was still a little left.
I guess she had enough.
Touched that he'd sacrificed his water for her dog, she rested her head on his shoulder. His arms went around her, and she snuggled close to him. Her heart nearly burst with all kinds of good feelings for him. Was it love? She wasn't sure, but whatever it was, it made her happy.
Somehow holding Autumn made everything okay. Being lost, running out of food, nearly running out of water, just having her there took away his worry. He didn't understand it, but it brought him comfort. They would be okay, he knew it. After several minutes, he rubbed her arm. Ready to find that trail? She nodded against his shoulder.
Yeah.
He stood, then with an optimistic smile, he took her outstretched hands and pulled her to her feet. Let's do this. She smiled.
Easy peasy.
He laughed. Yep. Hands intertwined, they began walking. And 20 minutes later, Jax saw it. Is that the trail?
Yes!
Autumn's voice radiated elation.
It is!
She pulled her hand from his and jogged through the brush, stopping on what had to be the trail. Then she threw her head back and yelled,
We did it!
He caught up to her, then lifted her up and threw her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Laughing, she hung over his back as he danced in a circle.
Jax, you're gonna make me drop the leash!
He immediately set her on the ground. We can't let that happen. Still grinning, she said,
That's for sure.
Then she studied both directions.
Do you have any idea which way leads back to the parking lot?
No. But he was so happy that they'd found the trail that he didn't worry overly much about it. Too bad I don't have my dice, then we could roll to decide which way to go. Autumn's eyes danced, and he knew she wasn't worried either.
We could flip a coin instead, or
She knelt beside Sasha.
take us back to the car, girl.
Tail wagging, Sasha looked up at Autumn. Autumn laughed.
She's no help.
Jax tried to picture some of the other women he'd dated standing in Autumn's place. He was sure they would be freaking out. Actually, they would have freaked out long ago, back when they'd first realized they were lost. Not Autumn. She seemed to be having a good time. His attraction to her grew. You don't happen to have a coin, do you?
No.
He reached into his pockets, already knowing there wasn't any change there. Neither do I.
Now what?
I have an idea. It wouldn't necessarily help them choose the right direction, but it would be fun. Holding back a smile, he said, You'll need to kiss me. She burst out laughing.
What?
A playful smile curved his mouth. Stay with me here.
Okay.
She drew out the word, but her eyes sparkled with interest. So, when you start kissing me...
I kiss you.
That's right. When you start kissing me, I start the timer on my phone. And when you stop kissing me, I stop the timer. If it stops on an odd number, we go that way. He pointed to the left. And if it stops on an even number, we go that way. He pointed to the right. What do you think? Smirking, she said,
I think it's worth a try.
Delighted that she'd agreed, Jax took his phone out and brought up the timer app. Okay, let's do this.
Trying to calm the butterflies in her belly, Autumn walked over to Jax, stopping right in front of him. He gazed down at her, and she couldn't tear her eyes from his. This idea was ludicrous, but what the heck?
Are you ready?
His voice was low and sexy. Swallowing over the knot of nervousness that had spontaneously appeared in her throat, she nodded. Jax held up his phone, his thumb poised over the button like they were about to start a race. Then he leaned down so she could reach his mouth. She couldn't help it. Laughter bubbled from deep inside her, and she started laughing so hard that she had to take a step back. Covering her mouth with her hand, she turned away for a moment, then turned back to Jax. The look on his face made her laugh harder. It was like he was offended or something, but then he started cracking up too. They laughed and laughed. Sasha looked confused, and after a moment, she wandered over to a tree, as far as she could go on her leash, and began sniffing the ground. Finally, they got themselves under control.
We need to get going,
Jax said, his face mock serious.
So let's get this kiss over with.
Over with? He nodded.
It's like tossing a coin, only using our mouths.
Huh. Have you guys ever tried that before a kickoff? You know, to decide who gets the ball first? That earned her a hearty laugh.
I'll have to suggest it to Coach.
He shook his head.
Actually, I don't think I will.
No, she said with a smirk. I don't think that would go over well. He stared at her.
Are you going to do this, or are you trying to get out of it?
She wasn't going to pass up the opportunity to kiss him. Yeah, I'll do it. He held up his phone.
Okay then, come over here and let's get this done.
Shaking her head as she grinned, Autumn marched right up to him, and after he leaned close, she placed her hands on his cheeks. Ready? His gaze slid to his phone before going back to her.
Yep.
Okay, get ready.
I am.
Lifting herself up onto her toes, she mashed her mouth against his. She felt him move slightly, presumably to start the stopwatch. The ridiculousness of the idea swept over her again, and laughter pushed up her throat. She had to let it out. She couldn't hold it back. Breaking their kiss, she stepped back and burst out laughing. Jax pressed the button on his phone, then turned to her with a smile.
Even. We go that way.
He pointed to the right. Shaking her head as she softly chuckled, she said, Okay. They set a swift pace, and after about 20 minutes, the parking lot came into view. Jax's SUV was the only car in the lot.
Huh. Guess everyone left when it started to rain.
Guess so. But hey, we made it back. He turned to her with a wide smile.
It's all thanks to your kiss.
That's right. My magical kiss. He stepped close to her and ran a finger down her jaw.
That's because you're my angel muffin.
The feel of his finger on her skin sent electricity skating through her, but hearing that nickname made her roll her eyes. She would have to come up with a nickname for him. But before she could begin to think of one, he slid a hand behind her neck, holding her in place. Anticipating another wonderful kiss, she held very still. He leaned toward her, pausing as he stared into her eyes. Then he brushed his lips across her forehead.
I don't want to contaminate your magical lips with mine,
he murmured beside her ear. She could hear the smile in his voice, and when he pulled back with a glint in his eyes, she smirked. You know, it takes at least a week for the magic to wear off. You understand what that means, right? Surprise filled his eyes.
No. What does it mean?
She cocked her head. Your lips can't touch mine until the magic is gone, or I'll never get the magic back. His eyebrows tugged together.
How will you know when the magic's gone?
Oh, I'll know. Loving this flirtation, she smiled. You'll just have to wait until I tell you. His forehead crinkled.
You're just teasing, right?
Forcing her smile away, she said, No, I'm completely serious. Then her lips twitched. I'm Angel Muffin, remember? Jax straightened.
Oh, I see. This is how you're punishing me for calling you that.
It wasn't, but she was having too much fun to disagree. Then again, did she want to stop all kissing for a whole week? Her gaze slid to his mouth, and the desire to have him kiss her was so powerful that she almost told him she was kidding. But then she realized that maybe this could be a kind of test to see how quickly he would lose interest in her. Better for that to happen right away than for her to lose her heart to him before he broke it. No, she said, it's not a punishment.
Chapter 24. This woman was driving him crazy. Good thing he would be busy with his off-season workout program all week. 100% focused on football and working out, he wouldn't have time to think of anything else, except in the evenings. Maybe then he could break down her defenses. All right, he said, if that's how you want it. Why did she want this? Confused, but kind of intrigued, Jax unlocked the SUV.
Yep.
Really, this whole thing was his own fault for kissing her on the forehead and introducing the idea of his lips not touching hers. He opened the rear door for Sasha to jump in, Then he opened the passenger door for Autumn. When she climbed inside, she passed so close to him that he had to restrain himself from dragging her into his arms and kissing her senseless. Suppressing a smile, Jax knew their next kiss would be all the sweeter because of the anticipation. As they drove back to Autumn's house, they talked about their hike and getting lost. He remembered the way it had felt when she'd fallen asleep tucked against his side. She'd been all warm and relaxed, and he'd completely enjoyed the way it had felt, to know he was keeping her safe and comfortable. Well, as comfortable as one could be sitting in the dirt in the middle of the forest. And when she'd been deep in slumber, he'd inhaled the soft floral scent that surrounded her. He assumed it was her shampoo. Whatever it was, he would forever associate the scent with her. When they got to her house, the sun was beginning to set. Hoping she would invite him in when she smiled at him from the passenger seat and said,
Thank you for an interesting afternoon. I think both Sasha and I are going to take a nap.
He kept his idea to himself. He faced her, the middle console separating them. I hope interesting means having an awesome time.
Oh, it does.
Her green eyes sparkled.
I can't wait to tell Haley and Cassie about it.
What would her friends think about him when they heard he'd gotten Autumn lost? Would they encourage her to dump him? Not happy about the possibility, he grunted in reply. Autumn tilted her head.
What?
I'm sure they'll get a good laugh out of it.
You can count on it.
Fabulous, he thought. Jax got out of the car and came around to the passenger side, and as he opened the door for Autumn, he was curious to see if she would let him kiss her. Should he even try? No. He would wait until she suggested it. He could play this game with her. Maybe it wasn't a game. Maybe she had decided she wasn't ready for so much kissing. Respecting that, he studied her. She seemed happy and carefree, if not a little tired. Not sure what was going on in her head, he held out his hand to help her out. She grasped it, and it felt so small and delicate in his. Was she delicate? No, he didn't think so. Strong and resilient seemed like better words to describe her. She slid out of the SUV, and as her feet touched the ground in front of him, the floral scent he associated with her clouded around him. When can I see you again? He heard the words coming from his mouth, but they didn't feel natural. Typically, the woman asked him.
Eager to spend time with him, but cautious about protecting her heart, Autumn hedged. Maybe next weekend? I have a lot of work to do at the salon, besides cutting hair, I mean. Disappointment washed across Jax's face, but was quickly replaced by a smile.
Right, of course.
Time to say goodbye. She really was tired. Thanks again, Jax. Her gaze flitted to his mouth, and she was tempted to tell him the magic on her lips was gone, and it was safe to kiss again. No, she had to hold back. Had to see if he would even contact her this week. She shouldn't be in a hurry to give her heart away. Her gaze went to his. That didn't help. His blue eyes appraised her, and she knew her powerful attraction to him hadn't waned a bit. With his eyes steady on hers, he said,
Thanks for the muffins, Angel.
Chuckling, she shook her head. You're welcome. Jax knelt beside Sasha.
Be good for Autumn, you silly beast.
Warmed that he always seemed to remember her dog, Autumn's resolve wavered once again, and when Jax stood and faced her, she smiled up at him. A car drove by, catching her attention, and when it slowed as it passed her house, Autumn's gaze flicked to it. The windows were tinted so she couldn't tell if it was someone she knew. Perhaps the driver recognized Jax. That was one thing she'd loved about today's date. They'd been all alone. No one to interrupt them.
Do you
Jax gestured toward the front door.
want me to walk you to your door?
Sure. In all reality, Autumn wasn't in a hurry to say goodbye, but she knew she should, because the walls around her heart were weakening and she wasn't ready to let them. When they reached her front door, she unlocked it. Then she turned to Jax. She had to kiss him. Had to. Come closer, she said, her voice soft. His eyes widened a bit in clear surprise, but he leaned down, his focus completely on her. Autumn stared back. Then, placing her hands on the sides of his head, she lifted herself on tiptoe until their mouths were centimeters apart. After pausing, she shifted her head an inch to the left and pressed her lips just to the side of his mouth. "The magic hasn't left yet," she murmured in his ear. Settling back onto the balls of her feet, she smiled at the dazed look on his face. Reaching behind her while keeping her eyes on his, she turned the knob, then pushed the door inward. She could feel Sasha blasting past her into the house. "Good night, Jax." With a final smile, she turned and walked inside, then closed the door behind her.
Holy smokes, he thought. Jax had never experienced something like that. Used to women throwing themselves at him, he didn't know what to do with Autumn. Captivated. That's what he was. Totally and completely captivated. Staring dumbly at her closed front door, after several moments he blinked away his stunned surprise, before managing to turn and walk back to his car. He had no doubt that when he wasn't thinking about football over the next week, he would be thinking about Autumn Foster.
Chapter 25. Autumn sank onto her couch, an idiotic smile on her face. Had she really done that? Had she really planted a kiss next to Jax's mouth and whispered silly words into his ear? A snort of laughter left her throat. Yes, she had, and the bewildered look on his face had made it all worthwhile. That, and the feel of his rough skin under her lips. She had to call Haley, right away. She could tell her in person at the salon in the morning. But no, she couldn't wait. After feeding Sasha, Autumn stretched out on her bed and called her friend.
"You did what?"
Haley asked after Autumn had told her about the way she'd ended her date.
"And what did you mean when you told him the magic hadn't left yet? What happened on your date?"
Autumn couldn't hold back her giggle. There's a story behind the magic comment.
"Yeah, I figured. Tell me."
Reliving her date as she described every minute detail, Autumn felt the same excitement and happiness sweep over her as she'd felt on the date itself.
"I want to go on a date with someone as hot as Jax and get lost in the woods."
Right? Autumn's smile was dazzling, and she'd told Jax she wouldn't be able to see him until the next weekend. What had she been thinking?
"When are you going out with him again?"
I don't know. We didn't schedule anything. And she didn't know if he was going to call. Maybe he would move on. The thought devastated her, which only worked to remind her of why she was protecting her heart in the first place.
"Did you take any pictures?"
No, I didn't know if he would be okay with that.
"'Cause you're dating a celebrity, Autumn. That's so cool."
It was funny. Autumn didn't see him that way. She just saw him as a kind man who she felt completely comfortable with, a man who liked her dog and who made her feel safe, a man she could be silly with and not feel dumb, a man she was already falling for, as much as she tried to stop it. "I'm kind of worn out," she said to Haley. "I'm gonna put on my PJs and read for a while."
"Okay, see you tomorrow."
"Bye, Haley." Autumn ended the call, then she took a long, hot bath. The next morning, Autumn's mood was brighter than it had been in many, many months. Nearly skipping out the front door, she strolled toward her carport, but stopped short when she saw that one of her tires was flat. Her mood plummeted. "Great," she muttered, as she walked around her car. Only one tire was flat, at least. She pulled out her phone and dialed Haley.
"What's up?"
"Hey, can you pick me up? I have a flat tire."
"Yeah, of course. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
While she waited for Haley to arrive, Autumn stewed over what to do. She knew how to change a tire, although she didn't want to have to do it. When she got home from work, she would call her insurance company and have them arrange for someone to come help her. Sighing in resignation, when she saw Haley turn down her street, her mood picked up. She wouldn't let this little inconvenience destroy the good feelings she had when she stepped out the front door. Autumn stayed busy at the salon all morning. When there was a lull between customers and she was sweeping up the hair around her station, she finally had a quiet moment to think about Jax. How was his day going? She knew he was doing some sort of team workout that week. Was he enjoying it? Was it painful? He was a large man, strong and powerful, but so were the men he worked with. Were they crashing into each other? How was that enjoyable? Shaking her head at the idea that he thought all that physical stuff was fun, she kind of regretted that she'd told him she wouldn't be available until the weekend. Though she could text him and tell him she'd changed her mind, she wouldn't do that. She had to see how interested he was in her, see if he would write her off or make an effort.
We should go to lunch together,
Haley said to Autumn a short time later when the only customer was at Cassie's station.
Hey,
Cassie said as she snipped her customer's hair.
you can't go without me. I want to hear all the gossip.
Autumn laughed. I already told you everything. Besides, we need to have two of us working. Haley smiled.
I know.
The bell over the door chimed, and a delivery man walked in holding colorful helium-filled balloons. Some of the balloons had messages printed on them. Excited to know Jax was thinking about her, Autumn hurried to the counter.
Autumn Foster?
Autumn nodded. Yup. He handed her the strings attached to the balloons. Taking them from him, she smiled. Thanks.
Uh-huh.
He turned and walked out of the salon.
What the heck?
Haley asked as she walked to Autumn's side, her attention on the balloons bobbing in the air. Autumn smiled. He's so sweet, right?
Haley
said, her tone uncertain. What? Haley looked between the balloons and Autumn.
I don't think those are from Jax.
Why do you say that? Autumn yanked the strings so that she could read the messages printed on the balloons. Her eyes went wide. The messages read, "In loving memory, and forever in our hearts, and we will miss you and love you always." She'd seen balloons just like these before, at Mitch's funeral. Someone, she couldn't remember who, had brought a couple dozen to his funeral to release into the sky. Unnerved, she let go of the balloons and they sailed upward, stopping as they hit the ceiling. Two immediately popped against the rough finish, and one lazily floated toward a ceiling fan. Frozen in place, Autumn watched as the balloon approached the fan but was pushed away by the moving air. She was dismayed to realize it was one that said, "We will miss you and love you always." Slowly and silently, it slid along the ceiling, and with a loud pop, it burst into pieces that rained onto her head. Frantically brushing off the shards of mylar as tears flooded her eyes, she raced to the salon office. Seconds later, Haley and Cassie were by her side.
Are you okay?
Haley asked as she put an arm around Autumn's shoulder. Unable to speak, Autumn shook her head, her eyes squeezed closed. Who had sent the balloons? They weren't from Jax, of that she was certain. But who would do something like that, and why? Upset and confused, she inhaled deeply to get her emotions under control.
I'll get rid of them.
Cassie murmured before walking out of the office. Haley rubbed Autumn's shoulders.
Just forget about it, okay?
As much as she wanted to, she couldn't. How could she? The memory of her husband's funeral just 10 months before slammed into her. It could have been that very day for how strong the memories were. Autumn turned to face Haley. Who would do that? Who would send balloons that said those things? Who? Shaking her head, Haley frowned.
I don't know, but maybe we can find out.
Autumn hadn't thought that far ahead. Grateful for Haley, she nodded. But would they be able to find out? And what would she do with the knowledge once she had it? Chapter 26. You don't know who ordered the balloons? Autumn asked the man on the phone, wanting to make sure she'd heard him right. It was later that afternoon, and the salon was between customers. Haley and Cassie were in the office with Autumn, watching her as she spoke on the phone. Earlier, Cassie had gotten rid of the balloons, but had found a small sticker that had been attached to some of the strings. The sticker listed the name of the company that had delivered the balloons.
Sorry, no. The buyer ordered the balloons online and paid with a prepaid credit card. There was no name tied to the order.
Maybe you delivered it to the wrong address. Although that seemed doubtful, as the delivery man had specifically asked for her. The man read the address from the order. It matched cutting-edge salons. Creeped out, Autumn shivered. Okay, thanks. She hung up the phone and faced her friends. It wasn't the wrong address, and he doesn't know who ordered them.
Weird,
Haley said before frowning. Other words came to Autumn's mind. Freaky, scary, disturbing. Yeah,
What are you going to do?
Cassie asked. Autumn grimaced. What can I do? Cassie bit her lip.
Maybe you could, I don't know, report it to the police?
Autumn frowned. And tell them what? Someone delivered balloons to me? I don't think that's a crime. Cassie sighed.
I don't know what else you can do.
Neither did Autumn. The three women sat in silence. The bell from the door jingled. Autumn's eyes widened. Would this be some other strange delivery? Haley straightened.
I'll see who it is.
A moment later, Autumn heard Haley greeting a customer. Relieved, she tossed a smile to Cassie. Okay, back to work. Though she put on a brave face, she was disturbed by the delivery. For the rest of the afternoon, she tried not to think about the balloons, but when she saw a small piece of mylar on the floor, she couldn't help herself. It bothered her. A lot.
I assume you need a ride home?
Haley said after they'd closed the salon. Autumn had completely forgotten about her flat tire. This day hadn't turned out to be as wonderful as she had hoped it would be. Yes, thank you. As they drove to Autumn's house, she called her insurance company and arranged to have someone meet her there to swap the spare tire for the flat. When Haley pulled up to Autumn's house, she turned to Autumn.
Let me know if you need a ride tomorrow.
I should be able to get this fixed today. She frowned. I hope.
Okay, take care of yourself.
They hugged across the console, then Autumn walked toward her front door, her eyes going to the flat tire once again. She let herself into the house and was greeted by an enthusiastic Sasha. Autumn knelt in front of her. Hi, sweet girl. Vigorously scratching Sasha's head and back, Autumn felt the stress of the day leave her body. You're such a good girl, aren't you? Yes, you are. Sasha's tail swung from side to side, and her tongue hung out as she danced around. Let's get you some dinner, okay? Half an hour later, someone was putting the spare tire on Autumn's car while Autumn watched. When the man finished, Autumn thanked him. Then, with the flat tire in her trunk, she drove to a tire store to have it repaired. While she waited for them to repair the flat, she thought about the hike with Jax the day before. Smiling in memory at the adventure she'd had with him brightened her otherwise crappy day. Despite her initial desire to discover if he would reach out to her by the end of the week, with the way she was feeling, she needed to see him. She bit her lip as her fingers hovered over the keyboard on her phone. Finally, after a moment's hesitation, she texted him. From Autumn. Are you available tonight? Heart pounding as she waited for his reply, she wondered if she should tell him about the balloons.
Autumn Foster?
A worker asked her. Autumn tucked her phone in her purse as she stood. Were you able to repair the leak?
It's not a leak.
What do you mean?
There's a puncture on the sidewall.
Like, from a nail?
Not sure what caused it, but the hole was small. Kind of unusual.
Taken aback, Autumn frowned. First, the balloons. Now a weird hole in her tire. Actually, the flat tire had happened first. At her house. Goosebumps broke out across her bare arms. She rubbed them away.
Anyway, it's not something we can patch. You'll need to replace it.
All right. He told her the tire options, but all she could focus on was the fact that her tire had been punctured. She chose the least expensive one, and once they'd put it on her car, she headed home. As she drove, she tried not to overthink it, but her mind wouldn't let her get away with that. The image of a car with tinted windows driving slowly past her house the evening before jumped into her mind. Could that be related?
Jax was beat. It had been a good workout, and he'd enjoyed it, but he was ready to relax for a while. He showered and changed into his street clothes, then looked at his phone. There were several texts. Skimming over the list of senders, when he saw one from Autumn, he tapped it and read her message. From Autumn, "Are you available tonight?" Smiling at the unexpected question, he typed a reply. From Jax, "Sure am. Okay if I drop by in half an hour." Why was she inviting him over so soon? She'd said she wouldn't be available until the weekend. Thrilled that she'd changed her plans, or her mind, Jax looked to see who else had texted. Kelly Judd. What did she want? Frowning, Jax shook his head. Then he tapped the screen to bring up her text. From Kelly, "Hey handsome, why don't you come over? We'll have a fabulous time." Hadn't he made himself clear the other night? He'd flat out told her he would never go out with her again. There was no way she could have misunderstood. So why was she acting like everything was normal? Frowning deeply, Jax shoved his phone in his pocket and walked out to the parking lot. He would ignore Kelly and focus on Autumn. Once in his car, he checked his phone to see if Autumn had replied. She had. He would head directly to her place. 20 minutes later, he parked in her driveway and walked to her front door. When she opened it, the warm smile on her lovely face calmed him, and the stress of the day melted away. The memory of her tantalizing goodbye kiss on the corner of his mouth the evening before filled his mind. All he wanted to do now was kiss her until she melted in his arms. Her green eyes sparkled, and he said the first thing that came to mind. "I was surprised to hear from you already. Does this mean your lips are kissable again?" A barely suppressed smile lit her face.
I never said that.
He hoped she was joking. He didn't think he could spend the evening with her without at least one kiss. Chuckling when Sasha pushed between Autumn and the door, Jax knelt and greeted her before standing to face Autumn once again. "Have you eaten?"
No, I was about to heat up some leftovers. Care to join me?
"That depends. Are your leftovers as delicious as your muffins?"
Of course.
She stepped back and held the door open for him. Jax walked inside, the coziness of her place wrapping around him. He could picture himself snuggling with Autumn on her couch. At least, that's where he wanted to start. He would have to see where things progressed from there. Trying to take his mind off what might not happen, he asked, "How was your day?" Distress flashed across her face, but she replaced it with a smile so quickly he wasn't sure if he'd seen it at all.
My day was great. Busy, but great. How about yours?
Ignoring the soreness that was a constant in his life, he smiled. "Good. And the best part is, I get to do it all again tomorrow." She laughed.
Yeah, me too.
That brief look of distress again. She turned and began walking toward the kitchen.
We'll eat in here.
Following her, his gaze swept over her body, appreciating the way her jeans hugged her curves in all the right places. "What leftovers are you heating up?" Peeking at him over her shoulder with a smile, she said,
You'll just have to wait.
He laughed. "All right." When they entered the kitchen, he looked around. It was tiny, at least compared to his enormous kitchen, a kitchen he hardly used. But it was homey. Canisters of flour and sugar sat on a short counter along with a large mixer, and a turquoise container next to the stove held spatulas, a wire whisk, and other implements. Odds and ends were scattered across another counter. This kitchen was well used. He could picture Autumn mixing up a batch of muffins. She was his angel muffin, after all. Grinning at the name, he watched her place what looked like enchiladas on a plate before putting them in the microwave. "Do you need any help?" Not that he could actually do much, but he thought he should offer. She turned to him with her beautiful smile.
Sure. You can set the table.
She pointed to a cabinet.
The dishes are in there.
Okay. Jax took out a pair of plates and set them on the small table situated in the corner of the room. After placing glasses, napkins, and utensils on the table, he turned to see Autumn tossing a salad. Liking the little domestic scene he was participating in, he smiled. Typically, the women he dated expected him to take them out. Not Autumn. Are those enchiladas in the microwave?
Yes. Do you like enchiladas?
Sure do. After burning through all those calories during his workout, he needed to refuel. He didn't want to look like a pig, but how many did she have? If he was still hungry, he would pick up more food on his way home. The microwave beeped, and Autumn took the food out before placing it on a platter, then carrying it to the table. It smelled wonderful.
Can you grab the salad?
He did as she asked. Then they sat across from each other. He wanted to know more about this woman, know what made her tick. He would start by asking her about the distress he had seen in her eyes.
Chapter 27. If someone had told Autumn that morning that she would be feeding Jax leftover enchiladas for dinner in her kitchen that night, she would have laughed, especially after she'd told him she wouldn't be able to see him until the weekend. But now, sitting across from him at her kitchen table, it felt so right that she wondered why she'd been resistant to seeing him again so soon.
What happened today?
He asked as he used the side of his fork to cut off a section of enchilada. Autumn looked at him sharply. How did he know something had happened? Was he involved? The idea was ludicrous. Still, it was possible, wasn't it? But why would he send her such a strange gift? What do you mean? He swallowed a mouthful of food.
These are great, by the way.
Though flattered, concern kept her from smiling. What makes you think something happened today? With his fork still in his hand, he rested his forearms on the table.
You looked upset earlier when I asked how your day went.
Oh, that made sense. It was silly to think he had anything to do with it. She would tell him what had happened. She wanted him to know, wanted to have him on her side. Maybe he could help her come up with a reason why someone had sent her those balloons. First, she said with a frown, I had a flat tire when I went out to my car this morning. Jax's forehead creased.
That's too bad. Do you need help fixing it?
Touched by his thoughtfulness, she shook her head. I already took care of it. But at the tire store, they said the hole was on the side and it looked like a puncture, not a normal nail-in-the-tire kind of hole. He set his fork down.
A puncture? Like someone did it on purpose?
Hearing that idea spoken out loud sent a wave of alarm cascading through her. I don't know.
That doesn't make sense. Why would someone do that? Have you had any unhappy customers at the salon?
He chuckled.
Maybe someone whose hair was cut too short on one side?
That's not funny, Jax. Well, it kind of was, she thought, but this whole thing had her spooked. He looked at his plate before giving her a lopsided smile.
Sorry. Just trying to lighten the mood.
She tossed him a tiny smile. I appreciate that. Before she could tell him about the balloons, he said,
Maybe you brushed the tire against the curb and something poked into it.
She hadn't thought of that. Maybe he was right. Maybe there was a reasonable explanation for the flat tire. Feeling marginally better, when she thought about the balloons, her distress returned. She softly sighed. There was something else.
What?
I got a delivery of balloons at the salon. He tilted his head.
Okay.
They were condolence balloons.
What are condolence balloons?
Remembering the shock she'd felt when she'd realized what the balloons said, Autumn clenched her jaw as she took a moment to get her emotions under control. They're balloons that have messages of condolence printed on them. Things like, in loving memory, or forever in our hearts, or we will miss you and love you always. She quoted the exact words. They were easy to remember. They were engraved in her mind. Jax recoiled slightly.
Oh.
His reaction convinced Autumn that he had nothing to do with it. Not sure why she'd even considered that, nonetheless, she felt relieved. He leaned forward, his expression intense.
Who would send those to you?
I don't know. That's what's kind of freaking me out.
Jax couldn't imagine how upsetting that must have been. Do you think... He didn't want to make her more upset, but he had to ask, do you think the balloons were in reference to your husband? Red blotches appeared on her cheeks.
I can only assume they were.
Instantly hating whoever had done this, Jax was overwhelmed with the need to protect her, a feeling he'd never had before toward a woman. He reached out and took her hand in his. She'd been through enough. She didn't need someone vandalizing her car or sending her reminders of her husband's death. Wanting to figure this out, he said, "Do you have any idea why someone would send you condolence balloons?" She shook her head.
No idea at all.
Did your husband have any enemies? Again, she shook her head.
Not that I know of.
What did he do for a living?
He worked in a law office. He was a clerk. He didn't interact with the clients or anything.
Jax nodded, but he was racking his brain trying to come up with an explanation. She'd already said she didn't know of any unhappy salon customers, but clearly there was someone who was trying to get to her, to upset her. She was so gentle and sweet, Jax couldn't imagine anyone wanting to hurt her. But really, what did he know? He'd known her less than a week. He didn't want to offend her, but he had to ask. And there's no one you know of who would want to hurt you? Her forehead creased.
Not that I know of. Do you think someone hates me? Why? I didn't do anything.
Now he had upset her more. Great job. Gently squeezing her hand, he said, "We'll figure this out. Together. I won't let anything happen to you." How he would manage that, he had no idea, but he couldn't seem to stop himself from saying it.
How?
Worry framed her mouth. Look, maybe this is all just some big misunderstanding. Maybe the flat tire was from brushing against the curb. If it was a small hole, you could have done it miles away and you'd still make it home. She pulled her hand from his, hope and doubt etched on her face.
And the balloons?
Maybe someone only recently heard about your husband and wanted to send their condolences. That sounded lame even to him.
But there was no note, and the balloon place said the person who ordered the balloons didn't put down their name.
Desperate now to come up with something reasonable, no matter how implausible, Jax waved his hands as he spoke. Maybe it was an old friend of yours, and she didn't want to leave her name. Autumn tipped her head down.
That makes no sense, Jax, but I appreciate the effort.
He tried to smile, but it was difficult. Okay, how about this? How about we finish eating, and then we watch a movie and not think about balloons or tires?
Autumn didn't want to think about the tire or the balloons either. Nodding in agreement, she smiled. That sounds like a good idea. Jax laughed.
I'm full of good ideas, you know.
Really? Like what?
Oh, you want to test me already? All right.
His gaze slid to the side like he was flipping through his mental file of great ideas. Then he looked at her with raised eyebrows and opened his mouth. After a moment, he closed his mouth.
I got nothing.
Autumn burst out laughing. This man was so good for her. Her mood was 10 times brighter than it had been when she'd walked through her door. That's okay. Let's eat our enchiladas before they're completely cold, and then we can pick out a movie. They chatted as they ate, and when they were done, Jax helped Autumn clean up, insisting he was an expert at efficiently loading the dishwasher. All right, Autumn said as she stepped back to watch, a skeptical smile on her face. To her surprise, he did seem to know what he was doing. How did you gain this expertise? He placed a glass on the top rack, then turned to her.
Growing up, I was responsible for cleaning the kitchen at least 3 times a week, and whatever wouldn't fit in the dishwasher had to be washed by hand.
He chuckled.
Believe me, efficiency wasn't just a nice idea. It was a necessity.
Quirking an eyebrow, Autumn said, And look how it's paying off now. I'm all impressed.
You should be.
She softly laughed. The fact that I'm standing here watching you do all the work makes me all kinds of impressed. No joke. He put the last dish inside, then closed the door.
No need to run it yet. There's tons of room left.
Plus, after we eat our popcorn, we'll want to add the bowls. That caught his attention.
Popcorn?
Of course, we can't watch a movie without popcorn, can we?
No, we cannot.
He glanced around before facing Autumn.
If you have any of those muffins around, maybe we can have a couple of those too.
Jax, did I not feed you enough dinner? He was a large man, and Autumn could only imagine how many calories he needed to consume each day. A self-conscious expression crossed his face.
I just like your muffins.
You're still hungry, aren't you? A sheepish smile curved his mouth.
I can always eat.
Autumn went to her freezer and took out several muffins, putting them in the microwave and setting it to defrost. Then she opened her pantry and took out a bag of sweetened popcorn and a bag of regular popcorn, both ready to eat. Next, she took out 2 bowls, one huge and one small. She turned to Jax with a smirk, then handed him the huge bowl. He chuckled.
Okay.
Really, have as much as you want. When the muffins were thawed, she placed 3 on a plate for Jax and held it out to him. Grinning, he took it from her. Once they had their snacks, they went into the living room. Sasha followed them, settling on her pet bed in the corner. Autumn sat on the couch, but Jax just stood there watching her. Giving him a questioning look, she patted the space beside her.
What about your magic lips, Angel Muffin? Is it safe for me to sit so close to you?
Shaking her head with a smile, Autumn studied Jax's handsome face. It's safe. Wow. She hadn't smiled and laughed this much in ages. It felt so good. And it was all due to Jax Cordova, star football player for the Sacramento Vipers. Her heart thumped with a longing to keep Jax in her life always. Startled to realize the walls around her heart were crumbling faster than she'd thought possible, Autumn felt the additional emotion of fear. Because now, her heart was vulnerable. If Jax walked away from her, she would be crushed. There was only one thing she could do to prevent that. She had to protect herself and protect her heart. She had to slow down this falling in love that she couldn't seem to stop.
Chapter 28. Jax sat next to Autumn, smiling at her reaction to his comment. Seeing her happy made him happy. Never before had he so badly wanted to bring a woman joy. Of course, when it came to Autumn, there were many things that were new to him. He took a bite of a warm muffin and moaned as his taste buds and his stomach rejoiced. These are even better warm. Autumn laughed.
Glad you like them.
Even more, he liked sitting beside her in her cozy living room. His gaze went to Sasha, whose eyes were closed. The sense of home he felt nearly overwhelmed him. He loved it.
What movie do you want to watch?
Autumn asked as she pulled up a streaming service and began scrolling through the options. As long as she was beside him, he didn't care what they watched. You pick. Her lips twitched up.
Are you sure?
Yeah. These muffins are lulling me into a mellow mood. I'll watch whatever you want.
Okay.
She selected a romantic comedy. Not his normal movie choice, but he settled against the cushions as the movie began and finished off the muffins. After only a few minutes, he realized he was more focused on Autumn and how close she was than on the movie. Their thighs touched, and though she held perfectly still, it was as if electricity was arcing between them. Not able to stop himself, he stared at her profile. Her auburn hair lay softly across her shoulders, but he could still see the curve of her eyelashes and the way her nose turned up slightly at the tip. And that mouth. He knew what that mouth felt like pressed against his. Her lips were magical, at least to him. She turned to him, a smile on her face.
What are you doing?
Grinning, he said. Just enjoying the movie. Still smiling, she grasped his chin and turned his head so that he faced the television.
The movie's over there.
He took her hand away from his chin and held it in his as he faced her again. Maybe I like looking at it reflected in your eyes. She burst out laughing.
Jax, you can't see it in my eyes, not from beside me.
You're right. He released her hand, stood up, stepped in front of her, then knelt on the floor. With his hands on either side of her, he leaned close and peered into her eyes. I still can't see the movie. Her eyes danced.
That's because you're blocking my view. No reflection that way.
Dang it, you're right. He leaned even closer, leaving only a few inches between their mouths. Well, since I'm here anyway. Her brows rose in a saucy manner, and she touched his mouth with a finger.
Hold on, cowboy. I didn't tell you that the magic has left my lips yet.
He kissed the finger that was touching his mouth, and when she yanked her hand away, as if she'd been burned, he lazily smiled. While I agree that those lips look like they're sprinkled with magical pixie dust, I've always believed in the adage, use it or lose it.
How does that apply here?
The movie droned on in the background, but Jax was too focused on Autumn to care. That means, if you don't spread that magic around, you may never get it back.
Autumn had to give Jax credit. He was working hard for a kiss, and she wanted to kiss him. The magnetism he exuded had thoroughly wrapped around her and drawn her to him. Still, it was fun playing this game, fun making him work for it. What to do? She murmured as she appraised him. His lips were so tantalizingly close, and the feel of his lips kissing her finger made her all the more eager to have those lips on hers. With his hands on either side of her legs, she felt surrounded by him, overwhelmed by him. Holding back was becoming more of a challenge.
You know,
he said with a smirk,
it's possible that if you use the magic now, it will multiply.
The corners of her mouth slowly lifted. I hadn't thought of that.
Told you I had lots of good ideas.
Smiling, Autumn placed her hands on the sides of his head, holding him still. Then she slowly, so very slowly, leaned closer until there was only a millimeter between their mouths. After a teeny, tiny pause, she brushed her lips against his before leaning back against the cushions. Will that do? The blue of his eyes was hardly visible around his pupils as he stared back.
Not even a little.
The words were practically a growl before he crushed her mouth with his. Soaring to stratospheric heights, Autumn wound her arms around his neck as he slid his hands behind her waist, pulling her tight against him. The teasing had been fun, but this was so much better. Clinging to him, Autumn let herself relax as she reveled in the strength of him. She was falling head over heels, and she didn't want to stop.
For a moment, it had crossed Jax's mind that he might be doing something Autumn didn't want, but her reaction to his kiss proved otherwise. Good thing, because that little butterfly kiss she'd skimmed across his mouth, that didn't cut it, not even close. It was as if she was melting right in his arms, and as they kissed, he knew he was falling for this woman and falling hard. There were so many things about her that captivated him. Her sweet and fun-loving nature, the way she seemed to get him, the fact that she wasn't impressed with who he was, that instead she liked him for him. And most importantly, he felt so at ease with her, as if he'd known her all his life. They just fit. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Ignoring it, he continued kissing Autumn, then he pulled away, his eyes on her. With mock concern, he said, I hope I didn't destroy the magic. A radiant smile curved her lips.
Actually, I think you were right. It multiplied.
Chuckling deep within his chest, Jax nodded. Yep, I knew it. A wet nose pushed against his arm. Sitting back on his heels, he turned to Sasha.
She wants attention too.
Is that what you want? He asked Sasha as he stroked her head. Her tail swung in circles as she smiled in her doggy way.
Are you thirsty?
Autumn asked him. He was thirsty for more of Autumn, but he moved to the couch. Sasha stayed beside him. Yeah, thanks. Autumn stood and went to the kitchen. Taking advantage of her absence, Jax took out his phone to see who had texted him. It was Kelly again. From Kelly. Hey babe, where are you? I thought you were coming over. Frowning deeply, Jax stared at his phone, and when he heard Autumn setting 2 bottles of water on the coffee table, he looked up. Should he tell her that Kelly was contacting him? He didn't want to hide anything from her, and he wasn't doing anything wrong, but he also didn't want to upset her for no reason.
Chapter 29. Why did Jax have a guilty look on his face? Who's that? Autumn asked, pointing to the phone in his hand. His hesitation made her uneasy, and she sat beside him on the couch. Go lay down, Sasha. Sasha did as she was told, curling up on her pet bed. What's going on, Jax? He was hiding something. She was sure of it. A muscle worked in his jaw as he watched her. Then he exhaled loudly and shook his head.
That woman who showed up at the restaurant the other night, Kelly?
He waved his phone in the air.
She keeps texting me.
Autumn didn't know what to say. Jax had said he'd told Kelly he wasn't interested. So why was she texting? What was she texting? The thought that Jax was stringing Autumn along sent a wave of despair cascading over her. She was falling for him. She knew that. But what if this was all a game to him? She shouldn't do that. She shouldn't jump to conclusions. She had to give him a chance to explain. Swallowing over her tight throat, she asked, What did she say? He scrubbed his hands in his hair. Then he held his phone out to her. Surprised that he was being so open, Autumn hesitated before taking it. Looking at him to make sure he meant for her to read his texts, she felt the weight of the phone in her hand. He nodded, and her eyes went to the screen. She read the most recent text, the one he'd just received. From Kelly. Hey, babe. Where are you? I thought you were coming over. Lifting her eyes to Jax, Autumn couldn't stop the jealousy that roared through her. Babe? She called him babe? How close had they become? Closer than she had become with him? The green-eyed monster bucked inside her, but she forced it to calm as she read the previous text, which Kelly had sent earlier that day. From Kelly. Hey, handsome. Why don't you come over? We'll have a fabulous time. Jax hadn't replied to that text. Comforted to know that, Autumn scrolled up to the one just before. One where Jax had replied. It was from the night they'd gone to the restaurant. The night Kelly had interrupted their dinner. From Kelly. Hi, gorgeous. Let's go out tonight. I'll make it worth your while. From Jax. Busy tonight. Autumn handed Jax his phone and sat beside him on the couch. Guess she doesn't take no for an answer. He set his phone on the coffee table.
Guess not.
Needing to make sure she wasn't being played, Autumn shifted her body so she was facing him. Are you really done seeing her? His expression smoothed out as he took her hands in his.
Yes,
He looked down before meeting her eyes.
It's you I'm interested in, Autumn.
Heart singing with happiness, Autumn couldn't stop a smile from blossoming on her mouth. I'm interested in you too. So interested, she silently added. Slowly nodding as a smile grew on his face, Jax cupped her face with his hand as he placed a gentle kiss on her lips. His phone buzzed on the coffee table. Both of their heads swiveled in that direction, and as Jax picked his phone up, Autumn bit her lip. Jax read the text, then turned to Autumn with a frown.
Kelly again.
Maybe you'd better answer, she said, then thought. Otherwise, she would just keep texting.
Jax agreed. Seriously annoyed that Kelly kept bugging him, he read her text. From Kelly. Still waiting, but I'll be here all night. Come when you can. He typed in a reply. From Jax. Not interested. Stop texting me. Her reply was almost instant. From Kelly. You're with that chick from the restaurant, aren't you? Startled, his gaze flashed to Autumn.
What?
She wanted to know if I was with you. Autumn's eyes widened. Deciding he'd had enough of Kelly, Jax turned his phone off before setting it on the coffee table.
You're not going to answer?
Nope. Autumn stiffened.
Does she know who I am? Like, where I live and work?
Instantly, Jax knew what she was implying. I don't know. I never told her more than your first name when we were at the restaurant. He paused, his mind whirling. She's annoying, yes, but I don't think she's capable of... His forehead furrowed. Puncturing your tire and sending you those balloons. At least, he didn't think she was capable of it.
Chapter 30. Alarmed to think that this woman could be behind her flat tire and the condolence balloons, Autumn felt her heart begin to race. How well do you know her?
We went out a few times.
He grimaced.
I didn't think she was the type to hang on after I said I wasn't interested, but I was wrong about that.
How often does that happen? Women becoming obsessed with you? Could that happen to her? If he dumped her, would she become obsessed? It was true that she was falling for him, but she didn't think she was the type to not be able to let go.
Not often. Most women are just looking for a one-night stand.
Did she want to know this? Not really. The thought of him being with anyone else sent slivers of jealousy piercing her heart, which was ridiculous since she'd known him less than a week. I see.
Just because they're looking for it doesn't mean they get it.
Oh. That made her feel better. What should I do about Kelly? Maybe I should tell the police about her. Jax grimaced.
Yeah, you could.
But
Can you give me a chance to talk to her first?
Autumn didn't like where this was going. Why? I thought you were done with her. Wait a second. Who was she to tell Jax what to do? Who to talk to? Her face heated. Never mind. Of course you can talk to her. Jax studied her.
What's wrong?
What do you mean?
You're blushing.
Hating the way her skin betrayed her emotions, Autumn frowned. I don't want to tell you what to do.
I appreciate that, but I want your input. You're the one these things are happening to.
He was so thoughtful. How could she deny him his request now? Just tell me what she says, okay? He smiled.
Of course.
They settled in to watch the movie, and when Jax wrapped her in his arms, Autumn relaxed in the strength of his embrace.
Jax hated the idea that someone he'd dated could have done something to upset Autumn. To scare her. Was Kelly capable of that? And if it was her, would she do anything else? Concerned for Autumn, he reconsidered the idea of reporting Kelly to the police. Maybe they should report her. But would the media get a hold of that? Would they report that a woman he'd dated was now harassing another woman he was dating? He would sound like a womanizing jerk. It wasn't about him. He had to remember that. He would stop by Kelly's house after he'd left Autumn's place. He would get this taken care of tonight. When the movie was over, Jax was anxious to talk to Kelly to straighten things out with her. But first, he needed to give Autumn a proper goodbye. They walked to the door hand in hand, and when they reached the tiny entryway, he pulled her into his arms and smiled down at her. Thank you for dinner and for your company. Her smile was radiant.
Thank you for coming over, Mr. Cordova.
Chuckling, he said, anytime. Her smile dimmed.
When are you going to talk to Kelly?
Suppressing a sigh, he replied, tonight. Now her smile disappeared completely. Wanting to reassure her, he added, I'm not going to stay there long, and I'll let you know what she says. Her lips rose slightly.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, Angel Muffin. That earned him a laugh, and after kissing her, he told her goodbye and walked out the door. He considered texting Kelly to let her know he was stopping by, but decided it would be better to catch her unaware. Maybe that would put him more in control. 15 minutes later, he parked in front of her house. It was before 10 o'clock, so not too late. Striding to her door, he hoped he could talk to her quickly and get the heck out of there. He didn't want to drag this out. He didn't want to be there at all. He was only doing this for Autumn's sake. He pressed the doorbell, and the door swung open.
You came.
Kelly squealed.
I knew you would.
Fully made up and wearing a pair of skin-tight jeans and a low-cut blouse, she looked like she was ready for a night on the town. She grabbed him by the arm.
Come in, Jax.
I'm not staying long. She rolled her eyes.
Fine, but I'm not going to talk to you in my doorway.
Quietly sighing, Jax allowed her to drag him inside.
Come sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
He stayed rooted to where he stood in the foyer. No, we can talk here. Anger flashed in her eyes, but she quickly replaced it with a smile.
How have you been? You look good, as always.
Ignoring the question, he tried to figure out how to approach this. He wanted her to tell the truth, so he had to be careful in what he said. When he didn't say anything, she asked,
Why are you here, Jax? Because you don't seem happy to see me.
I came here to make some things clear, Kelly. Placing a hand on her hip, she scowled.
Like what?
You need to stop texting me. A scoffing sound left her throat.
Why? It got you here, didn't it?
He stared at her steadily. This will be the last time I come here. I'm seeing someone else. Eyes snapping with fury, she clenched her jaw.
Right, the woman at the restaurant. What was her name? Aubrey?
Was she playing with him, or did she really not know Autumn's name? Deciding to play along, he nodded. That's right, her name's Aubrey. Kelly frowned as she shook her head, but she didn't show any sign that she knew Aubrey was incorrect.
She's all wrong for you, Jax. Can't you see that?
Why do you say that?
She's just...
Waving a hand in the air, she looked away before facing him.
She's too uptight.
He wasn't there to defend Autumn, although he wanted to. You don't know anything about her, so I don't know where you came up with that. For all you know, she's a florist. He didn't know where that had come from, but he went with it. Kelly laughed.
Is that what she does? I pegged her for a school teacher.
The more Kelly talked, the more Jax didn't think she had a clue about Autumn. So how could she be behind the things that had happened? Doesn't matter, he said. She's the one I'm seeing, so I would appreciate it if you didn't contact me anymore.
I don't think you know what you want, Jax.
Now she was really irritating him. Just stay away from me and Aubrey. Lips forming a pout, she stared at him, her eyes imploring. With a shake of his head, Jax opened the front door and strode to his car. On the drive home, he hoped he'd heard the last from Kelly Judd.
Do you think she was telling the truth? Autumn asked. Lying on her bed, she held her phone to her ear as she talked to Jax. Despite the distraction of the woman who seemed obsessed with him, Autumn had had a wonderful evening, and she was grateful that he was calling to tell her how things had gone.
She really didn't seem to know your name or anything about you, Angel Muffin.
Grinning at the nickname, Autumn almost asked Jax to come back over, but they both had to work the next day. If it's not her, Autumn said as worry replaced her happiness, then who could it be?
I don't know.
He paused.
Remember, there could be a reasonable explanation.
Though she would prefer that, she wasn't so sure. I know.
Take care of yourself, Angel.
You too. She laughed. I need to come up with a nickname for you.
Studworks.
She laughed louder.
Aw, come on. Why are you laughing?
Oh, Jax, you make me smile.
Good. I'll come over tomorrow night, all right?
Yes. The idea of waiting until the weekend to see him seemed ludicrous now. They hung up, and after getting ready for bed, Autumn climbed under the covers. Sasha jumped onto the bed and curled up nearby. Grateful for her sweet dog, Autumn drifted off, eager to see Jax the next day. Chapter 31.
Your evening was way more interesting than mine.
Haley said to Autumn the next morning as they prepared to open the salon.
Same here.
Cassie added.
But you totally deserve it.
"Aw, thank you." Autumn smiled with happiness. Cassie squinted at Autumn.
Do you think that Kelly Chick Legit didn't know who you are?
Shrugging, Autumn said. I don't know, but I kind of hope it was her. Haley shook her head.
Why?
Because now that Jax told her to stay away from him and me, well, from Aubrey, she did air quotes. If it is her, she knows we're on to her, so that should be the end of it. Haley nodded.
I didn't think of that.
Good point.
Cassie said. The day flew by, and on the way home from work, Autumn picked up ingredients to make a special dish for Jax. Smiling as she pulled into her carport, she tried to think of a fun nickname for Jax. Nothing came to mind, but she was confident she would think of something when the time was right. Sasha, she called out as she walked into the house. When the yellow lab didn't greet her, Autumn's forehead creased. Where are you, sweet girl? Autumn set the groceries on the counter, opened the back door, and stepped outside. As she scanned the small yard, she called Sasha's name. She was nowhere to be found. Alarmed, Autumn dashed to the gate. To her horror, it hung open. Sasha! Sasha! Where are you? Panicked now, Autumn raced up the sidewalk, calling Sasha's name. Then she turned around and ran back the other way. There was no sign of her. Sprinting back to her house, she went through the gate, leaving it open in case Sasha returned. Then she raced into the house and grabbed her purse and keys. Tears blurred her vision as she cruised the neighborhood. Swiping them away, she took several deep breaths to get her emotions under control. If something happened to Sasha, she didn't know what she would do. She was the one constant in her life, her one tie to Mitch. I will find her, she told herself. I will. Driving up and down the streets surrounding her house, with each passing minute her worry grew and multiplied until her panic was nearly complete. 10 minutes later, and several streets over, she saw a yellow lab. Sasha, she whispered as she drove in that direction. When she drew near, she called Sasha's name out her open window as tears flooded her eyes. Sasha! Sasha! Come here! Sasha stopped and looked at her. Autumn thought Sasha might take off like she had in the forest. In a rush to get her before she ran off, Autumn threw her car into park, jumped out, then opened the door to the back seat. Come on, baby, let's go home. Sasha hesitated, but then she bounded into the car. Wearing a huge grin, Autumn closed the door and got into the driver's seat, then turned and opened her arms. Come here, Sasha. Panting, Sasha nuzzled Autumn, then licked her face. Wiping away tears, Autumn said, Why did you leave the yard, you silly dog? You've never done that before. And how did the gate get opened? Even as the words left her mouth, she knew it wasn't an accident. That gate had never opened on its own before, and Autumn had certainly not opened it. Someone had done it. Someone who wanted to punish her for dating Jax. Kelly. It had to be. Furious, she put on her seatbelt and drove home, muttering, That's it. I'm reporting that woman. Resolve tore through her. She had to protect herself. And her sweet Sasha. The moment she got home, she called the police and reported that someone had been in her backyard. An officer named Riley arrived half an hour later, but when Autumn told him about Sasha getting out, he frowned.
What makes you think someone let her out?
Officer Riley stood beside Autumn near the gate, which was now closed. That gate wouldn't open by itself, and I haven't opened it lately. Riley wrote something in a notebook. Autumn was desperate for him to believe her. That's not all. She told him about the flat tire and the condolence balloons. Keeping his eyes on Autumn, he tilted his head as he cleared his throat. Worried he was going to write this off, Autumn said, I know who did it. His eyes narrowed.
And who might that be?
A woman named Kelly. She frowned. I don't know her last name, but I can find out. He wrote that down.
Why do you suspect her?
She seems a little, I guess you could say, obsessed with the man I'm dating. She wasn't sure if she should mention Jax's name. She went out with him a few times, and even though he told her he's not interested in her, she keeps texting him. He talked to her last night and told her to leave us alone. Autumn's eyes went to the gate, then back to the officer. But then this happened.
I'd like to speak to this man. What's his name?
Crap. Jax was not going to be happy. Autumn hesitated, then with a sense of resignation, she said, Jax Cordova. The officer's eyebrows went into his hairline.
The Viper?
Yeah.
You're dating Jax Cordova. From the Sacramento Vipers.
He rubbed at his eyebrow. Yes. He stared at her.
Uh-huh.
He said it like he thought she lived in some sort of fantasy land. At that moment, a black Lamborghini pulled into Autumn's driveway. When Jax got out, looking mighty fine, triumph blasted through Autumn. She turned to Officer Riley, who was staring at Jax with wide eyes, then she smiled. There he is now. The officer's eyes went back to her, before shifting to Jax, who was jogging over to them.
What's going on, Autumn?
Jax's forehead was creased in concern. He reached them, a questioning look on his face as he turned to the officer.
Officer Riley.
The cop said as he held out his hand. Jax nodded and shook the man's hand.
Jax Cordova.
Then Jax turned to Autumn.
Did something else happen?
Something else?
Riley asked.
So, you know about the other incidents Ms. Foster reported to me?
Jax turned to the officer.
Yeah.
His attention went back to Autumn. Pleased to have Jax backing her up, when Autumn remembered her abject fear when she'd found Sasha missing, tears filled her eyes. Someone let Sasha out.
What?
He recoiled slightly at the news. She's safe now. I found her. But when I got home from work, she was gone and the gate was open. Swallowing over the reaction she knew he was going to have, she added, I told Officer Riley about Kelly.
Chapter 32. This scene wasn't what Jax had expected to find when he'd headed over to Autumn's place. He'd had a grueling day, and as he'd showered and changed, all he'd been able to think about was relaxing with Autumn. When he'd seen the police car parked out front, he'd momentarily panicked, but when he'd seen Autumn standing in the side yard talking to the officer, his panic had receded. She was unharmed. Glad that Sasha was okay, Jax wasn't happy that Autumn had brought the cops into this. After he'd talked to Kelly the night before, he was confident she wasn't involved. She clearly had no idea what Autumn's name was or anything else about her. In fact, the more Jax thought about it, the more he wondered if Autumn wasn't blowing things out of proportion. All of these little things that had happened were probably completely unrelated, yet she was lumping them together as if someone had it in for her. Why did she think someone had let Sasha out on purpose? Just 2 days earlier, they'd gotten lost in the woods trying to find that dog. Clearly, if Sasha had a chance to escape, she would. Why was Autumn acting like someone had wanted her to get out? It seemed a bit ridiculous. Sasha was a smart dog. If she wanted out, she would find a way out. Maybe she'd managed to knock the gate open herself somehow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility. It seemed more plausible than someone purposely letting her out. Maybe he was wrong about Autumn, wrong that she was the woman for him. Maybe she was a drama queen. Or he hated to think it, but maybe she was a little off her rocker. He thought about Ty, a Viper who'd been traded to another team. Ty had gotten involved with a woman who he'd been crazy about, but the woman had turned out to be a nutcase, doing all kinds of things to get his attention. Things like pretending other men were hitting on her when they weren't, or telling him she was pregnant when she wasn't. Ty had really struggled when he'd been with her, and his personal problems had spilled over onto the field. It had been a relief to everyone when he'd finally dumped the woman. Certain that Ty's experience was coloring his opinion, Jax turned his focus on Autumn. He wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt, and as he looked at her sweet face, her eyes damp with tears, guilt crashed over him. Whatever was going on, she believed it was nefarious. Right now, in front of this cop, he needed to support her. He would wait until they were alone to delve deeper, to see if she was unstable, to discover if it was time to tell her goodbye, time to move on.
Mr. Cordova.
Officer Riley said. Jax said with a smile. The officer grinned in a way that told Jax he was a fan. Good. That could work in his favor.
All right, Jax.
Riley glanced at his notes before meeting Jax's eyes.
If you'll give me the last name of this Kelly woman along with her address, that would save me some time.
What for? Jax glanced at Autumn, who was frowning.
I'd like to speak to her.
Jax wanted to put Kelly in his rear view. The cops talking to her would just stir things up. Is that really necessary? Jax's focus shifted back to Autumn. Her frown had deepened and now her forehead was creased. Great. Riley looked between Jax and Autumn. He seemed to come to a decision.
Ma'am, would you step over here, please?
What was happening? Jax's lips curled in annoyance as he watched Riley and Autumn talking in low voices. He couldn't hear what they were saying. The fact that that was by design irritated him. He was the one who would be in the middle of a media frenzy if they got wind of this. Excuse me, he said as he stepped in their direction. They both looked at him in surprise. Riley faced him, looking less like a fan and more like an officer of the law. Autumn just looked worried.
What can I help you with?
What are you two talking about? Autumn placed her hand on his arm. He nearly shook her off, but when he looked at her face, his heart softened.
He needs to talk to her, Jax.
Jax made a sound in his throat. Look, can you at least leave my name off of your report? Riley's mouth tightened.
I'll see what I can do.
That was something, at least. I appreciate it. Knowing there was no way out of this, Jax told the officer Kelly's last name and address, and Riley left. Jax turned to Autumn, his mind whirling as he locked eyes with her. He wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt, he really did, but he was struggling. Balloons and a flat tire and the dog getting out of the yard. All things that could have a reasonable explanation. Calling the police seemed a bit excessive, a bit attention-getting. The thought made him uncomfortable. He really didn't want to think she was anything like Ty's ex. Even so, he had to consider all the possibilities. She stared right back, her eyes broadcasting displeasure. With him or with the situation, he wasn't sure. I wish you would have talked to me before calling the police, he said. She stared at him, her eyebrows forming a V, then she shook her head before turning and marching into her house. Jax stared after her, and the moment the front door closed with a definitive thud, he knew he wasn't ready to give up on her just yet.
Chapter 33. How could Jax question her like that? Furious, Autumn sank onto the couch and threw her head back against the cushions. She was the one who felt threatened. She was the one who'd been in a panic when someone, Kelly, had let Sasha out of the yard. She was the one who had her tire sabotaged. She was the one who had condolence balloons delivered to the salon. She was the one who lived alone and felt vulnerable. Jax was a large man who had probably never felt vulnerable in his life. At least, not physically. He had no idea how she felt. Of course, she called the police. Of course, she reported her suspicions. And of course, she wanted the cops to talk to Kelly. Who else would have done this? No one. That's who. A knock sounded at her door. Jax. Pursing her lips in frustration, Autumn stared at the door. She couldn't see him, but she could picture him. Tall, strong, handsome. Yes, she was annoyed with him, but she didn't want to send him away, even if this was his fault for bringing Kelly into her life. Sighing, Autumn stood and walked to the door. After pausing only a moment, she pulled it open. Yep, he was as hot as ever. Too hot for her to resist.
May I come in?
His voice was low, his demeanor apologetic. Shoulders slumping, Autumn nodded. Of course. He smiled.
Thank you.
The moment he stepped inside, Sasha rushed him. She had no compunction about anything he said or did. She just loved him. Not able to hold back a smile, Autumn closed the door behind him and watched as he knelt beside Sasha.
I heard you had another adventure.
He scratched her head.
You gave your mama a scare.
Autumn sat on the couch near them. She sure did. Jax stood, then sat beside Autumn.
Why are you so sure someone let her out?
Nearly rolling her eyes, Autumn took a moment to calm herself. Because Sasha doesn't have thumbs.
What?
You heard me. Sasha can't open the gate, and when it's closed, it's closed. It's never opened by itself before. Never. Someone let her out. Jax frowned.
Maybe it was a neighbor kid whose ball went into your yard. Or what about your gas meter?
The gas meter's in the front yard side of the gate. And I've never had a neighbor kid's ball go into my yard before. Why was he questioning her like this? Did he think she'd made it all up? That she was overreacting? By the look on his face, she knew he did. Clenching her jaw in irritation, she looked away from him as she shook her head. Then she turned back to him. Just say it, Jax. Okay? Just say it.
What?
You think I'm getting all worked up over nothing, that I'm seeing danger where there's none. Tell me the truth. He stared at her in silence. That was her answer. Leaping to her feet, she spun and faced him. If he couldn't support her, wouldn't believe her, she didn't want him there. She pointed to the front door. You need to go. His nostrils flared, but he stood, towering over her, wanting nothing more than for him to drag her into his arms and tell her everything was going to be okay, that he would protect her. She stared up at him.
If that's what you want.
His voice was soft. No, her mind screamed. That wasn't what she wanted at all. But if he couldn't figure out what she needed, it wouldn't do any good for her to tell him, because then he would only be doing it to placate her. No, he needed to figure this out on his own. Deciding the best answer would be silence, she looked at the floor.
Autumn.
The way he said her name, soft and deep and quiet, she couldn't help it. She lifted her eyes to his. He placed one knuckle under her chin.
I want you to be safe.
Gazing into his sky-blue eyes she could get lost in, Autumn nearly swayed toward him. But you're not sure there's a reason to worry, are you? A muscle worked in his jaw.
No, I'm not sure.
At least he was being honest with her. He might not be sure, but she had no doubt. Someone was tormenting her. With reluctance, she gently removed his finger from her chin. Good night, Jax. His lips were a straight line. Then, with a nod, he walked to the front door. With his hand on the knob, he turned back around, his eyes on her. He opened his mouth, then he clamped his lips shut, shook his head, and walked out, closing the door behind him. Sasha went to the door and whined. I know, baby, Autumn said as hot tears filled her eyes. I know.
Jax drove home on autopilot. Boy, did he know how to pick 'em. First, Kelly Judd, a woman who didn't know how to take no for an answer. And now Autumn Foster. Gorgeous, sweet, fun, easygoing. Except for when she thought some mystery person was out to get her. Did she always jump to wild conclusions? Always see horrible things where there was nothing to see? He couldn't be with someone like that. He couldn't be another Ty. But dang it, he wanted to be with her. In the short time he'd known her, she'd climbed inside his heart and taken permanent residence there. He would give it a few days, then he would reach out to her, make sure she was all right. But if she was still being unreasonable, still seeing things that weren't there, he would have to rethink everything.
Chapter 34. When Autumn woke the next morning, her eyes were swollen from all the crying she'd done the evening before. Who was she kidding? She'd cried half the night. It was a wonder she'd gotten any sleep at all. The only thing that had brought her comfort was having Sasha beside her. Trying not to think about Jax and how quickly that had crashed and burned, Autumn got ready for work, and when it was time to leave, she looked at Sasha, curled up at the foot of her bed. What if she came home from work to find Sasha missing again? Or worse, what if someone hurt her sweet dog? "Guess what, girl?" she said with a smile. "You're coming to the salon today." Autumn grabbed Sasha's leash and held it up. Sasha's ears perked up, and when Autumn called to her, she jumped off the bed and dashed to Autumn's side. "That's my sweet girl." Laughing, Autumn clipped the leash on, grabbed Sasha's pet bed from the front room and her water bowl from the kitchen, then led her outside. Feeling cautious, she walked around her car, making sure all the tires were inflated and that nothing looked out of place. Satisfied, she opened the back door for Sasha, and once she was safely inside, they drove to the salon. When Autumn arrived, she could see Haley's car in the parking lot. Smiling in anticipation of her friend's reaction to seeing Sasha, Autumn unlocked the door to the salon and walked inside. "Good morning." The happy tone in Autumn's voice belied the sorrow that threatened to swamp her.
Good morning,
Haley said, then her gaze fell on Sasha. With a surprised look, she lifted her eyes to Autumn.
Is today bring your pet to work day? I didn't get the memo.
Autumn laughed. "You don't have a pet."
Oh, come on. You know I have a goldfish.
"Well, you can run home and get it if you want." Haley chuckled as she walked over to Sasha.
No, I think one pet is enough.
Kneeling in front of Sasha, Haley greeted her and scratched her chin. Then she stood and faced Autumn.
She is such a pretty dog. If I were to get a dog, and I'm not going to because I think they're too much work, I would get a yellow lab.
The panic and worry Autumn had felt the day before when she'd come home and found Sasha missing swept over her, and tears filled her eyes. Not wanting Haley to see her distress, she looked down at Sasha. "She's a sweetheart, no question."
You've never brought her to the salon before. What's going on?
Hey, girls.
Cassie said as she walked in.
Oh, why is Sasha here?
She was just about to tell me,
Haley said. Then she looked at Autumn with expectation. Should she tell them her suspicions? Or would they think she was out of her mind too? I just thought it would be nice to have her here today. Haley narrowed her eyes.
Okay.
She can be our mascot,
Cassie said with a smile. Glad they weren't digging for more, Autumn nodded. That's right. I'm going to set her up in the office. She'll be good.
You're the boss,
Haley said with a smirk. Then she turned to her workstation. That's right. She was the boss. She could do what she wanted. Carrying the pet bed and water bowl, she led Sasha to the office and set things up. Sasha curled up on the bed, and when Autumn looked at her, safe where she could see her, warmth and calm settled over her. She could relax and work today without worrying about someone, Kelly, doing something to either one of them. Wondering what Officer Riley had discovered, Autumn made a mental note to check with him later on and find out. In the meantime, she wouldn't think about Jax.
Jax shoveled his lunch into his mouth with the rest of his team. The morning workout had been tough, but working hard always felt great. His complete focus had been on the workout, but now that he had a moment to think, his mind went to Autumn. How was she doing? Had she slept as poorly as he had? He would give her a few days, and then maybe he'd call her. A roll hit him in the head. He looked up to see Brock Remington grinning at him. Must have been too immersed in his thoughts. Laughing, Jax tossed it back, then turned his mind back to football.
At lunchtime, Autumn called Officer Riley. He wasn't available, so she left a message for him to call her back. Later that afternoon, he returned her call. Did you talk to Kelly?
Yeah, I spoke to her this morning.
What did she say?
She had a solid alibi for all day yesterday, and I verified it with her employer.
He paused.
You might want to consider other reasons for the gate being open.
He thought she was imagining things too, just like Jax did. Frowning, Autumn's eyes went to Sasha, who was sleeping on her pet bed in the corner of the office. What about the flat tire and the balloons?
She was adamant that she knew nothing about those.
How do you know she's telling the truth?
Look, without proof, I'm not going to accuse her of lying.
Autumn rubbed the back of her neck. Now what? Riley's sigh came across the line.
There's not a whole lot we can do, Ms. Foster, and there's no evidence that a crime was actually committed.
That's what she'd been afraid he would say. Holding back a sigh of her own, she thanked him and hung up. She knew the police had much bigger crimes to worry about than someone letting a person's dog out of their yard. Probably the only reason he even followed up was because Jax was involved. Jax. Just thinking about him made her heart hurt. She missed him already. Maybe she should call him and tell him he was right, that the flat tire and the balloons and Sasha getting out were all a coincidence. Maybe they were all a coincidence. Maybe she was making too much out of it. Maybe he was right. Sighing, she put her phone away and got back to work. Chapter 35. Tired after a long day, Autumn pulled into her driveway. Then she let Sasha out of the car. When they walked into the house, Autumn was on high alert for anything that seemed out of place. Taking a peek into the kitchen and seeing everything just as she'd left it, she went back into the living room and settled on the couch. If she and Jax hadn't had their disagreement, she couldn't really call it a fight. He would most likely be coming over later. Sad that that wouldn't happen, she decided to take a hot bath before fixing dinner. After feeding Sasha, she made her way into her bedroom. Before getting undressed, she went straight to the bathtub and sat on the edge, turning on the water. She let it run until it was hot, then she plugged the drain and turned on the cold water as well. Once the temperature coming out of the faucet was perfect, she stood and faced the mirror. A loud gasp nearly choked her as her hand flew to her mouth. Written on the glass in red lipstick were the words, "You don't deserve him." Spinning around, Autumn frantically looked for the intruder. "Sasha!" she screamed. "Sasha, come here!" Sasha bounded into the room. Almost fainting with relief that her dog was okay, Autumn fell to her knees and threw her arms around her. "I'm so glad I brought you with me," she murmured into Sasha's fur. "Oh my goodness, what if I'd left you here?" Terror wound its way through her, sending shivers cascading over her. Taking several deep breaths, she shut the water off in the bathtub. Then she peeked into her closet to make sure no one was hiding inside. Next, she went into her bedroom and picked up her cell phone, dialing Officer Riley's number. To her relief, he answered right away. "This is Autumn Foster." Her voice was laced with panic.
I already told you, Miss Foster, there's nothing more I can do.
"I know that. Something else happened." He was silent, then,
What happened?
"Someone was in my house." Autumn thought she heard a sigh.
Why do you say that?
Frustrated beyond belief, she closed her eyes to gather herself before speaking. "I just got home from work and I found a message on my bathroom mirror."
A message?
"Yes, it's written in red lipstick."
What does this message say?
Suddenly embarrassed to tell him, she paused half a beat. "It says, you don't deserve him."
You don't deserve who?
"Jax, obviously. Don't you see? Kelly came over and did this while I was at work."
Don't you think your dog would have stopped her?
"Sasha wasn't here. I took her to work with me." Riley was silent for several seconds.
Was there any sign of a break-in?
I don't know. I don't think so."
All right, my shift is over, but I'll stop by on my way home.
"Thank you. Thank you so much." Autumn carried her phone into the bathroom and took pictures of the mirror from several angles. Then she clipped on Sasha's leash and sat on the front porch to wait for Riley to show up. Half an hour later, he was there. He checked all the rooms in the house before ending in the bathroom. Half expecting the words to be gone when they reached the bathroom, when Autumn saw them scrawled across the mirror in blood-red lipstick, she was relieved. He couldn't claim she'd made those up. They were right there for him to see. Riley stared at the writing for a full 30 seconds. Then, without a word, he walked to the back door and examined the lock before doing a thorough examination of the front door. Finally, he faced Autumn, who had followed him from room to room.
There's no sign of a break-in.
Cocking his head, he asked,
Does anyone have a key to your house?
No, but I was thinking about how someone could get in. Sasha's dog door is pretty big. A smaller adult would be able to crawl through. He grunted a reply. Do you think I should stay somewhere else tonight? I mean, do you think I'm in danger? The thought terrified her, but someone had been inside her house. Riley considered it.
Hard to say.
His tone didn't show much concern. Are you going to talk to Kelly? A look of irritation washed across his face.
I don't plan to.
Why not? The words flew from her mouth. Was he not taking this seriously?
Ms. Foster?
Autumn, she said, cutting him off. A soft sigh left his mouth.
Autumn, don't take this the wrong way, but is there a chance that you wrote that message yourself?
Her mouth fell open at the absurd accusation. No! A sound of disbelief left her mouth. Why would I do something like that?
To get attention.
To get attention? From who?
From Mr. Cordova.
This was getting more bizarre by the second. Mr. Cordova, she said, exaggerating his name, doesn't know about this, and he probably never will. The realization of the truth of that statement sent a wave of despair descending upon her. That seemed to grab his attention.
Why not?
We're not. That is, we may not be seeing each other any longer. Pain, brutal and sharp, pierced her, and she nearly flinched. She'd fallen hard for Jax Cordova, and now her heart was breaking.
I see.
When you talk to Kelly, she began, wanting to make it clear that she expected him to, you can tell her there's no longer a reason to be jealous, that she can stop tormenting me. With his mouth in a firm line, he nodded.
I'll keep that in mind.
Knowing that he was skeptical about her story, when he opened the front door, Autumn didn't argue with him or try to convince him that she was telling the truth. There was no way to prove it. It was true that she could have easily written that message herself. If she didn't know the truth, she might doubt her too. Without another word, he left, and Autumn sank onto the couch, pulling her legs up and wrapping her arms around them before resting her head on her knees. Feeling all alone, after several minutes of wallowing in self-pity, she called Haley and told her about Sasha being let out the day before, and the message she'd found on her mirror that evening and Officer Riley's ridiculous question.
That cop thought you did it?
Haley's tone radiated displeasure. I guess so.
You took a picture, right?
Yeah.
Send it to me.
Okay, hang on. Autumn texted one of the pictures to her, then put her phone back to her ear. Did you get it?
Let me see.
A moment later, she heard Haley gasp.
Holy crap, girl. That's freaky. Someone was in your house?
Yeah.
You should come here, spend the night at my place.
No, I'm not going to let that woman scare me away. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
What do you mean?
Autumn stared at the front door, picturing Jax walking out the night before. I think Jax and I are, I think we're done.
What? Why? What happened?
He thinks I'm overreacting, that I'm seeing danger where there's none.
He doesn't know you, Autumn. You're the most level-headed person I know.
Smiling, Autumn said, Thanks.
He's an idiot. A very hot idiot. But an idiot.
That got a laugh out of Autumn. Maybe this stuff will stop now.
Always looking on the bright side. That's the girl I know.
Thanks, Haley. I'm going to fix something to eat. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Okay, call me if you need anything.
I will. Sighing with disbelief at the twists and turns her life had taken lately, Autumn went into the kitchen and put together a casserole. Then she cleaned up the mess she'd made. While the casserole baked, she grabbed a bottle of glass cleaner and a roll of paper towels, ready to scrub off the disturbing message. But before she reached the bathroom, her doorbell rang. Freezing in place, she frantically looked around. Should she hide? Was it Kelly? Emboldened by getting away with everything she'd done already, had she come to hurt her? Confident enough to come right to her front door? Should she call the police? Would they even come? Autumn could hear Sasha whining at the front door. She set the glass cleaner and paper towels on the bathroom counter, then crept toward the front door. This time, a knock sounded, loud and sure. Heart pounding, Autumn tiptoed to the door, then she knelt next to Sasha and wrapped her arms around her. She needed Sasha to be silent. She would keep her sweet dog safe. They would keep each other safe. Then, slowly, silently, Autumn got to her feet and pressed her eye to the peephole.
Chapter 36. Why wasn't Autumn answering her door? Getting worried, Jax knocked again. He'd heard Sasha whining, but now she wasn't making any noise. Was Autumn all right? The moment he'd gotten the text from Haley, giving him a piece of her mind and sending him an image of a weird message Autumn had found on her bathroom mirror, he'd driven over as fast as he could, and his Lamborghini went pretty fast. "Autumn," he called out. "It's me, Jax." Still, nothing. Maybe he needed to break the door down. Then it opened. And there she stood. Worry was etched on her lovely face, the sparkle gone from her green eyes.
What are you doing here?
Her eyes were bracketed with a combination of confusion and fear. It was obvious that she had no idea he would be coming over. When he'd gotten the text from Haley, the thought had crossed his mind that Autumn had asked her to contact him. But no. Unless she was the world's best actress, his appearance had not been in her plans. Sasha pushed through the opening and pressed against his leg. He absently scratched her, his focus on Autumn. "Why didn't you tell me?" She stared at him.
Tell you what?
Did she not want him to know? That someone came into your house? Her eyes widened.
How do you know about that?
He huffed a laugh. "Haley." Her shoulders slumped.
Oh.
"Are you going to invite me in?"
Still feeling the sting of his disbelief, coupled with the officer flat out asking her if she'd written the message on the mirror herself, Autumn frowned. You don't need to pretend you believe me, Jax. I'm sure I'll figure this out eventually. Hurt shone in his eyes, and Autumn felt a burst of guilt. Then she asked herself why she should feel guilty. She hadn't done anything wrong, and she was the one being tormented.
"I believe you, I really do."
She didn't need the complication of dealing with his doubts. Besides, if Kelly found out he was there, would the incidents continue? Still, this was Jax, the man she'd fallen for. Did she really want to send him away? Why do you believe me now? He frowned.
That message on your mirror.
What about it?
You didn't want to tell me about it. You probably never would have told me about it. Am I right?
Autumn shook her head. Of course she wouldn't have told him. Why would she, especially after she'd already told him to leave? There would be no point.
Exactly,
he said, apparently reading her thoughts.
Obviously someone came into your house and wrote that.
His forehead creased.
Did you talk to the police?
She opened the door wider and allowed him to enter. Yes, Riley came by earlier. Jax walked inside, stopping in the middle of the room and turning to face her.
What did he say?
Autumn closed the front door. Several feet stood between her and Jax. Did she want to tell him what Riley had said? Would that cast doubt on the belief he'd so recently attained?
What?
He thinks I wrote it. Jax tilted his head.
Really?
Nodding, Autumn frowned. That's what he believes.
Why would you, though?
He thinks I did it to get attention from you. Jax's eyes narrowed.
But if Haley hadn't told me about it, I wouldn't even know.
Oh, the irony, she thought. Yep.
Wait. So the cops aren't trying to figure out who did it?
Surprised at how calm she felt, Autumn said, Nope.
That's unacceptable.
Lifting her shoulders in a shrug, Autumn frowned. Nothing I can do about it. Jax sat on the couch, his jaw clenched.
Well, there's something I can do about it.
A thread of hope that this might get resolved slid through her. What? He took his phone out and dialed a number. Then he spoke to the person on the other end, instructing them to tail Kelly. Beyond thrilled that he believed her, that he agreed that it was Kelly, that he was doing something about it, Autumn had to restrain herself from flinging herself into his arms. Instead, she calmly walked over to the couch and sat beside him. He put his phone away. Gratitude swelled within her. Thank you, Jax. He smiled at her.
I should have done that yesterday. I'm sorry.
Love for him blossomed inside her. Yes, she was falling in love with him. Though she still harbored a bit of hurt from their fight the day before, she was glad he'd come over. So glad. Laying her head on his shoulder, she closed her eyes in contentment. He tugged her into his arms, and for the first time that day, she felt at peace. The timer went off in the kitchen. She straightened and turned to him with a smile. Are you hungry? He laughed.
I can always eat.
Good, because I made a delicious casserole. They stood, and when he took her hand in his, she leaned against his side. Pivoting to face her, he pulled her into his arms. Reveling in the strength of him, when he leaned down to kiss her, she eagerly kissed him back. The timer continued to beep, and after a moment, they walked hand in hand into the kitchen.
Angry with himself for doubting her the day before, Jax set the table while Autumn laid out dinner. They ate and talked, and as they did, Jax wondered what Rob, the man he'd told to watch Kelly, was discovering. Rob would report any movement to him, and Jax hoped they could put an end to these incidents. Once dinner was over and they'd cleaned up, Autumn surprised him by asking if he wanted to see the message on the mirror. It's still there?
I was about to clean it off when you got here.
Yeah, I would like to see it. He followed her into her bathroom, and when he saw the writing scrawled across the glass in blood-red lipstick, a chill went through him. Seeing it in person felt different than seeing the picture Haley had sent to him. The words were stark and awful. You don't deserve him, it said. Why would someone say that? Autumn was a treasure. If anything, he didn't deserve her. Wrapping her in his arms, he knew if he had anything to do with it, no one would be allowed to say those things about her. To her. Then a new thought jolted him. What if the person who'd written the message, presumably Kelly Judd, had plans to hurt Autumn? The idea made him sick. On impulse, he placed his hands on her shoulders and locked his eyes with hers. You and Sasha need to come with me to my place.
What?
You may not be safe here. He had to protect her. Autumn shook her head.
Your friend's watching Kelly, so I'm sure I'll be fine.
What if Kelly wasn't doing it herself, he thought. What if she'd gotten someone else to do the things she'd done? Then keeping an eye on Kelly would be pointless. Humor me, he said. Stay with me, just for a few days. My house is secure.
Was Jax really asking her to stay at his house? Things were moving too fast. She threw her hands up. Hold on. Why the sudden worry? Yesterday you nearly convinced me that all these things were unrelated and that there was a reasonable explanation. Now you want me to move into your house? Jax pointed to the mirror.
This is different. There's no reasonable explanation here. This is someone threatening you.
Threatening me? Yes. It had crossed her mind that she could be in danger, but deep down she thought it was Kelly just trying to scare her off.
We don't know what Kelly is capable of. She took the time to come in here and do this. What else is she willing to do?
Fear tripped up her spine. Jax, now you're scaring me. He drew her into his arms and her fear receded.
I'm not trying to scare you.
He murmured near her ear.
I'm trying to protect you.
With him at her side, nothing could harm her, which was why she needed to go with him. She saw that now. Okay. He pulled back and looked at her.
Okay, what?
Okay, I'll go with you. He smiled.
All right, grab your things and we'll head out.
Chapter 37. Autumn followed Jax in her car. Sasha was in the back seat, along with her pet bed, food, and other supplies. She'd thrown together her own things, shoving them in a suitcase before loading it in her car. Was this what her life had come to? The need to move into Jax's house to keep herself safe? What was Kelly capable of? Would she really hurt her? Autumn had no idea, but she wasn't willing to take a chance on her or Sasha's safety to find out. When Jax pulled up to a gated entry, Autumn followed him. He punched in a code and the gate swung open. He drove through. As she tailed him, her gaze swept the area. The expansive front yard was beautiful, flowers and trees and a lush green lawn. The house wasn't huge, much larger than hers, but not as big as she'd expected. What had she expected? She had no idea. The one-story modern house had clean lines, not the style she normally favored, but she liked it. Jax pulled around to a 4-car garage. One of the doors slid open and he drove inside, parking his Lamborghini. Autumn parked in front of one of the closed doors and got out. "Nice place," she said. Then she looked at Sasha in the back seat. Sasha was a good dog, but she was still a dog. Was there a place for her to run and play? A place to do her business? Worried that Sasha might ruin Jax's gorgeous yard, Autumn bit her lip.
Glad you like it,
Jax said as he walked toward her. He opened the rear door to release Sasha from her confinement. Sasha bounded out and immediately began sniffing the ground. "What about your yard?" Jax tilted his head in question.
What about it?
Looking at Sasha before turning to Jax, Autumn said, "I don't want her to cause any damage." He shrugged.
I'm sure she'll be fine.
She would take Sasha to work. That would minimize the amount of time she would be in the yard, and Jax didn't seem worried. "Okay."
Let's get you settled.
He went to her trunk and took out her suitcase. When he came back around her car, Autumn stepped in front of him and placed a hand on his chest. "Wait, Jax.
What's wrong?
I want to make sure you know this is temporary." He appraised her, his blue eyes unwavering.
I know.
Was she relieved that he was so sure this was temporary, or disappointed? He took her hand in his, then led her to the front door. Sasha joined them. Stepping into the entry, Autumn saw high ceilings and wood floors, and she could see straight through to the backyard.
The family room's straight ahead.
Jax led her into a spacious yet comfortable room. The kitchen was adjacent. It was her dream kitchen. Excitement at the opportunity to use such a beautiful kitchen swept over her. "You won't mind if I make a muffin or two while I'm here, would you?" He chuckled.
No, Angel Muffin, I won't mind at all.
Gently squeezing his hand, Autumn grinned. Good. They passed massive floor-to-ceiling doors that led to a huge backyard patio. The doors looked like the kind that would slide out of sight.
The bedroom you'll be staying in is down here.
They stepped into an oversized room painted a soft teal. Sliding glass doors led to the backyard, and a comfortable-looking bed was against one wall. Jax set the suitcase on the bed, then gestured to the sliding glass doors.
Easy access to let Sasha out.
Overwhelmed with gratitude at his generosity, she turned to him and threw her arms around him. "You're so good to me, Jax. Thank you."
Inviting her to stay at his house was not something he'd ever done for a woman before, but it seemed like the least he could do. If it weren't for him, none of these things would have happened to her. He was the one who dated Kelly. Still, he was touched by Autumn's gratitude, and knowing she would be safe in his home brought a sense of relief. Holding her against him, he inhaled the floral scent of her hair. "You're welcome." Sasha brushed up against him, reminding him that he needed to make sure her needs were met too. He took a small step away from Autumn. I'll grab Sasha's things out of your car while you get settled. She smiled up at him.
Okay.
The sparkle was back in her eyes, and at the happy expression on her face, Jax felt deep satisfaction.
Autumn watched Jax leave the room with Sasha on his heels, smiling at the way her dog had fallen in love with him, a feeling she understood completely. She set her suitcase on the bed and unzipped it, then began moving her things into the dresser and closet.
Where do you want Sasha's bed?
Jax asked when he returned. Autumn pointed to a spot near the sliding glass door. Over there should work. He set the bed on the floor, then turned to her.
I put her food and water bowls in the kitchen. Is that okay?
He was making such an effort to make her feel at home. That will be perfect. He sat on a chair tucked in the corner of the room.
Do you have everything you need?
Autumn set down the blouse she'd been about to place on a hanger and walked over to him, kneeling beside the chair. She lay her arms on the armrest and smiled up at him. Honestly, as long as I have Sasha, I'm good. He grinned.
I hope you like having me around too.
She did. So much. But did she want to admit that? Just the night before, she'd thought things had ended with him and her heart had begun to break. But now, the future looked bright. Yes, she finally said. I definitely like having you around. His lips tugged upwards.
Good. For a minute there, I wasn't sure.
Smiling, she placed her hand on his arm. It's strange to think that a week ago I'd barely met you. And now?
Yes, and now?
And now she was falling for him. Hard. And now, she said, as she looked around the room before meeting his eyes, I'm going to be sleeping in your house. He laughed.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy.
Not wanting him to think that she expected anything more from him, she was quick to add, but it's only temporary. Once we get this stuff resolved, I'll go home. His smile dimmed.
Right. Chapter 38. Why did she have to keep reminding him of that? She'd been there less than an hour, and already she was planning her escape. With a small shake of his head, he remembered that her independence and lack of being starstruck was part of her appeal.
What can I do to help you? Shall I make a batch of muffins? Then you can have them ready for breakfast. What time do you leave, by the way?
During off-season training, the team served breakfast and lunch, but he wouldn't turn down her muffins. I leave about 7, but yeah, I'd love a muffin or two before I go. She jumped to her feet.
Okay then, let's see if you have the ingredients I need.
Standing, he said, I have to warn you, I don't do much cooking, so my ingredients may be lacking.
Only one way to find out.
She tossed him a wink before turning and walking toward the kitchen. Jax followed her, appreciating the way her jeans hugged her curves, and when she entered the kitchen and began opening cupboards like she belonged there, he found himself smiling. He liked the way it looked to have her feel so at home in his house. She stopped and faced him.
Where do you keep your flour and sugar?
He walked over to what looked like a floor-to-ceiling cabinet and pushed. It swung inward, revealing a huge walk-in pantry.
Oh my goodness,
Autumn said as she walked inside.
Look at all this space.
Laughing, she spun on her heel and faced him.
I think my entire kitchen would fit in your pantry.
Yeah, it's kind of big for one person, but what can I say? It came with the house. An amused smile curved her mouth.
I think I need to poke around my kitchen. Maybe there's a hidden door that I haven't noticed.
He laughed. Maybe. She turned back around and began gathering supplies, handing him containers of flour, sugar, baking powder, and salt.
Put those on the counter, please.
Sure thing. He did as she asked. Hey, don't you need a recipe or something? She stepped out of the pantry and moved to the fridge.
Nope.
She tapped her forehead.
It's all up here.
He chuckled. Of course it is. She took out eggs, milk, and butter and set them on the counter.
You don't have any blueberries or pecans, do you?
He shrugged. Doubt it.
What about bananas?
He nodded. I do have those.
Great. I'll make banana muffins, but tomorrow I'll stop by the store on the way here and pick up some fun ingredients.
This was all so domestic, so not what Jax was used to. He liked it. He went to a drawer and dug around until he found what he was looking for. Then he told her the security code for the gate before holding out a key to the house. "You'll need this." She stared at it like she didn't know what to do with it before finally taking it. "What's wrong?" She shook her head.
I guess I got so caught up in playing in your kitchen that I forgot the reason I was here in the first place.
Yeah, he kind of had too. A moment later, he was inches away from her, his eyes steady on hers as he lifted her chin with a finger. "Everything will be okay, Angel Muffin. No one can get to you here, okay?" A small smile pulled up the corners of her lips, then she nodded.
Okay.
She looked so sweet and vulnerable. What if something did happen to her? The thought sent dread shooting through him, and without a second thought, he wrapped her in a tight embrace, ready to do whatever he could to protect her.
When it was time to say goodnight, Autumn loved it when Jax walked her to her bedroom.
"My room's at the other end of the hall, but you'll be safe here."
I know. She looked at Sasha, who had already curled up on her pet bed. Plus, I have Sasha to keep watch. Jax looked at Sasha, then smiled at Autumn.
"There are towels in your bathroom, but is there anything else you need?"
She shook her head. She couldn't have felt more cared for. "No, I think I'm good."
"I'll probably see you before I leave in the morning."
Autumn nodded. She would make sure she was up in time to send him off. "I'll be up." His smile grew.
"Good."
Then he lowered his lips to hers as he slid one arm around her waist and curled his other hand around the back of her neck. Autumn melted against him as she wound her arms around him. This was heaven, and as she remembered the way she'd cried herself to sleep the night before, she appreciated this moment all the more. Chapter 39. The next morning, Autumn woke bright and early. After getting ready for the day, she and Sasha went into the kitchen to find Jax heating up a few muffins that she'd made the night before. "You beat me to it," she said with a smile. He grinned as he turned the microwave on.
"How'd you sleep?"
Soundly. She scooped dog food into Sasha's bowl, and Sasha dove right in.
"Glad to hear it."
The bed had been cozy and perfect, and she'd fallen asleep the moment her head had touched the pillow.
"Fix whatever you'd like for breakfast. They give us breakfast before workouts, so I'm just going to have a little muffin snack before I head in."
Thrilled that he loved her baking, Autumn smiled, then went to the fridge and pulled out 2 eggs. "I like a little protein with my muffins." He set the plate with the warmed muffins on the counter.
"Smart."
After she'd scrambled her eggs, they sat on bar stools at the high counter.
"What time do you think you'll be home?"
He asked before taking an enormous bite of his first muffin. "Around 6.
"Perfect. I should be home before you."
Glancing at him sideways, she asked, "Why is that perfect?" When he didn't answer, Autumn turned her head to look at him full on. Expecting him to be smiling with some surprise in mind, when he looked serious instead, she frowned. "What's wrong?" He picked at a muffin on his plate, then he faced her with a half frown.
"I just want to be here when you get home, to, make sure you're okay."
Oh. She'd almost forgotten the weirdness that had brought her to his house. "Right."
"Would you mind texting me when you leave the salon? Just so I know when to expect you."
It felt strange to have to check in with someone, but she didn't mind. "Sure, but remember, I'm going to stop at the store on my way home."
"Got it."
He looked at the clock on the microwave.
"I need to get going, but I'll see you tonight."
"Have a good day." He gave her a lingering kiss.
"You too."
Then he was gone. Autumn sat on the bar stool, lost in thought. This was so reminiscent of married life. It felt surreal. When she and Sasha reached the salon, she was bursting with the news of all that had happened.
How are you?
Haley asked as a smile slowly built on her face. Autumn couldn't stop the huge smile from blooming on her mouth. I'm awesome. Haley threw a triumphant grin to Cassie.
I knew texting Jax was the right thing to do.
Then Haley grimaced.
Wait, he did contact you, right?
Cassie smirked.
Look at her face. That's gotta be a yes.
Autumn laughed. Yes, when he got your text, he came rushing over.
That message on your mirror was so creepy. Haley showed me the picture.
In her happiness, Autumn had pushed the memory of the blood-red message from her mind. Her smile dimmed. Yeah.
So,
Haley asked, her face eager for information.
What happened with Jax?
Autumn told them all about her evening. There was no mistaking the shock on Cassie's face.
You moved in with him?
Wanting to clarify, Autumn shook her head. Not like that. I'm staying in one of his guest bedrooms, just until this stuff is figured out.
Oh, okay.
Jax convinced me that it would be safer at his place. He has some security there, and of course my house has none. Autumn laughed. In fact, anyone could crawl right through Sasha's dog door. Cassie and Haley looked at Sasha.
Do you think that's how that woman got in?
I don't know how else she would have.
Makes sense.
Now I understand why you brought Sasha with you.
Yeah, I'd better get her situated in the office before we open. At the end of the workday, before Autumn left, she sent a text to Jax to remind him she would be stopping at the grocery store. He replied a few moments later. From Jax, can't wait to see you. With a broad smile, Autumn tucked her phone in her purse and with Sasha on her heels, headed to her car. After stopping by the store to get a few things, she drove to Jax's house. As she pulled up to the gate and lowered her window to punch in the code, her lips twisted into a crooked smile. Who would have thought she would be staying in a fabulous house with a famous NFL star? No one. She especially couldn't have imagined it. Yet here she was. She drove through the gate and parked in front of the garage, then let Sasha out of the back before grabbing the groceries and walking toward the front door. She'd only made it halfway there when Jax opened the door and met her on the driveway. Thrilled to see him, she couldn't hold back her smile.
How was your day?
He asked. Then he kind of grimaced.
No more weird stuff?
Great, and no.
Good.
He leaned in for a kiss before taking the groceries from her.
Now that Autumn was safely home, Jax could relax. He hadn't been worried about her while she'd been at the salon, but once she'd told him she was leaving, he couldn't seem to stop himself from imagining terrible things happening to her. Rob had been keeping tabs on Kelly Judd and had reported that she'd gone to work, then out to lunch, back to work, then out with co-workers. I'm ready to relax tonight, he said as they walked into the house.
Sounds good to me.
They stopped in the kitchen, and Autumn turned to him with a smile.
You do want me to make dinner, though, right?
He set the groceries on the counter, then turned to her with a grin. I wouldn't object if you cooked something up. She laughed.
That's what I figured.
She unloaded the groceries and put some of the items away and left others on the counter.
I was thinking spaghetti would be good.
Jax hadn't had homemade spaghetti in ages. That sounds great. What can I do to help?
Just keep me company while I cook.
That I can do. First, she fed Sasha, then she got to work. Jax enjoyed watching the expert way she moved about the kitchen, and as they chatted about their day, he was amazed at how right and how comfortable this felt. She had slipped into his life so effortlessly. Being with her was easy, and the way he felt toward her. He was falling in love with her.
After dinner, they sat on Jax's patio and enjoyed the pleasant evening, and when Jax began tossing a ball for Sasha, warmth and peace enveloped Autumn. Knowing he was there for her, it meant everything. When she was with him, she felt complete.
Your dog's pretty smart,
he called to her as Sasha dropped the ball at his feet. She smiled. I know she is.
Of course, if she went out and got a job, then I'd be really impressed.
He always made her laugh. That was one thing she loved about him, one of many. What kind of a job? Like playing football? Maybe she can be a receiver. That earned her a laugh.
Maybe.
He threw the ball and Sasha bolted after it.
She's definitely faster than some of the guys on the team.
Well, she does have twice as many legs. Jax laughed.
True.
After a few more throws, Jax joined her on the patio, and when it began to get chilly, he lit the outdoor fireplace. They sat side by side on an outdoor couch, and when Jax put an arm around her, Autumn snuggled close to him. Though she was eager to resolve the strange happenings, she found she wasn't in a hurry to go home. Chapter 40. The next morning at the salon, Autumn reported on her evening to Cassie and Haley, who hung on every word.
I want a boyfriend like Jax. Rich and hot and sweet, and did I mention hot?
Maybe we can find one like him online,
Cassie said with a look of hope. Knowing how lucky she was, Autumn just laughed. The day flew by. Autumn was too busy to go to lunch, so she had Cassie bring her something back from the deli, and when it was time for the salon to close, she told Haley and Cassie she would see them in the morning. She had to stay and do some administrative work before she could leave.
Okay, be safe. We'll see you first thing.
Autumn locked the door behind them, then worked for another hour before clipping on Sasha's leash and walking out to her car. The parking lot was fairly empty as all the stores near hers had closed for the night, and as she approached her car, a chill raced up her spine. Glancing around, when Autumn looked at Sasha and saw that she didn't seem spooked, she calmed. Surely Sasha would let her know if she was in danger. Autumn stuck her key in the lock, but noticed that the interior pop-up lock was in the up position. Had she forgotten to lock her car when she'd gotten to work? It was possible. She'd had a lot on her mind. Shaking her head with a sigh, Autumn opened the driver's door, but when her gaze went to the upholstery, she recoiled with a gasp. The fabric on both the driver's side and the passenger side had been slashed, repeatedly. Heart racing, and with the leash clutched in her hand, Autumn turned and ran to the safety of the salon. Hand shaking, she struggled to insert her key. It took 3 attempts before she managed to unlock the door and burst inside. Sasha was right on her heels, and after they were both safely inside, Autumn locked the door and fled to the office, closing and locking the door. The lock on the office door was flimsy, and she knew being inside gave her a false sense of security, but it was better than being out in the open. After taking several deep breaths to calm herself, she dug her phone out of her purse and called Jax.
Are you on your way home?
He asked before she had a chance to tell him anything. No, I'm hiding in my office.
Hiding? Hiding from who? What happened?
Someone slashed the seats in my car.
What?
Yeah, I was ready to come home, but when I saw the damage, I freaked out. Now I'm in my office with the door locked.
All right, I'm on my way.
Thank you, Jax. She disconnected the call and squeezed her eyes closed, comforted to know he was there for her, that he would protect her. When she heard knocking on the salon door 20 minutes later, Autumn jumped, her heart pounding.
It's me!
Jax called out. Autumn hurried to open the door, and the moment Jax stepped inside, she threw herself at him. His strong arms enveloped her, and for the first time since she discovered the vandalism to her car, she felt safe. Burying her head against his chest, she murmured, "Thank you for coming."
Of course.
He held her a moment longer, then said,
Show me your car.
Nodding, she released him and led him toward her car. Sasha trotted along beside them. They reached the car and Autumn gestured for Jax to take a look.
Jax opened the driver's door and peered inside. Yep, the upholstery was trashed, just like Autumn had said. There was no doubt someone had slashed the fabric. Staring at the damage, Jax didn't know what to think. He was glad Autumn was safe, but what was really going on? As he'd driven over, he'd called Rob to get a report on Kelly and had been shocked when Rob had said Kelly had flown out of town early that morning. So early it was before Jax had kissed Autumn goodbye at breakfast. and Rob had verified that Kelly really was out of town. There was no way Kelly could have done this. Yes, she could have hired someone, but that didn't seem likely. He hadn't heard from her since he'd stopped by her house. She seemed to have gotten over him. There was no reason for her to do any of this, and there was no one else on the suspects list. If it wasn't Kelly, Jax thought about Ty's ex again, the way she'd made things up to get attention. Could that be happening here? Jax straightened and faced Autumn. "When was the last time you saw your car? At lunch?" She shook her head.
I haven't left the salon since I got here this morning.
"And what time was that?"
I don't know. 7:30?
Yep. That was at least an hour after Kelly had arrived at the airport. Troubled by the possibility that Autumn might have another side to her, a side that he wanted nothing to do with, Jax stared at her. Her green eyes were wide and worry framed her mouth. She really seemed to believe someone had done this to her, but he couldn't quite get there. Could she have done this herself before coming to the salon, just to get his attention? Maybe she had a split personality. One part of her was sweet and kind and wonderful, the side he'd fallen for, but the other? Violent and filled with rage. He didn't want to believe that, but he didn't know what else to think. Each and every incident that had occurred to her had no witnesses and no suspects, besides Kelly Judd. But that had become a dead end, and each and every incident could have been done by Autumn herself. He looked toward the shops that lined the parking lot. "Are there any security cameras that look out here?" Autumn shook her head.
All of us business owners discussed it, but it was too expensive, so we decided not to invest in that right now.
She stared at him, her forehead puckered.
Should I call the police?
No. The answer came out abruptly, so he softened it with a smile. Let's see what Rob says about Kelly. Maybe he saw her come this way. He already knew Kelly was out of town. Why was he enabling her?
Okay.
Autumn looked at him with such trust that he felt guilty for disbelieving her.
What should I do?
That was the question of the hour, and one that he had no answer for. Let's, he said as he ran a hand through his hair. Let's just go home. Was that really the best idea? What if bringing her back to his house put him in danger? No. He could take care of himself, and he wasn't quite ready to cut her off completely. Not yet.
What about my car?
Is it drivable? She glanced at the interior.
I think so. I haven't tried to turn it on yet.
Give it a try, and if it is, let's go home and think about what to do next. She nodded. Then, after opening the back door for Sasha, she climbed behind the wheel. The engine started right up. A relieved smile lit her face, and after she closed her door, Jax got in his car and headed home. Autumn was right behind him, and as they drove, his mind raced about what to do.
Chapter 41. When they reached Jax's house, Autumn parked in front of the garage. All the way home, she'd pictured Kelly, crazed and wild-eyed, slashing and hacking at the upholstery in an uncontrolled rage. What was wrong with her? What was she trying to accomplish? Confused and scared, Autumn let Sasha out of the car and met Jax on the driveway. Massaging his temples, he smiled, but it looked forced. Do you want me to make you some dinner? Her appetite was gone, but she knew Jax would want to eat.
Yeah, sure.
Glad for something to do, she walked beside him, but she was acutely aware that he hadn't taken her hand like he usually did. Maybe she should take his hand, but something held her back, a tension between them that she hadn't felt before. They walked into the house, then into the family room. Autumn scooped food into Sasha's dog bowl.
I'm going to call Rob.
Autumn straightened. All right, I'll be in the kitchen if you need me. He gave her a curt nod, then he took his phone out of his pocket and walked in the direction of his bedroom. Curious as to why he was leaving the room to call Rob, Autumn looked in the fridge to see what she could make for dinner. There was a package of chicken, but not wanting to take it if Jax was planning on using it for something else, she decided to ask him if she could use it. She strode down the hall toward his bedroom, but when she heard him on the phone, she slowed, not wanting to interrupt. Curious what Rob had to say, she paused outside Jax's bedroom door, but she could only hear Jax's side of the conversation.
"There's been another incident," Jax said, once Rob answered the call. Then he told him about the upholstery in Autumn's car being slashed.
Very interesting, considering.
Jax knew exactly what he meant. "So, there's no doubt? Kelly's out of town?"
Yep, no doubt whatsoever.
Rob paused.
So, this upholstery thing, it's legit?
"Yeah, I saw the damage." Jax massaged his temples. He didn't like where this conversation was headed, but he had to face the possibility that Autumn, the woman he was in love with, was less than stable.
You're thinking of your former teammate, aren't you? Ty, the one with the psycho girlfriend?
"Yeah." Jax's voice was resigned. "I can't help but make the comparison." A sigh came across the line.
I have to admit, I'm thinking the same thing. Some women will do anything for attention, Jax, especially with someone in your position. You have to consider that Autumn's the one behind these incidents. If Kelly is off the board and there are no other suspects, it just makes sense that she's the one doing it.
"I really don't want to believe that, Rob. Autumn's convinced that someone is doing these things."
Ty was convinced that Brittany was pregnant. Don't forget that, but she wasn't.
Rob chuckled.
Not even a little. Just because Autumn's convinced doesn't make it true.
That wasn't what he wanted to hear, but maybe he needed to. He'd hoped Rob could shed some light on things, but all he'd done was validate Jax's suspicions. Pointing out the similarity to what had happened to Ty seemed to cement it. I know. Jax sighed audibly, frustrated over this whole situation. "I admit that I have serious doubts. How well do I know her, right?"
That's right. What do you want me to do?
"Just keep digging. Thanks, Rob." He disconnected the call. Now, what was he going to do?
Autumn was stunned. Did Jax think she was making this all up? Why would he think that? She would never do something like that. He didn't know her at all. What kind of person did he think she was? Furious to know what he thought of her, Autumn couldn't move, could barely breathe.
"Autumn,"
Jax said as he walked out of his room seconds later, his eyes wide.
"what are you doing here?"
Deeply hurt, but also outraged that he could think those things of her, Autumn stared at him. "I was coming to ask about dinner."
"What about it?"
This was absurd. Who cared about dinner now? Certainly not her. It doesn't matter.
"How long have you been standing there?"
Right. He was worried she'd overheard. Well, she had, and now she knew the truth. Gritting her teeth, she kept her eyes steady on him. "You don't believe me, do you?" He rubbed the back of his neck.
"I think you believe someone is tormenting you."
Eyebrows jerking together, Autumn said, "What does that mean?" A muscle worked in his jaw.
"Kelly left town early this morning."
Now she understood his doubts. If Kelly wasn't in town, she couldn't have destroyed Autumn's upholstery. But someone had. "I see." Jax nodded, a frown pulling down his mouth. "So, naturally, you think I did it, to myself." His lips compressed into a straight line.
"If it's not Kelly, who else could it be?"
Livid that he'd leapt to such a ludicrous conclusion, Autumn shook her head. Then she spun on her heel and marched to her room, closing the door behind her. She had no idea who it was. All she knew was that it wasn't her. It was time to go home, to her home. How could she stay with someone who thought she was capable of doing something so outrageous? As much as it hurt, she knew it was time to move on. She tossed her suitcase onto the bed, then she began emptying the dresser and closet, throwing all of her things inside the open suitcase. A knock sounded on her door. Shaking her head, she ignored it as she jammed the last of her things into her suitcase.
"Autumn, can I come in? I want to talk to you."
"There's nothing to talk about." Too angry to be sad, she set her suitcase on the floor before grabbing Sasha's pet bed. Then she gripped the handle on the suitcase and wheeled it to the door. Pausing to prepare herself to face Jax, she sucked in a breath before slowly exhaling, then she yanked the door open. Refusing to look at him, she squeezed past him and made her way to the family room. Sasha had finished eating and came to Autumn's side. With her hands full, Autumn couldn't gather the rest of Sasha's things, so she headed right to the front door.
Autumn, wait.
Ignoring him, she wheeled her suitcase out the door and straight toward her car. The sun was setting and the sky was filled with streaks of orange and lavender. Jax jogged past her, then he turned and faced her, walking backwards as she kept moving.
Where are you going?
Refusing to look at him, she said, "Home. Where else?"
Jax was torn. On the one hand, he was kind of glad she'd decided to leave. If she was delusional, he didn't want her in his life. On the other hand, if her goal had been to get attention from him, to move in with him, then why was she leaving? It didn't make sense. Was it possible that he was wrong about her? Maybe he needed to convince her to stay. Unless that was her plan, to pretend to leave so he would beg her to stay. If that was the case, she was way better at this game than he was. No, he needed to let this play out. He needed to call her bluff. Do you think you'll be safe there? Of course she would, if she was doing these things herself. But he needed to act worried, needed to play along.
I can take care of myself.
She glared at him.
Besides, I'm not your problem.
What? No acting afraid to be on her own or to be back at the place where the phantom tormentor had been? Huh. Did that mean she really wasn't afraid? Did that confirm that she was the one behind it all along? Not sure what to believe, he watched as she loaded the pet bed and suitcase into her car, then went back into his house to get Sasha's food and bowls. She marched from the house back to her car, walking past him as if he wasn't there. She opened the rear door for Sasha, set the food inside, then walked around to the driver's side. She opened her door, her eyes going to the destroyed upholstery. Her face paled and her body tensed. Then, with a resolute expression, she slid inside. Watching her every move, a myriad of emotions flooded Jax. She wasn't acting the way someone playing a game would act. She seemed genuinely distressed by what had happened to her car. Was it all for show? If so, she should have been an actress, not a hairdresser. But what if it wasn't for show? What if he was misjudging her? What if she really was in danger? That was ridiculous. How could she be in danger when she was the one behind the incidents? She started her engine, and as he pictured her sweet face and her sparkling green eyes, thought about the way he felt so at ease with her, that he had fallen in love with her. He knew that if something were to happen to her, he would never be able to forgive himself. She backed up and turned her car around to face the gate, then she lowered the driver's side window, which was only a few feet from where he stood. Thinking she was going to say something, maybe tell him she'd changed her mind, that she wanted to stay. Jax was surprised to feel his heart lift with hope. Instead, she tossed the key to his house on the ground at his feet, before pressing the gas and driving toward the gate. Moments later, she was gone. Jax stared after her, already regretting letting her go.
Chapter 42. Autumn was livid. How could Jax possibly think she would do all those things to herself, as if she was some kind of attention-seeking, celebrity-stalking groupie? Did he think she was insane? Clearly he did. Well, she didn't need someone like him in her life, doubting everything about her, doubting everything she said. She could live without him, even if she was in love with him. Hot tears flooded her eyes, and she angrily wiped them away. When she pulled into her driveway, a sense of home swept over her. This was where she belonged. This was where she could be herself, where she could feel comfortable. This was where she needed to be. "We're home, sweet girl," she said to Sasha, who was eagerly panting in the back seat. "You know we're home, don't you, girl?" Autumn got out and opened the rear door. Sasha bounded out and ran around on the grass, stopping to mark her territory. Laughing despite her tears, Autumn got her suitcase and wheeled it to the porch before inserting her key in the lock and opening the front door. Pausing on the threshold, she looked inside. Everything was as she'd left it. Exhaling in relief, she brought her suitcase into the house, turned on the lights, then carried in Sasha's things. After they were safely inside, she did a sweep of the entire house to make sure nothing had happened while she'd been gone, dropping her suitcase off in her room. Nothing was out of place. In fact, the glass cleaner and paper towels were on the bathroom counter where she'd left them. She stared at the message as a chill passed through her. Then, gritting her teeth in determination, she scrubbed the message off of the glass before settling on the couch and trying to decide what to do next. She knew she should report the vandalism to her car to the police, but the way Officer Riley had questioned her about the message on the mirror made her hesitate to report this latest offense. If Jax didn't believe her, why would the police? Frustrated and upset, she let the tears come. What she needed was something to take her mind off her troubles. Too bad she was all alone. Tucking her feet under her, she rested her head against the back of the couch and stared at the ceiling, her mind filling with memories of the times she'd spent with Jax. They'd had so much fun together, had fit so well together. Why was he doubting her now? Why? But she knew why. He didn't know her. Not really. Maybe he'd had run-ins with other women who were not quite right in the head, women who made him doubt everyone he met. Maybe she should try to convince him she wasn't like that. But would it do any good, or had he already made up his mind? Shaking her head in despair, Autumn didn't know what to do. All of these arguments were making a headache blossom on her forehead. The doorbell rang. Heart bursting with hope that it was Jax coming to apologize and beg for her to return, Autumn leapt from the couch and crossed the room to the door, flinging it open. It wasn't Jax. "Natalie," she said when she saw her friend, well, Mitch's friend, who was holding a plate of cookies. Forcing a smile to hide her disappointment, Autumn opened the door wider. "Come in."
Thanks.
Sasha sniffed Natalie's legs, and Natalie scratched her head. Autumn shooed Sasha away as she closed the front door. "What brings you over?" Natalie smiled warmly.
I was baking cookies and I thought about you and just felt like I should come say hello. See how you're doing.
Touched, Autumn pulled Natalie in for a hug. Natalie stiffened, so Autumn released her. "Thank you. That's so sweet." Natalie held out the plate.
I know you're into baking and everything, so these probably aren't as good as what you'd make, but...
Autumn shook her head. "Stop. I'm sure they're fabulous. Anyway, it's the thought that means the most." Autumn set the plate on the coffee table, then motioned to the couch. "Do you want to sit?"
Sure.
They sat on opposite ends of the couch. "So," Autumn asked, "what's new?"
Not much, just keeping busy with work. You know how that goes.
It felt good to talk to someone who knew nothing about the weirdness that had been happening. It felt normal. "Oh, yeah. The salon's been crazy busy lately."
That's good though, right?
"Definitely." Natalie smiled as her eyes twinkled.
Hey, when you cut my hair last week, you said something about meeting someone. What's going on with that?
The mention of Jax sent a jolt of pain right to Autumn's chest. She didn't want to think about him, let alone talk about him. Waving her hand like that was all a misunderstanding. Autumn said, "Yeah, that didn't work out." Then she had to bite her lip to keep from bursting into tears.
Really? You seemed so excited about him. He plays for the Vipers, right?
Did they really need to talk about this? "Yeah, but I don't want to talk about him right now."
Oh, all right.
Natalie grimaced.
Sorry.
"No, that's okay. She shook her head. "I just need to think about something else."
I get it. I do.
Natalie's face lit up.
In fact, I have an idea.
Anything to get her mind off of Jax. "What?" Natalie straightened.
Let's go out. It's Friday night. Let's go to, I don't know, a comedy club or something.
To Autumn's surprise, she thought that was a great idea. That sounds like fun.
Right? That's what you need. A good laugh.
Totally. Natalie stood.
I know just the place.
Autumn stood as well. That's good, because I've never been to a comedy club, so I have no idea where to go.
Leave it to me.
Her evening had just gone from depressing to exciting. Thank you, Natalie. Natalie turned to her with a smile.
That's what I'm here for.
Let me just put these cookies on the kitchen counter so Sasha doesn't eat them while we're gone. After she set them far enough back on the counter that Sasha would leave them alone, Autumn grabbed her purse and followed Natalie out the front door.
I'll drive,
Natalie said. The street lamps had come on, casting shadows onto her yard. Autumn glanced toward her car, parked in the carport. The last thing she needed was to see her trashed upholstery. Sounds good. Moments later, they were on the road. After they'd driven several miles, Natalie gasped,
Oh my gosh, I left my wallet at home. I need to get my ID.
She smiled apologetically at Autumn.
It won't take long to swing by and get it.
Autumn wasn't in a hurry. She was just glad to have somewhere to go. Somewhere that had nothing to do with Jax. That's okay. 10 minutes later, they pulled into the driveway of a modest house in a quiet neighborhood. Natalie turned to Autumn.
I'll just run in.
Then her eyes widened.
Hey, there's something I want to show you. Can you come in real quick?
Sure. Natalie smiled.
Perfect.
Autumn followed her to the front door and went inside. Natalie pointed to the kitchen counter where a red wallet sat and laughed.
There it is.
She picked it up and tucked it in her purse. Then she slung her purse over her shoulder. She turned to Autumn.
Follow me.
Autumn walked behind her. Natalie stopped next to a closed door. Natalie turned to Autumn with a grin.
I know you'll appreciate this.
Autumn watched as Natalie turned the knob, pushed the door inward, and flipped on the light.
Check it out.
Curious, Autumn stepped across the threshold, but the moment she saw what was on the walls, she froze. Blown-up images of Mitch were everywhere, along with printouts of articles about the accident that had killed him and articles about the trial. In addition, there were several quotes written in marker, including the name of the author of the quote. Do you not know that a man is not dead while his name is still spoken? Terry Pratchett. To live in hearts we leave behind is not to die. Thomas Campbell. Make the most of your regrets. Never smother your sorrow, but tend and cherish it, till it comes to have a separate and integral interest. Henry David Thoreau. Stunned, Autumn turned to question Natalie, but before she turned all the way around, Natalie shoved her. Autumn tumbled to the floor. Scrambling to her feet, Autumn suddenly knew who had been tormenting her. Chapter 43. Wanting to flee, Autumn stood and faced Natalie, who blocked the doorway. 8 feet separated them, but Autumn was confident she could get past Natalie and run outside to find help. That is, until Natalie pulled a gun from her purse and pointed it at Autumn. Put that away, Autumn said, her voice shaking with fear. Natalie cracked a smile and held the gun steady.
I don't think so.
Then Natalie motioned with her chin toward Autumn's purse.
Toss that over here.
Why are you doing this, Natalie? What do you want?
Do it, now.
Autumn tossed her purse toward Natalie, who used her foot to drag it into the hallway. Then Natalie cocked her head as her smile twisted into a frown.
You never appreciated him, did you?
Mitch?
Don't say his name.
Natalie screamed. Then her voice dropped to a near whisper.
Don't ever say his name.
Terrified that Natalie had become completely unhinged, Autumn clamped her lips shut. Natalie shook her head.
You didn't deserve him. He was too good for you.
Tears filled her eyes.
He was too good for this world.
Natalie took one step into the room, her eyes boring into Autumn's.
Did you appreciate him? Huh? Did you?
Her voice rose on each question.
Answer me.
Yes, Autumn said, as she began to tremble. Yes, I did. I loved him. He was my husband. She didn't want to agitate Natalie, but these questions were absurd. Let me go, Natalie. He would want you to.
No.
Her head swung from side to side.
No, he wouldn't.
Natalie stayed where she was, keeping a large swath of space between them.
But do you know what he wouldn't want? He wouldn't want you to forget about him already, to date some football player, someone who was friends with the man who killed him.
Natalie's forehead scrunched.
How could you?
How could she get out of this? Could Natalie be reasoned with? I told you earlier, Natalie. Jax and I are done.
Jax.
The word was lace with derision.
Did he see right through you? See how you have no loyalty?
Desperate, Autumn held up her hands. I missed Mitt. She caught herself before saying his name. I'm not ready to move on. She lowered her gaze. I don't know if I ever will be. She hoped Natalie wouldn't see through her lie.
Really?
Sarcasm dripped from each syllable.
Then why did you seem so sad that things are over between you and...
Her lips curled.
Jax.
Autumn turned to one of the huge pictures of Mitch and placed her hand on his face. I miss him so much. And she did. She really did. But at that moment, she was putting on a show. For Natalie's sake. I'll never stop missing him. Slowly, she swiveled her head toward Natalie. He was the love of my life.
No, he was the love of my life, and now he's gone. And now I'll always be alone.
Autumn's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? He was the love of your life. Had Mitch been cheating on her? With Natalie? The thought made her sick.
I loved him from the moment I met him.
Natalie's voice had become wistful as her eyes got a faraway look.
And I know he loved me. He just couldn't tell me.
Oh, Autumn thought. So he hadn't cheated. Relief, sharp and sweet, rushed through her. What do you want from me? Autumn asked. Natalie's gaze shot back to her.
I want you to stay in this room and think about Mitch. It's not fair that you had him when he was alive. And now that he's dead, you're moving on while I'm stuck here.
Her voice became choked.
I'm stuck here, all by myself. My heart is broken, and it will never mend.
She gritted her teeth.
It's not fair.
Maybe she could reason with her. Maybe she could convince her that there was hope, at least to the point that she would let her go. That's not how it has to be, Autumn said, her voice pleading. You're a wonderful person, Natalie. The words nearly stuck in her throat. You'll find your true love. Don't give up. Natalie seemed to think about that as her hands sagged a bit and the gun lowered. Then she snapped the gun back into place, pointing right at Autumn.
I did find my true love.
Then she glanced at the pictures on the wall.
But now he's dead.
Gesturing with the gun toward the carpeted floor, Natalie scowled.
You're going to stay in this room and think about Mitch until...
She clenched her jaw. Until what? An eerie smile tugged up the corners of Natalie's lips. Until what, Natalie?
Until you join him.
Autumn's mouth fell open as terror rocketed through her. Natalie was going to kill her. You don't have to do this, she said near tears. But it was too late. Natalie had backed out of the room and closed the door. Then Autumn heard a lock engage. She was trapped. Frantically looking for a way to escape, all she saw was 4 walls covered in pictures and printouts, the door, and a closet. Practically flinging herself at the closet, she slid the wooden doors open and found nothing. No shelves, no clothing bar, nothing. Despair lashed against her. There was nothing here, not even a window. But how could that be? Wasn't this a bedroom? With energy born of desperation, Autumn began ripping down the pictures and articles, certain that they must be covering the window. It didn't take long to find where the window should be, but it was covered by a thick sheet of plywood that was affixed to the wall by a dozen screws. With no other idea of how to escape, Autumn pounded on the plywood as she screamed for help. Maybe one of the neighbors would hear and call the police. She didn't know what else to do. But after 10 solid minutes of pounding and screaming, she sank to the floor, her throat raw and her head throbbing. If only Jax had believed her. She wouldn't be here. She would be safe. Shaking her head as tears filled her eyes, Autumn wallowed in her self-pity. But then her eyes went to the boarded-up window. She pushed herself to her feet and trudged to the sheet of plywood and studied the screws. They all appeared to be firmly attached. Still, she had to try. Using her thumbnail like a flathead screwdriver, she tried to loosen the screw. Tried and tried and tried. But all she managed to do was destroy her nail. She stared at her fingernails, then one by one, she used them to try to loosen the screws, trying different screws, hopeful one of them could be loosened. None of them budged. Deflated, she sat on the floor and stared at a space on the wall where she'd torn down the papers. How had she missed the signs that Natalie was deranged? She'd fallen right into her trap. If only she had told her she wasn't up to going out, she would be safely at home. Then again, if she'd refused, Natalie could have shot her then and there. She was going to die in this room, surrounded by images of her dead husband. She was only 25 years old. Her life had barely gotten started. She had so much life left to live, so much to do. She wanted to have a family, raise children, grow old with someone. Jax's face filled her mind. She didn't care that he hadn't believed her, that he thought she was some crazy woman who was doing things for attention. All she wanted was to feel his powerful arms around her, comforting her and protecting her. But she would never see him again, and he would have no idea what had come of her. He would go on with his life as if he'd never met her, and she would be dead. Tears soaked her eyes and rolled down her face as hopelessness and despair swamped her. She curled into a ball and wondered if anyone would miss her.
Chapter 44. The next morning, Jax received a text from Haley. From Haley, "Where's Autumn? She hasn't come into the salon yet and she's not answering her phone." He shook his head. He couldn't believe Autumn could get her friends to play this game on her behalf. Then he remembered how Autumn had gotten Haley to get her earring back, and how Haley had led him to believe that she was the mystery woman. Really, it was no surprise that Haley was a willing participant in this game. Still, Jax couldn't ignore the worry that slithered into his gut. And then he realized something. Haley didn't seem to be aware that Autumn had gone home the night before. Why didn't Haley know that he and Autumn had broken up? Was Haley playing with him? It didn't make sense. Confused and suddenly concerned, Jax decided to drive over to Autumn's house and see what was going on. It was Saturday morning, and he didn't have an official workout planned, so he had time to check this out. When he arrived at Autumn's house and saw her car parked in the carport, he frowned. Maybe she had overslept. She was probably curled up in her bed, oblivious to the worry she was causing. What would she say when she found Jax at her front door? Would she think he'd come to apologize? Would he apologize? Shaking his head in frustration at how helpless he felt at the way his life was going, he strode to the front door and knocked, loud and strong. That ought to wake her up. He could hear Sasha whining at the door. That was a good sign. If Sasha was there, then Autumn had to be. She wouldn't go off without her beloved dog. Besides, her car was still there. When Autumn didn't answer, he knocked again, longer and harder. Still nothing. He tried the knob, but it was locked. Then he tried calling her on his cell. It went straight to voicemail. A sliver of concern slid between his ribs and lodged in his heart. What if he'd been wrong about her being behind all of the incidents that had occurred? What if it was someone they hadn't thought of? He'd accused her of being unstable, of staging all of those events to get attention. Well, he hadn't come out and said that to her face, but he'd made it clear enough for her to leave the safety of his home. But what if he'd been wrong? Alarmed now, he went to the gate and let himself into the backyard. By the time he reached the kitchen door, Sasha had burst through her dog door and joined him. She pranced around and whined like she did when she was hungry. Had Autumn not fed her yet? It was way past the time she normally fed her. Jax tried the knob on the back door, but it didn't budge. He pounded on the door, but there was no reply. Then he tried peering through the windows, but all the blinds were drawn. He couldn't see a thing. Alarm was turning to panic. As a last resort, he knelt in front of the dog door, thinking he could crawl through. But he was 6'5" and 280 pounds, much too large to fit. Slamming a fist against the door, he scrambled to figure out what to do. A moment later, he called Haley.
Did you wake, Sleeping Beauty?
Haley asked after Jax greeted her. He could hear the smile in her voice. Embarrassed to admit what had happened, he shook his head. She wasn't at my house last night.
What? Why not?
We had a little fight. That was an understatement, but she didn't need to know all the details.
So, where is she?
Jax clenched his jaw. I don't know. I'm at her house now. Her car's here and Sasha's here, but she's not answering the door.
I'll be right over.
The connection ended, and he made his way to the front of the house. Haley wasn't acting like someone who was in on this, unless this was some elaborate final ruse to make him pay for calling Autumn on her game. But what if it wasn't? What if Autumn was in trouble, in danger? All because he hadn't believed her. The night before, he'd been so certain that she was orchestrating this whole thing. But now? Now that certainty wavered. Jax pictured her face and her sweet personality. Was she capable of playing him? Not so sure now. When Haley pulled into the driveway and Jax saw the concern on her face, his doubts multiplied. Haley ran to his side.
I'm gonna try to crawl in through the dog door. Like that person did.
That person. The one who had left the message on Autumn's mirror. The one who had been in her house. Remembering the blood-red words, the ones that had prompted him to invite Autumn to stay at his house, Jax gritted his teeth. A distinctly uneasy feeling that he'd made a terrible mistake washed over him. A mistake that had led to whatever was happening now. If anything happened to Autumn, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Jax followed Haley to the back door and watched as she managed to squeeze through. Seconds later, she opened the kitchen door and he walked in. They stood in the kitchen. Sasha came through the dog door and pawed at her food dish. Autumn hadn't fed her. Autumn would never let Sasha go hungry, not on purpose. Fear crawled up Jax's spine and settled in his gut. He turned to Haley. Let's check her bedroom. Haley nodded, but before she could lead the way, Jax hustled down the hallway. Seconds later, he stood in her room. Her bed was neatly made, and her suitcase was sitting on top of the comforter. She'd come home from his house and dropped off her suitcase, but she obviously hadn't slept in her bed. He could feel Haley's eyes on him, but he ignored her. Instead, he placed his hand on Autumn's suitcase. The last time he'd seen it, she was loading it into her car while he stood by and watched. Then he remembered the way her face had paled when she'd looked at her destroyed upholstery. All along, she'd known someone was doing this to her, but he'd doubted her. Disgusted with himself, he realized his jaw ached from clenching it so hard.
Looks like she was here at some point.
Barely managing a nod, Jax went into the bathroom. The message had been cleaned off of the mirror. Other than that, the room looked just like it had when he'd seen it last. Next, he went back to the kitchen to feed Sasha. Haley followed him. He scooped food into Sasha's bowl, then scanned the room. A plate of cookies wrapped in plastic sat on the counter. In 2 strides, he stood in front of it, staring down at it. Then he faced Haley. Someone brought her cookies last night. Haley walked over to the plate and reached out. Don't touch it, he said, his voice sharp. She yanked her hand back as if the plate was on fire. Then she turned to him with a question on her face. Maybe there are prints on there.
You think whoever brought the cookies took her?
Haley glanced around the room.
It doesn't look like she was forced to go.
Jax had to agree. It must have been someone she knows.
We need to call the police.
Yeah. He took out his phone and tapped 911.
Chapter 45. Autumn was groggy. She'd barely slept, and now her stomach rumbled with hunger. She hadn't eaten since lunch the day before. The lights were still on. She'd fallen asleep without turning them off. She had no idea what time it was. Was it even morning? Disoriented and scared, she sat up and rubbed her eyes. Body sore from sleeping on the floor, she wondered where Natalie was and what she had in store. Would she shoot her? Would this day be the day she died? Regret and sadness washed over her in waves. She wasn't ready to die. She wanted to live. She wanted a chance at happiness with Jax. The lock on the door disengaged. Autumn snapped to attention, her back ramrod straight as she sat on the carpet. The door swung inward, and Natalie stood there with a self-satisfied expression.
Anything to say this morning?
After all the crying and with no water to quench her thirst, Autumn was dehydrated and her tongue felt thick in her mouth. "You don't," she began, but her voice was scratchy. She tried to clear her throat. "You don't have to do this." Slowly pushing herself to her feet, she tried to see if Natalie had the gun in her hand, but Natalie's hands were hidden behind the door. Should she take a chance and try to push past her? It was as if Natalie read her thoughts, because she lifted her right hand and pointed the gun at Autumn.
Don't even think about it.
Shrinking back against the wall, Autumn felt exposed. If Natalie opened fire, there was nothing Autumn could do to protect herself. Nothing to hide behind. Natalie tossed in a water bottle and a granola bar.
Can't have you kicking it too soon.
Her lips twisted into the semblance of a smile.
You still have a lot to think about.
Then she closed the door and turned the lock. Autumn was alone. Panic welled up inside her, panic at knowing her death was imminent, that she was on her own, that it was up to her to save herself. Jumping to her feet, she flew across the room and pounded on the door. "Let me out of here, Natalie! Open this door! Now! Let me out!" Her screams turned to sobs as she slid to the floor in a heap of tears. When there were no tears left, she crawled to the water bottle and granola bar, picked them up, then leaned against the wall. Desperately thirsty, she gulped down half the bottle before tearing open the wrapper on the granola bar and wolfing it down. Just like Sasha eats, she thought. Then a lone tear tracked down her face. Sasha. She would starve to death. Her poor baby, all alone, wondering where Mama was, wondering why she'd abandoned her. Sobs tore through her, racking her from head to toe. This was so senseless. There had to be some way to convince Natalie that she didn't have to do this. But how?
Standing in Autumn's kitchen, Officer Marshall listened to Jax and Haley's story, nodding as they spoke.
You understand that since Ms. Foster is an adult, she has the right to leave without notifying anyone.
Frustrated that he wasn't taking this seriously, Jax scowled. Of course we do, but that's not what's going on here. She reported several incidents to another one of your officers, and now she's missing. Marshall glanced around the room.
There doesn't appear to be any foul play.
He faced Jax.
If you haven't heard from her by tomorrow morning, let me know.
How could he not see what was happening? It was so obvious to Jax. Then he realized that this must have been exactly how Autumn had felt. She'd known she was in danger, but he hadn't believed her. He'd even thought she was behind it. Fresh self-loathing sank into his heart. He'd been a total and complete jerk for not believing her. He had to do something. He had to save her. Even if she hated him now, he would stop at nothing to find her. So, you're not going to do anything? His voice was on the edge of fury. Officer Marshall stared at Jax hard, and Jax knew he had to back down. He couldn't help Autumn if he was in jail.
Like I said, if you haven't heard from Ms. Foster by tomorrow, let me know.
Fuming, Jax didn't speak.
Thank you for coming by,
Haley said before she walked him to the door. After he left, she faced Jax.
Can you believe it?
He shook his head, too angry to speak.
Now what?
He had to get past his anger and work the problem. He thought about all the incidents that had occurred. Then he got an idea. Her car. Haley tilted her head.
What about it?
Someone trashed it yesterday. Her eyes grew wide.
What?
Ignoring her reaction, he strode past her and out the front door, heading straight to the carport. The doors were locked. He peered inside, and when he saw the destroyed seats, he looked at them in a new light. Some person, filled with rage, had taken a knife and slashed the fabric over and over and over. And now that person had Autumn. She was helpless and vulnerable. She needed him, and he wasn't there for her. Nausea welled up inside him. Swallowing convulsively, Jax turned his mind away from himself and on what he needed to do. Do you have a key to her car? She shook her head. With a resolute nod, he went back into the house and dug around until he found a small toolkit. A moment later, he had a hammer in his hand.
What are you going to do?
Haley asked, clearly alarmed. Briskly striding past her, he said, I'm going to get into her car.
You're going to break her window?
Uh-huh. Stopping beside the passenger side, Jax held the hammer in the air.
Wait!
He turned to Haley, his eyebrows tugging together in annoyance that she was slowing him down.
You can't do that.
I'll replace the window.
Oh, right.
Shaking his head, he turned back to the car. Then he brought the hammer down with a crash. The window burst inward. Jax reached inside and unlocked the door, yanking it open.
What are you looking for?
He took off his jacket and used it to wipe the shards of glass off of the seat. I'm not sure, but whoever did this, whoever did all of these things, was trying to send a message. Maybe there's more than just slashed seats. Maybe whoever did this left a note.
But wouldn't Autumn have told you?
He tried not to think about the way he would have reacted if she had. Instead, he said, I don't think she looked for one. She was hardly in her car after this happened. He opened the glove box and pulled out all the contents, dumping them on the seat before rifling through them. It only took a moment, but then he saw it. A typed note. Grinning in triumph, he held it up for Haley to see.
What does it say?
He held it where they could both read it. What you're doing is hurting him, and you don't even care, he read. What do you think it means? Haley looked thoughtful.
Did she do something to hurt you?
Jax shook his head. No, nothing. Haley's eyes went wide.
I just thought of something. You know those balloons Autumn got? The ones you would get when somebody dies?
Yeah?
The balloons were obviously tied to Mitch, so the message on the mirror in this one...
She pointed to the paper he held in his hand.
Maybe they're referring to Mitch. We all assumed they were referring to you, but what if we were wrong?
Why hadn't Jax thought of that? Had he been so wrapped up in himself that it had never occurred to him that the messages could be talking about someone else? Maybe they were getting somewhere. Who would have done this? Jax asked as fresh hope surged through him. Haley shook her head as despair filled her eyes.
I don't know.
Jax slammed his fist on the roof of Autumn's car. We have to think. We have to figure it out. Haley jumped, but Jax ignored her, staring at Autumn's house as his mind raced. He faced her. Can you think of anyone who was obsessed with Autumn's husband? He reread the paper in his hand. What you're doing is hurting him and you don't even care. Then he looked at Haley. Do you think this person is mad at Autumn for dating me? The thought that this was in any way his fault made his stomach churn. Not only had he accused Autumn of doing these things for attention, but in reality, it was all his fault. If he hadn't come into her life, she would be safe and sound. But he couldn't imagine life without her.
Obsessed with Mitch, but mad at Autumn for dating you?
It sounded kind of ridiculous, but it's all he could come up with. Yeah. Haley chewed on her lip, a faraway look in her eyes. Then her eyes went wide and she gasped.
I might know who it is.
A thrill of hope roared through him. Who?
Last week, a woman came in for a haircut. She's been in before. She used to work with Mitch. That's how she knows Autumn.
Okay. Haley shook her head.
We were talking about you. This woman, when Autumn told her that you play for the Vipers, she made this weird comment. Something like, "What would Mitch think of that?" She seemed really bothered by the whole thing.
What's her name? Haley shook her head.
I don't know, but I bet I could find out.
She smiled.
Let's go to the salon.
Pumped to have something to do, a direction to go, Jax nodded. I'll drive.
Chapter 46. Autumn was on edge. It had been a while since Natalie had thrown the granola bar and water bottle into the room. When would she be back? What would she do when she got there? Pacing the room, Autumn frantically tried to come up with a way to get out of this, but nothing had changed. Besides the torn papers on the floor, the room was completely bare. Autumn stopped in front of the door and stared at it. Was there some way to open it? Some way to unlock it? Then the hinges caught her eye. She remembered when she and Mitch bought a new refrigerator. It had been too large to fit through the front door. He'd taken the front door off of its hinges, and the fridge had fit easily. Studying the hinges now, she tried to remember how he'd done it. He'd had tools, of course, but there had to be a way she could do it. If she could remove the pins from the hinges, would she be able to open the door? It was worth a try. Autumn's fingernails were already destroyed and bloody, but she still used them to try to pry the pins out of the hinges. She didn't have much luck. Her throat was parched. She picked up the water bottle, unscrewed the cap, and drained the rest of the water. Then, with the cap in her hand, she got an idea. Wedging the edge of the cap between the pin and the top of the hinge, she worked it and worked it and worked it until the pin lifted ever so slightly. Victory exploded through her. This could work. Her whole world focused on that pin and getting it out of the hinge. Sweat beaded on her forehead, but she ignored it. The pin slid up a millimeter, then another, then another. Then, without warning, it popped free. Elated, Autumn's heart soared with hope. 1 down, 2 to go. Kneeling on the floor, she got to work on the bottom pin. It took a while, but eventually it came free. Just the top one now.
Natalie Owens,
Haley said, as she and Jax stared at the schedule on the computer in the salon.
That's her name.
What's going on?
Cassie asked as she cut a customer's hair.
Where's Autumn?
Do you have her address? Jax asked, ignoring Cassie.
We might.
Jax watched Haley as she clicked around in the computer program.
We send birthday coupons to our customers through snail mail.
Haley glanced at him over her shoulder.
Autumn can be old school.
At the mention of her name, a flame of fear scorched him. They had to find her, and they had to find her now. Cassie appeared beside him and, in a low voice, asked again what was going on. Haley filled her in as she worked on the computer.
Here it is.
Haley grabbed a notepad and wrote down an address. Jax snatched it from her and tore out the door.
Wait!
Haley called after him, but he didn't respond as he jumped into his car and screeched out of the parking lot. Punching the address into his GPS as he drove, for once he hoped a police officer would catch him speeding. Then he would lead the officer to Natalie's house. But since he didn't expect that to happen, he called the police instead, told them all that had happened, and demanded that they meet him at Natalie Owens' house. The GPS said it would take 15 minutes to get there. He was determined to make it in 10.
Reaching above her head, Autumn tried to wedge the edge of the cap between the pin and the final hinge, but there was no space. Mind racing, she scrambled to come up with a solution. Then it hit her. The pins she'd already removed. She screwed the cap back onto the water bottle before inserting the bottom of the removed pin into the lower opening of the hinge. It immediately met resistance as it touched the pin that she couldn't remove. Smiling, she held the pin in her hand and the water bottle in the other. Then, using the water bottle like a hammer, she hit the pin held in her hand upward, dislodging the pin that was stuck in the hinge. It moved. She hit it a few more times until it popped free and fell to the floor. Yes! Tossing her tools on the floor, she grabbed the hinges and tried to tug them forward to pull the door open. Nothing happened. She heard footsteps. Pressing her ear to the door, she listened intently. Natalie was coming. Heart pounding like a jackhammer, Autumn moved to the side, clear of the door. The lock disengaged. Autumn crouched beside the wall, her focus glued to the door. The knob turned and the door began to open. But it didn't swing open. Instead, it fell open. With a thud. Right onto the floor. Natalie cried out, but Autumn didn't hesitate. Leaping from her crouch with her arms outstretched, she barreled into Natalie, who toppled to the floor. With escape her only goal, Autumn didn't pause to look at Natalie. Instead, Autumn raced down the hall toward the living room. A primal scream followed her, the sound sending chills skittering across her skin. Adrenaline flooded her veins as her hand gripped the knob of the front door.
I hate you,
Natalie screeched from the hallway. Autumn ripped the door open and burst onto the porch. The peaceful morning was a sharp contrast to the violence she was leaving behind.
Get back here,
Natalie yelled. Too close. She was too close. Terror propelled Autumn off of the porch and across the lawn. That's when she saw it. Jax's Lamborghini, hurtling up the street. Stuttering to a halt, Autumn whispered his name. How could he be here? How did he know? Did that mean he believed her? Heart singing with happiness, Autumn watched as he squealed to a stop at the curb. Seconds later, he was at her side.
Are you okay?
He looked past her, toward the house.
We should go.
Sirens wailed in the distance. You're here, she whispered. You believe me?
Yes,
He said, his voice cracking as he placed his hands on her arms and locked eyes with her.
I'm here.
Then his voice softened.
Yes, I believe you, and I'm so sorry I ever doubted you.
Love for him crowded out all other feelings. He'd come for her.
I'm gonna kill you,
Natalie howled from somewhere behind Autumn. Autumn's eyes were still on Jax, but he was no longer looking at her. He was looking behind her. His eyes went wide.
Autumn, look out!
Before Autumn knew what was happening, Jax slammed her to the ground and threw his body on top of hers. An explosion rang in her ears, and Jax went limp. No! Autumn screamed. Jax, no! The sirens sounded like they were right there. Autumn couldn't see what was happening, but she heard yelling, then a gunshot. And then Jax's weight disappeared from her body before hands lifted her to her feet. Hysterical with fear, Autumn flailed and screamed.
You're safe now,
A male voice stated beside her.
Ma'am, you're safe now.
His words penetrated her mind, and she calmed enough to understand that she was no longer in danger. But Jax, what had happened to him? Was he okay? Frantically looking around, she saw paramedics hovering over him. Shoving away from the man beside her, a man who she now saw was a police officer, she fell to the ground beside Jax. Blood was everywhere. Desperate to get to him, when the officer forcefully pulled her away, she struggled to get free.
They'll take care of him,
he said loudly.
You need to let them work.
Knowing he was right, she stopped fighting him, and he released her. She stood there as sobs shook her body. Natalie had shot him. Natalie? Was she going to shoot her too? Autumn looked toward the house, her body tense, ready to protect Jax from further assault. And then she saw Natalie, lying on the ground, not moving. Is she asked the officer. He nodded.
Yes, she took her own life.
Saddened by the senselessness of it all, Autumn squeezed her eyes shut before focusing back on Jax. His eyes were closed. He looked serene. Too serene. Was he dead too? Overcome with horror, Autumn collapsed to the ground, her tear-soaked eyes never leaving Jax. The paramedics put him on a gurney and wheeled him into an ambulance, getting in behind him. I have to go with him. Please, let me come. One of the paramedics climbed out and closed the doors, then looked at Autumn.
Of course. You can ride in front.
Nodding, she ran to the passenger door and jumped in. Moments later, they were on their way.
Chapter 47. What was happening? Where was he? Jax tried to open his eyes, but they were so heavy. Then he remembered Autumn. She was in danger. He had to hurry. He'd been such a jerk, but he had to save her. He thrashed around, struggling to open his eyes. He heard a voice say his name, a soft and feminine voice, a voice he thought he would never hear again. Was he dreaming? He had to be dreaming. It sounded like Autumn, but she was missing.
Jax, it's okay. I'm here.
He felt her hand on his arm, all soft and warm. His body relaxed and he managed to open his eyes. There she was, sitting right beside his bed. He reached out to her, but a tube in his arm got in the way. He wanted to touch her, needed to feel her. Her fingers slipped into his and she gently pushed his arm back down. Calm and peace flowed through him. "Where am I?" he asked. Then he squinted at her. "You're here. Are you okay? What happened?" A radiant smile curved her lips as her green eyes sparkled.
You saved me, Jax. You saved my life.
"I did?"
Yes.
she said on a laugh.
Don't you remember?
He tried to shake his head, but that made it hurt. He grimaced. "No." She stroked his face with her free hand, and he captured it with his. "Tell me what happened." Softly, sighing, she nodded. Then she recounted all that had happened from the moment she'd left his house until he'd pulled up in his car to save her.
I couldn't believe you were there. And then...
Tears filled her eyes.
You protected me, Jax. You took the bullet that was meant for me.
It all came rushing back. The crazed look on the woman's face. The gun in her hand pointed at Autumn. His determination to protect her at all costs. But he didn't remember being hit. "I'm so sorry." Her hand went to her chest as she leaned toward him.
Sorry? For what? You saved my life. You have nothing to be sorry for.
That wasn't true, he thought, then said, "For not believing you, for thinking you..." He exhaled, then his lips compressed. "For thinking you were doing those things to get attention."
Oh, Jax, I don't care about that. Not anymore.
She was so good, so pure. He didn't deserve her, but he was never going to let her go. "Come here." A smile lit her face as she leaned closer. Despite the tube in his arm, he cupped her face in his hands and drew her down to him, pressing his lips to hers. After a lingering kiss, he released her.
Are you feeling okay? Are you having any pain?
He chuckled. "Not now." Then he sobered. "Where did I get shot? I can't even tell." She smiled.
That's the drugs at work.
Then she pointed to his head.
The bullet bounced off your thick skull, apparently.
He touched his head and felt a bandage. "Oh." Then he grinned. After a pause, he said, "You know, when I get home, I'm going to need someone to take care of me." She smirked.
You can hire a nurse.
"Only if she looks like you." Then he frowned. "But you need to run your salon."
They'll be fine without me for a few days. Of course I'll take care of you.
"What about you, though? Are you okay?" She nodded.
Yeah, just shaken up. When Jax was discharged the next day, Autumn was there to drive him home. The hospital allowed him to use a rear exit to avoid the media who had gathered outside. She had to use Haley's car since hers was in such bad shape. Sasha was in the back seat, ecstatic as ever to see Jax.
"I'm gonna fix your car,"
Jax said as they pulled onto the street. Thank you. Then she glanced at him. That's a fair trade-off for nursing duties. He laughed.
"It's the least I can do since I'm the one who broke the window."
She smiled. Yeah, Haley told me all about that. She gave him a sideways look. She also told me how you left her in the dust after she gave you Natalie's address. Not that Autumn minded. She liked that he'd been frantic to get to her.
"Yeah, well..."
She put her hand on his and gently squeezed. When they reached his house, she punched in the code and pulled through the gate, and after they parked, they walked together to the front door. When he took her hand in his, warmth and peace flooded her, and she knew she was right where she was supposed to be. Chapter 48. 3 weeks later. "Are you sure you're up for this?" Autumn asked as Jax put on his leather jacket. They were standing in the entryway of his house, about to leave.
"They're throwing the party for me, so I kinda have to be there."
She smiled. "That's true."
"Besides, I want them to meet my woman."
She loved the sound of that. Still, she had to tease him. "Your woman?" He tugged her into his arms and murmured,
"My angel muffin."
She pulled away with a grin. "You'd better not call me that in front of them."
"They're just a bunch of football players. They won't care."
"But I will." He smiled.
"Okay. Hey, you never gave me a nickname."
Looking up at him, she smirked. "Yeah, I've been thinking about that."
"You have?"
"Yep. I'm gonna call you Superman." A loud laugh burst from his throat.
"Superman?"
"Yes. You saved me from being shot, and that bullet bounced right off of you." She nodded. "You're my Superman." A smile lit his face.
Angel muffin and Superman. I like it.
She did too. She'd stayed at his house the first week after he'd gotten home from the hospital, caring for him and helping him recover. Now, though, she was back in her house. Even so, every day after work, she came to his house to spend the evening with him. She had yet to tell him that she was in love with him, but she fell deeper in love with him every single day. He was so good to her, so kind and sweet. She couldn't imagine her life without him. But tonight, she was going to meet some of his teammates. His buddy Josh Wisner, who was the star quarterback for the Vipers, was throwing the party with his girlfriend Shay. Autumn had to admit, she was eager to meet these people who were important to Jax. Excited, but nervous.
"Ready to go?"
"Uh-huh." 20 minutes later, they parked in front of a huge house that was all lit up. Jax helped Autumn out of his car, then took her hand and led her inside. A man Autumn recognized as Josh Wisner approached them and threw an arm around Jax's shoulder.
"There he is."
"Hey, Josh."
Jax turned to Autumn.
"This is Autumn Foster."
Josh held out a hand to Autumn.
"I've heard about you."
She took his hand and glanced at Jax. "Have you now?"
"All good things."
He let go of her hand and motioned to a pretty woman with long, dark hair.
"Shay, this is Autumn, Jax's girlfriend."
Autumn liked hearing him say that.
Welcome,
Shay said. "Thank you." Others came over and introduced themselves. Brock and Ainsley, Hank and Mary. They were all so friendly. Autumn felt welcome and included. Shay hooked her arm through Autumn's and led her into the enormous room where everyone was gathered. Ainsley and Mary followed.
tell us all about you.
Shay said as they sat on couches. All three women were so beautiful and confident, Autumn felt intimidated. Even so, she knew these people were important to Jax, so she put aside her insecurities. "I do hair," she said. "I mean, I have a salon. Cutting edge?" She tried to hide how inadequate she felt compared to them. They seemed so glamorous and confident. Nothing like her.
Really?
Ainsley said.
I've been looking for a hairdresser. Maybe I can stop by?
Absolutely,
I just go to the mall to get my hair cut,
Shay said with a laugh.
so I'll definitely check out your salon.
The mall? She thought. Already she felt better. These women actually seemed down to earth. "What about you ladies?" she asked. "What do you like to do?" Shay smiled, and Ainsley and Mary both pointed at her and said,
Gardening.
Then they laughed.
I guess my hobby's well known,
Shay said. Huh, Autumn said. Maybe you can give me some pointers, something that's dog-friendly.
You have a dog?
Mary asked.
What kind?
A yellow lab. Her name's Sasha,
I love dogs.
Mary said.
and children.
Shay added, then she winked at Autumn.
That's how she met Hank. She was his daughter's nanny.
Autumn turned to Mary with interest. Mary blushed.
Yes, it's true, and Harper is the most adorable little girl you'll ever meet. What's going on with getting custody?
Ainsley asked.
Hank and I get her half the time.
Ainsley turned to Autumn.
Hank's ex-wife is London Chamberlain.
The London Chamberlain? The actress? For some reason, Autumn hadn't known that.
Yep.
Trying not to act as impressed as she felt, Autumn nodded. What about you, Ainsley? Autumn asked. What do you do? She smiled.
I'm a dental hygienist.
Autumn wondered what her backstory was, but she knew there would be time to get to know each of these women.
There's Greg and Olivia,
Mary said, looking toward a couple who had just arrived. Shay motioned for Olivia to join them.
Hi, girls,
Olivia said as she walked toward them. Her blonde hair was thick and straight, and Autumn could tell the color was natural.
How are you?
Shay asked as she stood and gave Olivia a hug.
Fabulous. How about all of you?
Olivia's gaze stopped on Autumn. She smiled.
You must be the infamous Autumn that I've heard so much about.
Autumn laughed. Guess so.
Glad to finally meet you. I'm Olivia Sinclair.
She looked toward a good-looking man talking to Jax.
I'm married to that guy over there, Greg.
Nice to meet you, Autumn said. They continued chatting, and the more they talked, the less intimidated Autumn felt. They were just regular people. She was more like them than she'd thought. After a while, the men joined them, and when Jax put his arm around her, she leaned against him. She always felt safe with him. He would do anything for her. He'd already proven he would take a bullet for her. Love for him blossomed inside her. Later, walking hand in hand, Jax took her on a tour of the garden, which was lit strategically to showcase the beauty of the space. Wow, this place is gorgeous. She stopped beside a rose bush and smiled at Jax. Did you know Shay takes care of most of this herself? Her smile grew. She told me she even gets Josh to help sometimes. Jax laughed.
I'm not surprised. He's pretty crazy about her.
Autumn gazed at him. I'm pretty crazy about you, Mr. Cordova. Jax's eyes didn't waver from hers.
Have I ever told you how amazing you are?
You may have a time or two. He smiled.
Well, a time or two isn't enough.
He tucked a finger under her chin.
I'm so glad I met you, Autumn.
She chuckled. You mean you're glad I ran into you at the mall? He grinned.
That's exactly what I mean.
I'm glad I met you too. His hand went behind her neck as he lowered his lips to hers. She wrapped her arms around him and let herself melt against him. Her heart was so full that she couldn't hold her feelings in any longer, and before she knew she was going to, she pulled away slightly and murmured, I love you, Jax. The moment the words left her mouth, she froze. She hadn't meant to say that just yet, but now it was out there.
Did you say what I think you just said?
He asked as he appraised her, a twinkle in his sky-blue eyes. She wasn't going to deny it now. She stared back at him. Yes. Happiness washed across his face.
Huh?
That's all you have to say? Crinkles formed around his eyes.
That's just the first thing I have to say, Angel Muffin.
She cocked her head. What else do you have to say, Superman? He laughed.
That I love you. I think I loved you from the moment I saw you sitting on your butt at the mall with all of those packages strewn around you.
His eyes softened.
You looked so vulnerable and sweet. I just knew I had to get to know you.
A smile slowly lifted his lips.
Good thing Haley told me where to find you.
Autumn couldn't agree more. She reached up and ruffled Jax's hair. Good thing you came in for a haircut. He laughed.
You can cut my hair any time, Angel Muffin.
Then he pulled her into his arms and held her close, and Autumn snuggled against his chest, warm and safe and happy. This has been Pass Interference. Written by Christine Kersey. Narration by 11 Labs. Produced by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2017 by Christine Kersey. Thanks for listening.